Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the day. Hope you guys are all feeling great. Hope you're all feeling wonderful. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, 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 hello. It is time for our final day of the WardiTV November event. We're creeping up on the end of November in general, which means a couple more streams and then it's Home Story Cup. Then we will launch ourselves into the December action. Very excited. Going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be getting off into this in just a few moments, guys. Get the StarCraft 2 continuing as we make our way into our first match of the day, which is going to be the TVT. We're going to start off with Clem versus ByuN. Best of 5. And then we're going to move into Hero versus MaxPax and Shin versus Cure. Then back down to the bottom semi-final and the grand finals after that, to make it 5 best of 5s on the day to round out this tournament. Hoping for some good games, hoping for some fun games, hoping that we get some non-3-0s. Yesterday's playoff day was actually pretty good, so I'm hoping yesterday wasn't a good day and today's just going to be a flop. Sometimes that happens, so fingers crossed on that. Yo, thank you so much. Couple subs coming in as well. Hamilka 1911, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. And Halifor on the 36-month 3-year resale. Quack, quack, quack. Sorry, Duck stole the keyboard. I hate it when my Duck steals the keyboard. Every day as well, man. Like, I'm just trying to get out here and play some StarCraft, and the Duck steals the keyboard. Ay, ay, ay. What are you meant to do? Thank you so much for the 3 years, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you. And welcome to Hamilka. Hope you guys are doing good. We are just waiting for a couple players to join our lobby. And a final map or two to be selected, and then we'll be kicking off into the TVT to begin the day. Hell yeah. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone is ready for some action. Ready for some games. Let me know what's up. Let me know how we're feeling. Let me know how we're doing. Love to hear from you guys. Once we get ready to kick this off. I love it when YouTube is like, hey, you should watch this video. And it's like, it's my own live stream. Like, hey, thank you, YouTube. Appreciate that. You know what? I'll head on over there and give that a like right now while we're waiting for one of our players to come back. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do that right now. Boom, boom, bang. I'm the second like of the day on YouTube. Unbelievable. Yo, Juvia, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 55-month resub. Hi, Wardy, big fan. Thank you so much for the 55. Appreciate it. Wardy drank his stim. Yeah, I was kind of feeling just a little bit like tired this morning. I've been having a bit of a rough week sleeping and stuff, and I was like, man, you know what? Instead of just being tired and it being like a little bit low energy, why don't I just have an energy drink? I drink an energy drink maybe once every couple of months, maybe. Like, I really, like, I only have them because Monster sent us a bunch for the DreamHack regionals and stuff. So I just have a few. And so I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna get one out. I'm just gonna drink one, power up. Let's make it a good day for our WardiTV November finals, you know? Easy peasy. Just waiting for Clem to pick one final map, and we will be able to ready. Alright, players are ready. We're set. Let's go into our first game of the day. Like I say, 5 best of 5s coming your way. Loads of games coming up. Let's hope that they are some good series, of course. Last time these two met, was it last time? One of the last times these two met. Last time they met in the WardiTV tournament, we did not Clem out, and that was just it. Clem was out of our event, and we did not have a Clem as a champion. It must have been in the PTR event. Yeah, PTR Tournament 2, round of 4. ByuN 3-1 over Clem. ByuN beat him in Lima League as well, knocked him out first round in Lima League. The second Lima League we had this month, but Clem got revenge in the most recent WardiTV Monday. That's not on the patch, though. I really feel like patch TVT is a little bit tough for Clem right now, so I suppose we'll see what happens as we get going into the top right-hand corner of the map. Our red Terran player to start us off today. This is going to be from Team Liquid. We have Clem. In the bottom left, our blue Terran player. We are going to see ByuN in the bottom left of Ley Lines for map number 1 of this best of 5 series. Welcome, everybody. Hope you are, as I said, doing great, fantastic, and all the rest of it. Thank you for being here, and yeah, excited to take us into some action, take us into some games. So good to see so many of you already on the stream. We've already got 400 people on Twitch. Where are you guys all coming from? It's like midday. It's Sunday. Guess you guys have been waiting for some StarCraft, huh? Well, we get going on Ley Lines. Do you think this map is already going to give us a fun one? This map has honestly impressed me a lot. I really felt like this map was going to be one which was going to be kind of oh man, like, long game, boring. We haven't really had a lot of that in general on the PTR. And Ley Lines definitely not so. Like, yes, a lot of bases, but so much action in the middle, so many difficult to hold bases in the center. And a really good stretch towards the top left or the bottom right if you do want to expand into the late game. So, yeah, something to guess about. Factory drops in. I'm just going to be seeing that commence and they're coming up at home from Clem. So he's going to get the CC on the low ground. Reaper's coming up. SCV is coming through. The factory is going to be coming online very shortly also. It's 7 a.m. here in the States. Oh yeah, living that East Coast dream. Waking up early, getting some StarCraft in. Love it. Love it. 1 p.m. for friends. You woke up early for some Clem. Nice. Yeah, excited for this one. Like I say, it's definitely not a pre-decided series. This is definitely one that's up in the air. ByuN has gotten the better of Clem the last couple times on the PTR. Does that mean he can win again today, or will Clem be stomping into that semi-final where he would meet one of the top Protoss players in the world right now in MaxPax or Hero? They're going to be playing a top-tier PvP to follow on from this TVT. I really do have a good day of StarCraft 2. Shin versus Cura is a WardiTV classic as well. Never forget their WardiTV 2020 Grand Finals and all the other times they've played. They've really given us some amazing series across the years. As the two Reapers come across over here, Marines are in position. Marines are going to shoot. Marines are going to kill the first Reaper as ByuN. I'm not sure why he stuck around on the high ground so long there. Do you not think that was a moment where he was like, should have been like, oh yeah, I got this, you know? He did not have it. He didn't have any part of that. As a couple of Marines start up from ByuN. The command center and another barracks on the way in. That Reaper still trying to trade with the other Reaper. We go for a little bit of back and forth, up and down. Cyclone producing on the side of Clem, so we're getting that up. A couple SCVs in the tech lab coming through as well. Continue to bring all of that online here currently as the Reaper escapes back down to the bottom left-hand side for the moment. Now Reaper patrolling, Cyclone over on the edge. Again, the starport building up on the side of ByuN. The orbital command halfway done. Marines and the reactor coming through. SCV also in production with that stim pack now starting. ByuN getting that underway. And that Raven of Clem just coming along right now, coming up to being about halfway through here. Siege tank will start up as well. So Marine, Raven, tank all on the way out. A couple of those units just going to rally over to the sides, to the corners. Matrix is going to start. Again, our siege tank and our Marines continue through. I mean, ByuN is just completely bypassing the tech phase of TVT, and he's just going to go straight into that stim. This is honestly one of the fascinating parts of ByuN and Clem in TVT is, like, they're both not really major fans of, like, the tech phase of TVT. They're forced to be good at it because you kind of have to be to realistically and reliably play Terran versus Terran at the level that they do. But if they could always get away with kind of going for a fast stim and bypassing like tank drops and all of this, I honestly think they both would all of the time. ByuN is going to do it in this game. He's going to go for the essentially a 2-1-1-esque kind of opening. And he's going to get this up and running. So 16 Marines will jump into the medevacs. Obviously, it's not quite, you know, the timing of a 2-1-1. He did a fast expand to begin with. But it is, in essence, it is a 2-1-1. It's just not the fastest possible 2-1-1. He will load up and go across the map. We'll see what Clem is looking like defensively. A lot of units spread around his main tank on the natural with the bunker there as well. He's doing the right thing. He's bunkered down against someone who's definitely going to be playing a more aggressive style here in general. Those medevacs continue all the way up to the top. Going to be heading into the main base in just a couple of moments. Actually, are going to get a drop off from Clem. Like I say, he's got units nearby. Auto turrets will help a lot with this. They're actually very good against Marines. Even if those Marines are going to be stimming, they'll lose one Raven, but this is going to be pretty much the entire medevac drop shut down. 3 Marines and 1 medevac escape out of there. I do not like that at all from ByuN. That probably was one of those moments where it feels like such a good idea. It feels like such a good trade. And the reality is it's just not. As Clem gets the reactor on the starport, he can get medevacs up. His own aggression can start. 1 medevac of 3 Marines is not that threatening anymore either, and so Clem may have an opportunity to get on the map and go and put himself in a great position here. Marines coming out the right-hand side. It's going to be seeing the couple of SCVs will start to go down. I mean, okay, it's not a major threat, but it is still a threat, and it's still going to get some value here. As a couple of SCVs fall, a couple of structures are slowed from building. Clem throws his third into position immediately. ByuN already has his over there. Orbital command and all. As we take a few moments to resettle ourselves in this one. Oh, the medevac goes down. Now Clem really could move across the map if he wants to. He's going to be on a +1 upgrade. His opponent's going to 1-1, so a little difference there as well, as Clem is not getting the second engineering bay yet, so definitely a few ways in which ByuN is establishing control. My main concern for ByuN is he's down on army supply, and he's also not got any Ravens. So Clem has got 2 Ravens and interference matrices to use. This third base is dead, but ByuN's basically saying, I think I know this, and so I'm just going to go to the top and maybe counterattack. I can only imagine that's what these medevacs and Marines are for. And ByuN is just going to try and win it on a base trade. Like I say, this base is gone. Oh, it's already gone. Just imagine it doesn't exist here. As Clem, I'm going to say, should drop. The Matrix is down, though. I mean, there's 2 siege tanks there. That was actually bad play from Clem. He did not go for the Matrixes straight away. Now he is going to lose his own third base. So it was kind of essential that he got the base there. But like I say, he just took a lot of shots for free. He's also missing combat shields, which is obviously pretty influential on the Marines, especially when they're eating up tank shots. And will be influential as well when it comes to trading with the other Marines as well. Clem also down in armor upgrade, so in Marine on Marines fights, he's not really in that great of a spot. And ByuN's counter is going to do so much more than what Clem got done. Clem had a freebie on this third, and I think he just thought he could overwhelm the 1 siege tank without using the Ravens. I think he got greedy. If he just drops the Matrixes straight away, I do not think this ever really becomes a problem, because he gets the third base so quickly. Instead, he wastes a lot of time worrying about kind of getting the third base, and if he will or not. SCVs are going to be here to help overwhelm, and Clem is going to get cleaned up and pushed back. Reinforcements are about to arrive from Clem as he nearly caught the medevacs there as well. Clem on a supply lead, but ByuN is building a 4th command center while Clem is on 2 bases. And the issue is you're playing TVT, a matchup that is so good defensively. If you are Clem right now and you're forced to be the aggressor into your opponent, that does not bode well for you at all. This really doesn't look good for you in that regard. I mean, you can try and out-position and relocate a little bit, but your opponent's going up to 4 base while you are going to be sitting on 2. Medevac's going to try and loop around the back. The top left base may be in some trouble. Maybe Clem actually just wants to take an army fight. He does not do well here. The Marines are going to force him away. In fact, the medevac is going to go down. Man, what a disastrous string of events here for Clem. He is just going to have to try and fight those Marines, but again, the lack of an upgrade, the lack of combat shields hurting him so much. Finally, +1 armor finishes, but this fight is already done, and ByuN is going to turn this around. And Clem is all in. Like I say, he does not have a third base replacement. And he's going to GG out of this game. He's only 10 supply behind, but this game's about to get monstrously bad for him. Clem really lost this game for himself. ByuN with a great counterattack on the drop. But yeah, Clem just, he just stuttered about kind of what to do. And he's like, oh yeah, I can just run into this tank without combat shield. I mean, forgetting combat shield in the first place probably cost him a little bit. But that's not the end of the world, because he could have just Matrix the tank. You kill both tanks, you run into the natural. It's a freebie, right? You have so much more ready to go. It just, like, the rest of that just doesn't matter. It was just a couple of bad decisions while ByuN was super determined. He was like, I'm going to drop. I'm going to stim at your base. I'm going to kill that. And that was that, you know? There was no hesitation there. And that really makes the difference in a game like this one. as Clem is going to drop down by 1 map, and ByuN is going to take the lead in this best of 5 to start things off. As we get ready to jump into game number 2. Ready, GLHF. Clem needs to sharpen up a little bit. I mean, he had such a great start. This was such a fantastic position to be in. You can't let those kind of moments get away from you in a series like this. Is this live? Yes, this is live. Hello, how are you doing? Pretty much 99% of things we cast, or 90% of things we cast, are live. Really do not cast not live a lot of the time. We are a live stream. Like I say, a lot of the time at least. Alright, we are going to kick off into the bottom right side of this map. In the bottom right, it is going to be our blue Terran Clem. In the bottom left, it is going to be our red Terran player, ByuN, who is up a game in this series. Cracks coming down on both sides. RCV's coming up. Yes, I'll settled in here on El Dorado for game number 2. Now let's see what Clem will do this time. Is like I say, I mean, ByuN, his opening last game was really not that hot. He was able to make moves to turn it around. Cracks and Gas just on the way up here currently. Look at ByuN. ByuN just doing all the builds that you're not really meant to do in TVT. A Marine first. Extremely dangerous, any sort of aggression from Clem, and that would be really, really bad. But Clem's just going to go 1 gas expand, and so ByuN's going to get away with going for Marine first here. Patrol Reaper back and forth, factory coming up, and get this settled down. As the reactor comes about, we're going to be patrolling Orbital Command Center and the factory all coming online, the refinery and the reactor coming up as well. Just going to see our Starport and Tech Lab building from ByuN. Orbital Command also on the way in. As we get this going, a couple of Marines coming up. The Marines and a heli just going to be sitting on the other side of the map as well. Why did they swap colors? Because when you load into a game of StarCraft 2, it will just randomly assign you a color. And nobody really cares enough to make the players swap back to the color they were. I mean, they do in the big tournaments, because usually the colors have to match the seat that they're in, the screen, the color they are on the big screens on the stage, but I think StarCraft actually does remember the last color you played. The problem is when we load into a lobby like this, a lot of people are joining the lobby to spectate. And so spectators sometimes take up the player slot initially, so then you swap the player into from the spectator slot to the player slot. They just overtake whichever color was in that player slot they were in. So that is why. They're not purposely swapping just to annoy you. It's just sort of happens. Medevac and a boost across. It's going to be seeing the heli and the Marines. It's going to be unloading. The SCV going to go down. Cyclone going to be playing the defense here as the extra Marines show up. Obviously, Medevac should be able to get away. Clem loses some SCVs. He is on triple CC already, so he's on a very good economy. We'll see if ByuN does anything aggressive about that. Marines is going to be unloading again. Raven and the Matrix coming online. Rank's going to swap over to the Tech Lab. Doctor going to move to the side. Again, that Raven about to pop. There's a few units in the middle of the map. Marines and a tank. Siege tank as well, moving into the middle. It'd be much cooler to have multiple colors to choose from. Players can pick any color they would like. The problem is when people start picking colors, it starts becoming a factor of some colors aren't as easy to see, and if someone picks pink and the other guy picks red, it can be difficult to distinguish their units. So red and blue is just the standard. In some of the team events we did in the past, teams had like a set color to play under, so their players would always be that color. Yeah, people always just complain that it's not as visually clear as red versus blue, which I know is, I agree, it's so boring, but can't do much about it. ByuN will not do anything trying to approach the front here. He builds his third off to this right side. This almost makes you feel like he's going to try and take the gold base, which is a pretty risky thing to do in a TVT. Obviously, Terran good at kind of coming around the ledges, coming around the bottom side of the map, all based and being able to shoot over minerals. So I do think that would be a little bit of a risky play from ByuN unless he's very confident he can hold map control. Clem is just getting away with his triple CC. 52 workers to 48. Up in army supply now. ByuN is slightly faster to 1-1 upgrades, so Clem is not far behind him. And this Reaper gets such a good scout off as well. Look at that. Sees everything. He's just going to sit here and throw one grenade down. He's going to go down, but yeah, not a bad start at all. And these early stages out of Clem. Definitely a good position, but we saw Clem in a great position last game. He was not able to convert that into a map win, so work to be done here still in this game number 2. A long way to go. As Ravens and Vikings gather up, 1-1 and Stim Pack coming through. Order turret's just going to drop by and unload in the back. You're not going to see the Vikings actually going to find these Ravens. These Ravens are on a kind of a timer. They're going to get shot down, which is a pretty big deal. Clem does not pull his SCVs away, so he's going to let multiple SCVs die to the Ravens. Actually loses a Cyclone there as well. I mean, it's nice to get rid of the Ravens, but he didn't have to lose all of those SCVs. One upgrades, combat shield coming through. Well, Matrix in the center, that siege tank getting chased away. Clem is going to play cleanup on that one as he pushes through the bottom side of the map. In the end, ByuN just expanded to the bottom with his third. That's exactly where Clem floated his to as well. And not the gold base, not going to take that risk. Well, Vikings landed, plus the Marines going to play the defense there. And Clem's still shoving his way through the bottom of the map. ByuN doesn't have anything on the map to really kind of take advantage of Clem being out over here, so I like what Clem is doing. A good push forward. He is trailing on the 1-1 upgrades, as we mentioned. It will be about 20 seconds for him to finish those, and he will be slightly behind on combat shield again. That is important. I mean, combat shield makes a big difference on the Marines and how healthy they will be after eating the tank shots, so it can change a lot of how things can go. The armor missile going to hit a lot of those Marines. We hit the interference matrix there as well, but the unsiege from ByuN is very good. And the problem is Clem is still approaching the third base. As you see, the Marine tank and Viking continue to sit overhead. A few more Vikings coming up. Just going to be seeing that siege tank still going to sit there as well. Tanks just going to edge their way up. A couple of extra shots going in towards the orbital commands. Going to have to lift off as well. The Vikings going to start a fire on it. I mean, this is great for Clem, but there is finally a counterattack going on the other side. Double Matrix. This time those tanks don't unsiege, so we're actually going to get those killed off easily. Triple Medevac drop on the other side, begins to unload. Clem's going to pull SCVs in to help with that. Siege tank will siege, let that do a lot for you. Get those Marines from the high ground down to the low ground as well, and that's going to make it a defense. Well played by Clem this time. This time he shuts down the counterattack of ByuN. He's very consistent and sure about what he's doing on the other side of the map. Really some pretty kind of just clear I mean, obviously a bit of a different scenario in the first place, but clear alterations, just confidence pushing through the bottom, a response ready to a counterattack. And Clem is just like that, able to take a game 2. And we are tied up 1-1 in this best of 5 series. We're going to Amygdala to break the tie here as we head into this map. Just a couple of moments. Thank you so much, Cranky Ducklings. Hope you guys had a wonderful tournament this morning. And welcome everybody to the WardiTV November final day. Clem and ByuN is our starting series here. Match number 1 is currently tied up 1-1. And we have in total 5 best of 5s for you guys on the day. So this is going to be match number 1 of 5. Loads of StarCraft 2 coming up. Loads of games on the way. Ready, GLHF. Perfect, everyone's set. These guys are ready to keep on giving us the games. Just gonna go. As we get ready to hop into Amygdala on map 3 of the series. Yeah, and thank everyone for joining us. So good to see so many people here. Brian early for some Terran versus Terran. We've got some great matches coming up, we really do. Hoping that we get to see some game 5s today as well. We had one really awesome series yesterday between Showtime and Solo. Was probably the highlight of yesterday's games. Hoping today has a couple of matches like that as well. I'm not asking for all of them to be, just a couple, you know. Just a couple. I'm not trying to be greedy. As in the top right side, our red Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion. This is ByuN. He takes on, in the bottom left, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It is Clem. Game 3 of this best of 5. We get this underway. A couple gases coming up from Clem, so now he's going to turn away from the single gas expansions. Going to go for a bit of double gas here. ByuN playing the single gas expand this time, so we'll see how greedy he gets with it. Again, ByuN has been cutting some corners so far, and it's gone unpunished. We'll see if Clem can punish something like that if he does it again. Maybe this is ByuN just playing a great series where he's like, okay, I'm not going to be super greedy this time. Just going to go one gas expand, drop a, put my Reaper out like normal. And that would give me a slight eco advantage against someone who is going double gas. If that's what he's done, then yeah, he would really be getting the slightly better first couple minutes of the TVT over Clem in each of these games so far. Reaper continues to produce. Just going to have ourselves the SCV coming out across the map, so we'll follow this for a couple of moments. Reaper coming online, that factory going to finish very soon. Yeah, not too much else really going on. ByuN's Reaper sits out the front, run Reaper into Marine. Second Marine on the way. Clem is now finishing his factory, and we'll have obviously the latest CC, but faster factory, so he's going to have 2 Reapers and a Hellion. Things he can definitely look to try and pressure forwards across the map with, so we'll see how that pans out. Command center halfway done. Starport still building from ByuN. The orbital command coming up as well. Start that building through here. SCV is going to come down. Refinery builds. Obviously, ByuN already has his orbital in position, so Clem's not going to do much with the first couple units, but he is now on a tech lab. He is now building a siege tank, and he's got the medevac on the way out as well, so all of that starts to come through here. Those should be fairly helpful parts of this game for him. Especially with the medevac popping, we can send the Marines and the tank across the map and try and get sieged up and see if we can deal some damage, perhaps. Medevac is en route. Let's see if Clem can get anything done as he goes across to the other side. So, on that journey over to the top, Medevac will boost up one more time, and Clem just kind of cycling behind this. Couple of Reapers and the Hellion coming through. Does he just tank pretty passively on the low ground? It's not even as far up to the edge as it maybe could have been, but I can see the potential maybe chipping the refinery, but with the Cyclone there, I actually don't know if there is that much potential. We moved the tank forward a teeny tiny bit. I don't think Clem's going to really get anything out of this. Tank defensively now from ByuN sieging up as well. That limits where these units can go to. Now they have to play more towards the bottom right of this of the location they were at. I'm just going to re-siege and reposition slightly. He is going to check on where the tank is so he knows where he can and cannot drop units. And with the Viking popping through, that's going to be the end of this, because now the Viking will chase the medevac away. Clem is actually about to take an SCV lead, so he's actually going to take that advantage for himself now. He actually does a good job of continuing to, build workers throughout this. Big difference right now is the third command center from ByuN is finished, and Clem is only just starting to build his own. So a very different position for both these guys when it comes to 3 bases. Now, maybe Clem can still have another push for himself here, because once more, ByuN has kind of skipped past the Ravens, trying to play the greedier style, trying to skip through the more tech-heavy units. There's Reapers, Cyclone, tanks, and Marines gathering on the natural. On the bottom side, this medevac of Marines going to come through as well. Looking to drop into the main base, and have units here from Clem. He's just sieged up a tank. Maybe that depot would be in some little bit of trouble, but I think the rest of the army's fine. He's going to get a good tank shot off the start, and that's definitely going to scare ByuN out of here. So, good defense, having the tank pre-siege, Clem aware of the possibility of his opponent dropping, and as soon as he's aware of that, gets himself in position. He makes sure that that just is not going to be a problem. Hellion moves out over to the bottom right-hand side. Siege tank setup from Clem, Cyclone, tank, Marine, all joining together. A couple of Ravens coming through also. As Clem's army will continue out to the center. There's the medevacs hanging around. The CC just going to float over through the bottom side onto that third location. Again, the rest of the Marine tank, Viking, Raven moving up the top as well. Siege. Oh, good shot. Going to hit those Marines a little bit. Interference Matrix does land on the siege tank. Well, Clem definitely has the little army advantage. We mentioned that this is a much faster third from ByuN, and that might get punished. And this is kind of getting punished right now. I'm going to step up. He's going to be in range of the tanks there with his own tank. He's going to drop auto turrets down. He Matrix the one tank in the back. He's going to win this fight, not losing that tank of his own. I was absolutely very certain that that one was going to die at the very least. There's a lot of Marines here from ByuN, though, and I'm not sure Clem gets out of here alive. Oh, he unsieges the tanks. He's going to try and re-siege them. Is that a mistake? Going to land the Vikings to try and make this fight happen. I mean, those tanks are surviving a very long time. Target fires the siege tank down. The Marines will go down as well. I think this was fine for Clem. I think it could have gone both ways. Because he was unsieged, I think it wouldn't have been terrible if he just lifted the 2 tanks and ran, and just let the 2 tanks that were on the ground just die. I think they would have probably traded, evenly enough to then just be like, okay, that was fine. But Clem would rather kind of reset the unit count. ByuN does have 1-1 upgrades. So yeah, look at the units killed in this game. Obviously, Clem has lost a lot because he's lost the Ravens too. Resources lost is actually very similar, but Clem maintains a worker lead. Right now, Clem's issue is definitely going to be trading with the Marines because he's not going to have 1-1. It makes it very difficult as those medevacs are going to lose their boost in a second. Oh, the Vikings were enough to force this into the corner. We do not get that medevac, which is low. Oh my goodness, so full of Marines still. Can we actually cut it off? Our boost is back, man. I think Clem doubted his own ability to deny this. I think he could have had a better cleanup than what he had, but the fact it's a defense at all is very strong here. And that's definitely going to help Clem to stay put in this, as Clem still forgetting combat shields. This is the day of forgetting combat shield, apparently. He needs to get that going ASAP, because that's going to really make his fights difficult again if he doesn't get it. He does start it up. There's always that fear that you just forget combat shield for an extended period of time. I know Clem's won some games in Katowice in the past with players forgetting to get that combat shield upgrade. I think Oliveira forgot it in one of their very important group stage series in the past. We'll take the opportunity to knock through this set of rocks. Just going to start to open up in the center of the map now. 2-2 starting from ByuN. Rest of the Marine tank coming over. No 1-1 upgrades coming by. The combat shield is coming up. Marine tank coming across the other side. Those Marines are going to step up. The medevac going to get jumped on as well. Just going to be seeing that taken down. So the medevac will fall. On the other side, ByuN has run across to initiate the base trade. Nice drop from ByuN onto the high ground. I like that straight away just for the fact that he's obviously able to dislodge that tank already. Clem on the other side is going to have to brute force his way forward. He does have a Liberator, he does have some air control, which is nice for the longer term, but obviously, like, in the short term, those sort of things don't help you as much. I love this siege tank. It's going to do a lot on this group of Marines, as those Marines obviously putting in work, but they will be forced to back away. Clem denied that forward base here. He's going to try and siege this Liberator. I think that was a little bit too far forward, especially because he could have probably protected it better with the tanks. The Marines are going to stim, we're just going to go for the siege tank, and then he should be able to win out on this side. ByuN doesn't actually have anything spectacular left in his base. Still doing damage here. 1-1 upgrades apiece. ByuN does not get a chance to go after the engineering base of Clem, as Clem is going to step forward. Like I say, ByuN doesn't have anything exciting. One single siege tank. That ain't really going to do it as Clem encroaches on your natural. There's a command center here. Just a couple of SCVs mining that position. Clem could get there easily. Clem also does have 4 bases in total, so he, given a bit of time, will be able to re-expand outwards. And now ByuN is about to finish up his 2-2. Like I say, Clem is only on +2 attack on the way, so ByuN is going to have better upgrades. As those tanks will siege. Oh, that's 2 versus 1. We're actually going to see the tank sieging as well, so it's going to get one shot off, but then it will go down. Let the Marines tank a little for the siege tanks to do their thing. The medevac's going to try and come in from the other side. Clem is going to get dropped on top of this. Could be a beautiful bust through, as we are going to see the tanks having to spread their damage out. Clem gets busted down, and ByuN will make this a hold in a defense. Clem has reinforcements over here, as everyone's Marines are low. Medevac's 0 from ByuN because he's lost all of them to the Vikings. ByuN is basically on a mass Marine army. Clem going to be kicking himself not to have found that base over here a little sooner, as he will reset to 3 base, and like I say, could go to 4, but that's dangerous because obviously ByuN is in this position where ByuN has, like I say, the more mobile army. He's very Marine heavy, while Clem is a little bit more, you know, tech heavy with the tanks and the Vikings and so. So Clem's just going to start center of defense, has a sense tower in place, +2 armor starts. ByuN going to prioritize that +3 attack and +3 armor, so he will, okay, both players going to realize that this game goes on. You know, basically by kind of building the upgrades, they're saying, right, we appreciate this game is not going to end just yet. And so both of them are on the same page there. That means neither of these guys have said, oh yes, I need to go and end this game right now. Neither of them agree with that. Both of them are going to look to the future. Now, ByuN's advantage really comes in a lot of the SCV numbers. Clem can play catch-up, but that's a significant amount of time where Clem is not going to have that same amount of economy, so ByuN will get some extra production off of it. Like I say, my problem for ByuN is that he's just already behind on tech, and so a lot of the money he's getting, he's got to replace more expensive units initially. And I think that could be a factor as Clem has a drop on the bottom right, just taking a watchtower. This is going to start becoming a battle for map control and a battle for vision and just information as well. As TVT so often is, it's definitely going to become one of those scenarios. And like I say, Clem has that 4th CC, which is giving him a couple of extra mules and a few extra SCVs in production every now and again. That's helping him to reset. Find some SCVs there, but he's going to lose the medevacs. He's too slow to pull back. And Clem, with the mistake, is going to lose about 15 supply of units. That is expensive. +2 armor on the way up, +3 attack coming on the engineering bay as well. The Marines just going to come back across through 3, still halfway done. Marine tank, medevac all joining together. Medevacs will get to do some healing right now as we bring these Marines back up to good HP. That's ByuN. Start to step forward on the map. Upgrades even up for the moment at least. It will be ByuN's +3 armor advantage when he does get to those upgrades, as Clem needs to realize his army is here. He's going to see it now. Tanks need to start sieging. One of his tanks was just in a very awkward spot to begin with. ByuN only has 2 tanks here to siege up. Obviously, Clem has to rely on the fact that ByuN's attacking into him and really attacking him to a pretty deep tank line as well. And that tank line is going to save Clem right now. Needs to turn that orbital back around. Choosing to go to the bottom base here as well instead of the gold is something that's going to be interesting because ByuN has took the risk to take the gold base. That's going to pay off for him in a big way if Clem can't do anything about it. I'd love right now for Clem to just go boost and get behind that mineral line and just go drop on it. Because I feel like he's done enough to hold this position. And ByuN is quite clearly still committed to that position. So yeah, maybe a push across the map in that moment could have been very cute. Man, trying to take this spot. I appreciate why Clem doesn't want to try and take the gold himself. ByuN's got a very active army in taking that position, which needs to kind of, requires the holding of the middle of the map is obviously going to be a very risky play. So, understandable that we kind of stay a little bit clear on that one. Medevacs load up. Just going to be seeing Vikings getting shot at. Marines coming through the Liberator. I feel like it's too far forward again, no? We're going to stim in for it, and we are going to see quite a lot of Marines. We get a few Marines for it, I guess. There's the drop from Clem that I want to see. I actually love this. Stay outside the range of this sensor tower and just unload and get ready to run in. But ByuN's doing the right thing of getting units in position. Obviously, the fact ByuN is currently holding a 4th base while Clem is only holding on to 3 is becoming an issue. And Clem doesn't have vision. He doesn't have a scan, apparently. Oh no, that's a disaster. He's going to find a bunch of SCVs transferring. What a moment for ByuN to send his SCVs to what is going to be a relocating main base. Clem sees that orbital maybe a moment late to respond to it. Going to drop in the main instead and go for production. Oh, ByuN's going to stim forward here in a big way. Clem has more tanks behind. But the first blinded tanks is going to go down, and that's been Clem's issue. He's just not been able to do enough with those tanks. He's not been able to keep them alive. 175 to 123 supply. Well, this game obviously stopped and reset, but it did feel like, I really felt like in the moment that Clem had a way back into this. I think he played... I think what ByuN did was actually very good. He got to where he needed to be to deny the 4th, and Clem's obviously been very resilient about taking that 4th location. I think if he just turned around when he saw ByuN's army there and went upper left with the 4th base, I don't think that would have been a bad thing at all. I get he wants to play the bottom side. Overall, it's easier for him to defend a couple of bases here than it is elsewhere. Those tanks not siege. ByuN is constantly able to get onto Clem's tanks when they're repositioning. ByuN with a much better kind of sense of when Clem is moving, and it's really benefited him throughout the course of this game. Looks as though ByuN is about to be on a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 quarterfinal. As Clem facing elimination on our first match today. Very close game. Again, I mean, you think back to the base trade, and ByuN just got so much done so quickly on the base trade, and again, Clem was definitely had the power to do more on the base trade, but kind of stalled out. I actually wonder if Clem could have more aggressively when he was base trading pushed on the natural. He also could have peeled some Marines away to deal with the base here, but he didn't know about that base as well, which was extremely costly. GG's, and we are going to have ByuN retaking the lead of this series. So that is where we stand, as ByuN is going to go up 2-1. As yeah, I think Clem is getting into better positions, and ByuN is bringing it back with the counters, the drops, and Clem is not dealing well with those situations when they pan out. So, yeah, ByuN definitely making better comebacks, Clem playing better early games and better setups initially. Just struggling to execute a little bit today, which, like I say, is kind of that typical storyline of Clem's TVT. I thought we'd kind of banish this storyline of Clem's TVT. I didn't think that this was a thing anymore, and yet here we are once again. Clem's TVT is failing him. And it's not like he's just lost in the matchup completely. He's in good positions, and he's struggling to convert those good positions into victories. That's the issue. That is the issue. We get ByuN and Clem both joining the lobby here. ByuN is going to ready up, waiting for Clem. Give him a moment or two. 2-1 down. Give him a second, and we'll be able to kick this off. I think he's currently checking the replay of that game. Because he probably thought as well, man, like, this went well for me. Like, I did good damage. I applied good pressure. Yeah, like, the third base was a thing as well, but, you know, like, he got into some good spots, just, again, could not capitalize as quickly as ByuN could on the counter. I still feel like I said, there was a way for Clem when the game reset, but, yeah, just really getting caught up, not being able to get the 4th, and ByuN taking the risk of the gold and getting that gold, and I actually think one of the real moments that actually became a big factor there was the fact that Clem lost those 2 medevacs behind the gold base. If you don't lose those 2 medevacs behind the gold, he has that pressure still on the map, right? And that does so much for you. You know, it keeps reinforcements at home. It slows ByuN's attack on the other side down. It makes ByuN stop and think a little bit. So yeah, I think that was actually a pretty key moment as well. At the time, it's like, 15 supply. But that 15 supply, I think, represented so much more for Clem in that moment. And from there on out, ByuN just had a gold base. And you can't just let the guy have a gold base in a game that's low eco and close. Yeah. Whispers of Gold. Coming up here, guys, in a couple of moments. Counting down into this. As we are going to jump into the top left corner of the map. This is going to be our red Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, and up 2-1 in this best of 5. This is ByuN. On the bottom right hand side, our blue Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. Must be infuriating for Clem. He showed us post eSports World Cup. He showed us such dominant TVT. He absolutely smacked down ByuN. He smashed away Kua. Gumiho was not a problem. Clem took all of the typical issues he had in TVT, especially against the Koreans, and came through a whole bunch of tournaments after eSports World Cup and said, these things are not a problem for me anymore. Like, I worked on these before eSports World Cup. I went to Korea. I fixed these problems. I was actually at a point of saying, I think we had this conversation where I was like, I actually think Clem's TVT might be one of the best TVTs in the world at the moment. Because he was being that dominant in the matchup about a month and a half ago. And it's just this patch, this PTR seems to be such a struggle for him. The builds turning away from the Cyclones, I think, is a little bit of a hindrance to Clem. But it's weird because he's not losing games to the build orders and to the part of the game where you think the Cyclone is a factor, but it feels like he's almost reverted back to having the same issues in this matchup that he had in the past, that it felt like he'd eliminated. Like I said, he had that streak of TVT where he just looked formidable. Like, he really looked as though there was going to be nobody that could really stand up against him in the matchup. And I remember saying it because I was like, I feel weird saying it because TVT is not good for Clem, but he looks like such a good TVTer. So many of those problems have kind of come back to haunt him now once more, and I think it's just lined up with the PTR coming around as well, and it's got to feel a little bit rough. I'm trying to look for just going to quickly grab the match history of Clem here in his TVT and just find that little segment where he was so dominant. It was during the WardiTV festival as well, I think. It was definitely during one of our events. Yeah, during this little segment here, like, listen to this streak of TVT that Clem had post eSports World Cup. It's very, very impressive. So, obviously, he beat all of Varian Bellum Gens, but then he beat Gumiho 3-1. He beat ByuN 3-0. This is what I'm talking about. He beat ByuN 3-0 and Kua 3-1 in our WardiTV Festival playoffs. That was like a wow. He looked so good in those games. He whacked Kua down in the Liu Liu Cup. And then he went, and continued through. Another 3-1 against ByuN, 2-0 Gumiho, 2-1 Kua, 4-1 Oliveira, 2-0 Gumiho, 2-0 Ryung, 2-0 ByuN. Like, he had a lot of success. And then he came back onto our PTR tournaments, and then he seems to have struggled against ByuN again ever since. And like I say, it just feels like he's taken a step back on his TVT once more. As we do have our units coming across the map. Time to talk about this game a little bit. Let's just have 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions going to come stepping forward, as we've got 4 Hellions here. Clem's going to dive the mineral line. He spreads the Reapers, which minimizes the splash against the Hellions. He is putting damage everywhere. I was going to say, let's try and make sure we actually finish off some of those Hellions. No reason to leave them alive. This was a bit of a weird fight. 2 Hellions for 2 Hellions, and then 4 Reapers for 2 SCVs isn't great. The Reacted Hellion is such a defensive build. It's interesting because obviously reactoring Hellions doesn't necessarily keep you going long-term in TVT, but it definitely gets you going short-term. Clem is going to get himself a second Cyclone. ByuN's already on his way to a second Raven. Is Clem going to bypass the Ravens in this game, like ByuN has done in the previous maps? drops in, and a couple of SCVs will go down as well, so ByuN going to extend their worker lead up to 6. But Clem's going to come across here now, and this is the moment where I wonder if the Hellions are going to be enough to defend. I guess Hellions plus an auto turret will be a factor. Need to just lift up there. The auto turret didn't drop yet, actually. As Clem will try and reposition for a better spot to try and get some SCVs. Go to the low ground. The Cyclone out at the very least and get some shots there. Going to kill off another Hellion at least. Gets the Reaper too. This next Hellion will not have the DPS to get rid of the Cyclone. The Cyclone locked onto the Raven, but will load back up. Now we go to the main base. Tank just sieged low ground. Now the main is unprotected. And this is where Clem will get some SCVs and really start to make up the difference. Let's finish off some of those SCVs that are low HP though. As the Raven is obviously a target here as well if the Cyclone gets another lock on. Problem is, Clem is taking damage at the same time. The auto turret continues to go to town. Did a very good job there, obviously, of just trying to minimize ByuN the damage taken. He had a lot of SCV mining time lost. Clem has equalized the worker count. He can drop on the siege tank as well, get a few more shots on the Ravens. I don't hate that, right? You're chipping down the Ravens' HP bars, makes it easier to target them down later. Clem now going into a Raven of his own, but no interference matrix upgrade. Might just want one Raven to get into a harassing position, sit behind a mineral line. If it goes behind the main, there's a couple low HP SCVs that could be good targets as well, right? Just right from the very get-go. And back to that bottom right, Stimpak coming up, Siege Tank and the Viking all coming in as well. Siege Tank pops, gets to the low ground, Marines, Ravens, tanks all gathered together. Raven on the right side going to move back as well. ByuN's still going to maintain a 2-3 worker lead, which is very nice, consistent. Third bases are coming up at the same time. There's going to be a dead Raven here, as the auto turret doesn't do much either, so we actually do start to clean that up. I gotta say, Clem has 2 Ravens right now, but no interference matrix. Hopefully, that is not something he's going to try and cast and then be like, crap, I forgot my matrix upgrade. That would be a little bit disastrous. But CC just going to move into position. I imagine Clem's will do the same. Army supplies a little bit favorable to Clem. He has like a slight Viking advantage. He's going to move across. I don't think Clem can do anything here because he doesn't have matrix. Unless he's just going to try and brute force auto turret his way in, but his opponent can drop as many auto turrets as he can. I guess some of these Ravens have been kept lower on energy initially, but there's actually still 3 Ravens for ByuN, even though he lost 1. He's actually going to get himself a siege tank there. It's funny because ByuN assumes that Clem has the matrix available, by the way, so I feel like initially ByuN was kind of backing away as though Clem had matrix. Auto turrets go down as Clem just commits. Needs to get rid of the siege tanks during this at the very least. Couple tanks to Clem of his own in the back. About to come out of Matrix here will be big. He's going to try and target fire down the siege tank that's in reach. One more tank from Clem sieges up in the back. He's going to win this fight. And he's going to do it with a worker lead because ByuN pulled SCVs to survive. We are going to get the Raven there at least from ByuN, but it costs him a Viking. There's nothing here. He could land on this Viking. He should land on the siege tank, sorry. Or he could land the Viking on the tank. We're going to see the Marine eats that first shot. Now the Vikings will land, go after the siege tank. It's going to be a tank for a tank, but we're going to get the Viking too. Then the Vikings can continue for the SCVs, and ByuN will continue to take damage. Wow. What a push from Clem. What an engagement, because he didn't have Matrix. And then he just spams the auto turrets down. What I was saying at first was that actually I felt it was very interesting because ByuN was playing because he assumes Clem has Matrix, right? So because you assume Clem has Matrix, he was unsieging the tanks, expecting them to be Matrixed, and then they didn't get Matrix, so it gave Clem the chance to push in as though he had Matrix anyway. And then he actually launches all of his Raven energy onto auto turrets, giving him enough to bust through. Now the third base is pushed back, and Clem takes a lead here in game number 4. That was a fascinating fight. That was a truly fascinating fight, but Clem just about had enough to take the lead. And like I say, establish himself control of this game. His third base mining, fourth base building. Clem definitely in control of game number 4 at the moment, but we've seen Clem be in control of these games and not close out. It's finishing these games that is really important to see Clem do, because he has definitely struggled in that regard, not finishing up the games when sometimes he should be. That's what we need to see him start doing right now in this one, I think. Medevac loads up, gonna go boosting across. ByuN is pushing on the map. The Marines are coming down, the Armory and the Vikings are coming up. Clem sees it as well. That one Marine, I think, gives you a little bit of something. The Vikings land in the main. I think get handled pretty well. Try and lift them. There's a missile turret there as well, so Clem just now gets the sensor tower up as top of everything else. Did he lose the medevac he sent out? Alright, did he just pull that back in the main base? Not actually sure. Sure he sent a medevac guy. I lost track of it with other things going on. Well, Clem maintains the supply lead, about 20 army supply. ByuN is going to be on a slight edge on +2 armor, maybe +2 attack as well, but it is very slight. Liberator production starts from Clem. He just gets the one. I don't mind it. Just a little bit of something to push some tank lines back. I wonder if he'll maybe even just send it across the map as a harassing unit as well. That is a possibility. The double drop from ByuN is very, very kind of risky. Obviously, he does have boost, but 3 Vikings are here. He's going to boost in as well. He's just going to send it. The missile turret's not in position to cover that, so he gets past the Vikings. Clem's going to have to deal with this as the Vikings will clean up the medevacs. Marine stim in from Clem. Just going to try and preserve the Vikings through this. He gets a tank shot off. ByuN now going to try and dive at the front, but this tank's still in position from Clem as well. ByuN is just bleeding supply. He's down 50 at the moment. And you're definitely seeing that advantage of Clem really kicking through. The faster fourth, the fact his third base was mining throughout this, the fact he didn't drop down heavily in the SCV count playing defense. And that is now transitioning into a pretty major lead here from Clem, who pushes up into the center. You're going to hold the middle. Whispers of Gold is a pretty short map, so you're going to see some kind of mid-map engagements that are very intense, because if you lose them, your opponent's going to immediately gain access to your side of the map. They're both doing the same thing, which is breaking down rocks to give access to the other side. We're actually going to try and stim Marines in here to get this Liberator. It's not going to be good enough. The Lib survives. We had to bring extra Marines through there, but that took a long time. That Lib got to survive. I mean, here's ByuN going to take position on Clem's base. What's Clem going to do? He's going to just stim in and get those tanks in the center, and I think he could then wrap around with the units from the bottom side as well. It's only 2 siege tanks that remain siege. That's the thing, right? With 4 tanks in one position, it's scary to do this. With 2 tanks here, then 2 tanks there, it's just not scary at all. Clem still had tanks in the middle. They're actually going to get caught a little bit. As Clem will stim his Marines forward. A lot of stimming being done, but he still has medevacs with some energy on them. Again, I think Clem knows at this point there can't possibly be many siege tanks from ByuN on the other side, so he's comfortable eating a tank shot and still moving forward, not hesitating to keep moving in that direction and take advantage of the situation. +2 armor going to be done for Clem soon. That is one thing that ByuN does lead on, but just numbers do outweigh upgrades sometimes, and this is definitely one of those moments where the numbers are probably going to do their thing. He's going to have to pull back towards the tank fire, let the tanks do their thing against a lot of the Marines, but yeah, reinforcements showing up from Clem, and there's only 2 tanks there for ByuN. He just gave up another 20 SCVs. And Clem is going to be able to take us to a Game 5 in this TVT. Turned out to be a pretty well-matched TVT, but I still feel as though Clem is playing almost the better setups and some of the better fights, but he's struggling in some specific scenarios that ByuN's playing out very well to bring games back. Sets us up for a very exciting Game 5, where I would not like to predict who comes out on top of this one, because it really does feel like anybody's game in this TVT game to game. It's been very close. As we get ready for map number 5, it's going to be Ultra Love to round out this series. So ByuN takes the lead. Clem fires back. ByuN takes the lead again. Clem fires back. Can Clem break that cycle in the final map of the series? Can he take his first lead of the series in this potentially? Well, it will be a 3-2 finish. Doesn't one caster, guys. Once we get them in here, we will be good to go. ByuN ready, Clem ready. 6 casters, start game. Ultra Love coming up. Again, following ByuN versus Clem, we have Hero versus MaxPax. The winner of those 2 will play in the second semi-final of the day, with our first semi-final being Kua versus Shin. That was decided in yesterday's games. So Kua versus Shin will be our 3rd series of the day. ByuN Clem versus Hero MaxPax will be Series 4, and then our Grand Finals will be Series 5 to round us out. That's how things are going. On this final day of WardiTV November, the TVT has given us an excellent start. Let's see if it can keep it going, as we are going to go to the bottom left corner of the map. The blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. We have Clem. And in the top right from the Shopify Rebellion, our red Terran, ByuN. What does this Game 5 have in store for us? Who will take the edge? Who can take the fights needed? SCV's producing, just going to be having our barracks on the way up, so just going to get that going for a couple of moments. Again, racks coming through, the refinery coming about. Nothing crazy for the first few moments here. One gas each as well, so no double gas openers. We're going to probably just see expand versus expand, and kind of let us get through the first minutes of this game without any issues. CV just come scouting across, moving in. Command center drops down on the natural. Now orbital command, and our command center is building up. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an even game. The big difference here is that Clem scouts, and ByuN takes the risk of not scouting. And ByuN is always cutting those corners and playing that little bit of greed, and he keeps getting away with it. Not punished for this one today. If you go no scout and the guy goes like proxy 2 racks of Reaper against you, you're in a lot of trouble. But ByuN is so good at doing a lot of varied builds that it's very scary to kind of pick your time to go 2 racks Reaper. So yeah, sometimes ByuN will just die. But a lot of the time, he picks the right time to do the slightly greedier thing here, or the slightly greedier thing there, and just cut those couple of corners, give them slight edges in these setups. And center building on both sides of the map. Marine going to patrol on the edge. Factory coming through. Second gas in the main base. Full complete here from Clem. A couple of those SCVs jumping into that refinery right away. There is a starport coming up. And Marine Hellion just continuing out from Clem as ByuN goes Tech Lab, so he'll get the Cyclone active much sooner in this game, or the Siege Tank if he wants to go Marine Tank Drop. What we do, ByuN, show us. It's going to be the Siege Tank, so Siege Tank starting. And Clem goes into his own Tech Lab now. Obviously, that will mean his tech unit off the factory will be a little bit later. He has the Hellion to help him out a little bit, but that's not really going to have a lot of stuff to really do right now because, well, not a lot going on. Yeah, things will definitely slow here for just a little bit as Marines sit across the ramp on the top. Cyclone the medevac building in the main base. The refinery's coming up. Depot's going down. These Marines making their way across as well. Siege tank and 4 Marines inside that medevac going to come to the bottom left. We're going to see the rest of the Marines moving over. Clem's going to see the units and he's going to turn around and drop his Cyclone off. I think that's the correct call. Playing defense is much more important than anything else. The Siege tank drops out. Clem's Cyclone took a lot of damage there. He's going to stand and fight against a lot of those Marines. He's actually going to have the power to fight through that. Wow. Oh, I've made that call. But, yeah. Cyclone goes back. Clem loads his medevac and will boost forward. See if he can do something on the other side. A little skirmish in the center, I would say, goes Clem's way. Especially when I wasn't really expecting him to go Clem's way at all. Like that for him is... We're dropping this natural. Couple shots in an SCV, but the tank defense is good. This is all very, in the grand scheme of things, just a whatever kind of couple of minutes. You know, no one's really lost serious amounts of units where they're going to be in trouble. It's very much so a game that is going on to the next stage, and there's a lot to still be decided here on this one. Yo, Sylvan92, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. As that medevac pulls back down the bottom, Hellion Reaper and a few Marines all coming through to the natural. Tanks are going to siege up. The interference matrix is building. I'm going to commit. He's not going to go for a third base this game. He's going to go for the double starports. He's going to have a lot of pushing power. He's just going to be super high on the Viking count, and he's already pushing again to position here. Clem is going to have triple Raven to help him to try and stop this setup from ByuN, but it's a very powerful siege that ByuN's going to have coming across. Clem's third CC is not going to have a much impact in this game, most likely. As ByuN scans the natural, tries to figure out the situation where he can siege. Going to siege in that corner. Clem is going to actually be able to step back, though. Clem realizes what's going on. The next tank's going to go along to the side. Clem's got to be very careful right now with where he sends his units. These tanks got to be super careful moving around. We have one medevac, so we can make something of a play into the main base if we would like to. As Clem's going to try and come in from this angle. The Ravens need to get active. They're going to matrix one of the tanks. They're going to matrix the tanks in the back. No auto turrets. I do not think that's a good enough fight from Clem at all. Is it? Ah, he's going to win that fight there, but the Vikings will land. I do not think that was a good enough fight from Clem in the slightest. Honestly, it was very messy. His Ravens didn't get all of their energy off, and it looks as though ByuN is going to have the power to stay strong in this natural. Vikings continue to get damage done. The Liberator siege is up. There's going to be no answer for that, and ByuN double starport push is going to get it done on Ultra Love to close out this series and win this out. That was a yeah, let's just go back to it because we have the power to do this. Let's just go back and look at the breakout from Clem, because I really think it was almost, I understand it's like, this is a threatening position, but like, let's just pause it right here. What's being threatened? Your reactor? There's more units coming over, and it is scary once the Liberator gets there, so Clem is on a bit of a timer. The problem is these Ravens really struggle to kind of get involved properly. This tank did so much damage because it never got Matrix. I think we probably misclicked the Matrix on that tank. Let's see, so the Ravens come in, they have what? They have... I hate this overlay. You can't see how much energy things have. Ah, that's so dumb. Hang on, I just pressed the stop button and now it won't go away. How much energy I can't see how much energy the Ravens have. Maybe he actually only has enough for a couple matrices. But you fly in, the Marines are in a good position to hit the Ravens straight away. These tanks should have been sieged right now as well. They fire a couple of times, not doing much else. We're going to matrix once. It's very difficult to matrix this other tank because it's covered. That Raven on the top side goes down. We do drop another matrix. I really feel like you dropped more than that there. I feel like in this moment, these Ravens could have absolutely dropped a little bit more. Yeah, auto turret on each of these Ravens could have been huge. This is actually a game where an auto turret or two extra could have made a big deal, and you just never got them off. That could have made a massive difference, right? If you drop those couple auto turrets down right there. Yeah, this was an absolutely breakable position. Yeah, this was 100% a position you could have broken out of. It was just not a clean breakout. If he hits both these Matrix and the Matrix in the back and one auto turret, I think he's done it. Like I think he does it, but yeah, this tank does so much damage during all of this. This tank basically kills every Marine, and it kills this tank in the front, which is obviously huge. GG's, and ByuN gets the push done. All right, Clem unable to break out, and ByuN gets the 3-2 victory in this one, as we are going to go to Hero versus MaxPax. Gonna get this ready to rumble and get this going. This was not a position that could have been broken by Clem. I mean, I disagree. I think you could have very easily just seen how the Ravens would have made all the world of difference there if they were used a little bit better. I don't know. I think it's the correct moment to break out from Clem as well, because it's before the Liberators get there. You can't do anything to stop. You know, you can't do anything to stop the siege because your build doesn't stop the siege, right? You can't stop the siege before it gets there. So you can't stop it early. But getting out with the units before reinforcements and the Liberators get there, I think it was the right kind of timing. I think it was absolutely possible. I think it was absolutely possible. Alright, players are readying up for MaxPax and Hero. As we are going to head into our second quarterfinal of the day. ByuN moves into the semis. The winner of that will take on... ByuN will take on the winner of this series now, MaxPax and Hero. So we're going to have MaxPax versus Hero, then Cure versus Shin, then ByuN versus MaxPax/Hero, and our grand finals. That is the set of matches coming up as we get going on Ultra Love, and we get ready to break into another game, another series of StarCraft 2. Great first match of the day. ByuN comes out on top against Clem once again, as we have in the bottom left hand side the red Protoss player, MaxPax. He cleared through Trap yesterday to make it into this quarterfinal. He actually did have some moments of weakness against Trap. Trap made some mistakes himself and was not able to fully capitalize. I mean, when you're playing against MaxPax, you've got to capitalize when the opportunities are there. And this is the kind of guy that can do it. In the top right, a blue Protoss player. This is Hero. MaxPax will be our lone non-Korean remaining in the tournament. Can he make a run all the way through? I would say he probably becomes the favorite to win right now. Yo, TWS 3000, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Pop-up denial. Hell yeah, thank you so much. As that probe comes down, gets a bit of patrol going. How's that couple probe's gonna go? Nibbling. Pro's gonna nibble. Cybercore's coming up. Obviously, this is a map with a ramp, so this gateway on the ramp and the expansion is not really too surprising of a factor to start us out here as we continue through. The probe is going to keep on nibbling. You see the batteries coming up. This is something which MaxPax continues to enjoy doing. It's going to be seen our Zealot going to swipe away. A couple Stalkers going for the battery. We had a lot of discussion about what the best thing to do about this is, and with Harsam the other day, and someone in chat was like, what if you actually just shoot the structures because Stalkers do bonus damage to armored things? And this is exactly what Hero is doing this time. He's going to kill off the battery. He's now going to turn onto the Zealot after the pylon goes up to re-wall. Now the battery is going to go down. In fact, sorry, the Adept is going to get through anyways. The Adept is going to hit the main. Adept going to fire a couple of probes going down. Stalker's going to flare up as well. Just going to be seeing the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to produce. Adept first finally get cleaned out as the Stalkers get back onto the map. Twilight Council will start. The Oracle comes over once more and just again checks out what's happening in this main base. It will actually activate for the battery. Not going to go for the Stasis Ward as expected. Hero has held this off well so far. 6-worker lead for him. And Stalker warps in. The Adept going to show up as well. We're going to go really target fire down this battery. Oracle will have energy left to kill a couple probes after. Oh my goodness. He's actually target firing the Stalker now. Oh my god, well, that's wild. Oh, Hero got caught by a Stasis Ward across the map as well, so those Stalkers can't do much. They could have had a good moment here to get in and do damage, but that's a lot of time bought. That Stasis is absolutely huge. Hero starting to blink back at home as MaxPax tries to get to the Void Ray to help him out defensively. His Nex is only just finishing, so he's on a serious economic disadvantage. And look how good this would have been. This battery, like so much time bought as that Stalker actually missteps forward as well. It will go down. We're going to get a couple more probes here. I mean, MaxPax is in no position to be losing probes at the moment. We're going to recall home his heroes. The Void Ray is coming out. I mean, it's a 9-worker lead for Hero. He's going to finish off that battery as well. And that will be kind of that, I think. Little Stalker still pinging. The blink coming through. Probes coming up on both sides. Twilight Council building on the bottom left as well. Four probes killed by the Oracles is really nice, because MaxPax has to do something to bring himself back in this game. He's later on Blink. He's actually going to be the first to add gateways, because Hero's building a third. So Hero's going to try and get away with going to a third base with the advantage. And MaxPax is going to build gates. I think Max's best choice might just be to get Stalkers up and just go and try and kill Hero. Because Hero's being very greedy. If you don't do something about this, Hero is going to really, explode in terms of his advantage in the near future. Gateways drop down, a few more gates coming up. Robot facility still producing, the blink coming by. Shot, all coming about. The extra gates in the forge coming through. Probes coming about, the blink on the way in. A couple of gateways coming up. Let's take a few moments here for Hero and MaxPax to settle. I mean, Hero has Blink now, but like I say, doesn't really have the gateways to get the numbers going. Yeah, I love that MaxPax adds on 2 more gateways. I think going and trying to kill Hero is your best possible chance of victory. 100% agree with the decision. Extra Stalkers warping in. This is going to give MaxPax still a Stalker deficit, but obviously Hero has some Stalkers elsewhere because of the fact that he's got to play the defense a little bit as well. He's got to defend the main and so on, so... blinking forward. That's such a dangerous blink, by the way. If that goes onto the stasis ward, that is potentially game ending. He doesn't even get the Void Ray out of it. A couple more units showing up. Energy overcharge used to recharge the battery. Now chasing, we might be able to get this Void Ray, and we do. So now it's just a Stalker on Stalker fight. I think Hero's done this, guys. I think he does just have enough to defend. I don't hate the decision that MaxPax made. Like I say, I think it's the correct choice. He can still play for the stasis ward here. If Hero gets over-aggressive and blinks onto the stasis, that is a way MaxPax can still do maybe more damage and win this, but I think Hero is going to be in a very good spot here. As those Stalkers come up this ramp, a few shots will go off on either side, +1 attack coming through from Hero as well. There's the stasis! Only on 2 Stalkers though, so not really all too terrible. This Oracle gets pinged back, the other Oracle on the naturals, trying to keep some Stalkers busy as well. MaxPax has a ton of Stalkers right here and right now. Again, this is the value of those Oracles, keeping Stalkers out of position. There's some very good blink control as well. MaxPax can really get the most out of these units. A couple Stalkers on the back here will pop in a moment. They're going to be easy targets, and MaxPax actually has to blink away, so Hero gets to save them. Now Hero, I think, is confident enough to go chasing down this ramp and trying to get a few more kills. Obviously, MaxPax wanted to get back to a reinforcement wave. We are going to see a massive stasis in the main base as the Oracle's obviously doing damage because they're going unchecked. Hero had to pull all of his Stalkers here to take this fight, and I mean, I think he's going to get there eventually, but man, this was very scary, especially as you consider right now one of your bases is just not mining because of the stasis. So he's going to get enough done, get rid of this pylon, and get +1 and a prism on the way. He's going to have so many options. Hero kind of showing us why MaxPax is always a threat, because even when MaxPax is in a very difficult position, he makes so many good decisions to put himself in a better spot and to give himself a shot at winning the game still, which is very, very fun to see as our Stalkers continuing down to the bottom. Stargate setting up. The Oracle going to set up a stasis ward in the front here as well. A couple more Stalkers warp in for MaxPax. And let's continue down the bottom left. Oh, stasis catches a bunch of Stalkers, and the prism gets blinked on. Doesn't go down. He is going to have to just... I think the prism does die eventually. He's going to have another blink in a moment. Oh, it's going to get blocked. Just about got into reach of where it needed to be. It's so funny, man. Killing MaxPax is such a difficult affair. Jonas, I'm happy to see Hero kind of found a good answer to that kind of battery rush, though. So many people have struggled against that against MaxPax. So Hero actually getting a bit of an answer was nice to see, as now Hero has the Stalker advantage. He's just going to blink in aggressively. Target fire Stalkers down one by one. And, I mean, the Oracle's going to pop a Revelation. That's not going to really change anything. We start to kill probes. You blink out into a Stasis Ward because, yeah, nothing is simple when you're playing MaxPax. But, yeah, this is going to be Hero with enough of an edge to take game number 1. That's definitely a bit of an upset because I know a lot of people saw them in the chat, you know, saying MaxPax the favorite. I said MaxPax was the favorite as well, I think. Coming out of that Clem loss. We're favorite to win it all, even, not just this series, but he was going to come in and put himself a game up in this series. Definitely setting himself up for success. And like I say, showing us that he's comfortable against one of the things that MaxPax has been enjoying doing recently, which is that kind of battery rush in 1 gate versus 1 gate. That's definitely going to make MaxPax reconsider going for that approach once more in this matchup because Hero did so well against it, so it doesn't really make sense to try and do that one a second time. Guys, as we host in game 2, I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much for joining us today. This is a WardiTV tournament, so we're going to have a little sellout section where I'm going to tell you guys that if you are enjoying the tournament and you want to see more events like this one, do consider supporting the channels and the streams because these things help us. You know, these events happen because you guys support. These events do not happen without you guys supporting. So do consider supporting, whether that's a Prime sub on Twitch or, you know, even if it's just a follow or you know, gifting some subs if you're feeling super generous or donating or whatever. All of it goes a long way. You can also check out the Patreon page. 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools. So you can check out patreon.com/WardiTV as well. And obviously if you're on the YouTube, super simple as well. You can obviously follow the rest of the advice, but you can also like the video. That helps us out a whole bunch. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. That also helps us out a whole bunch. All of that allows us to, like I say, keep on running more StarCraft 2, more tournaments, more content, and keep you guys entertained with the SC2 on pretty much a daily basis. So do check out those options. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Haddock06 for the Prime sub for 3 months coming in. And also, Son of Hisashi coming in with the 5 gifted subs going out to Upper Tree, FMAK33, Hurinian, Hun Travel, and Ato23. Thank you so much, Son of Hisashi, for the gifted subs. Thank you so much for your generosity. And also, Meroyex coming in with the 7-month resub on the Prime to round out a little flurry of love coming out of the little sellout section. Thank you so much, guys. Would love to try and push up towards 900 subs a little bit before Home Story Cup. Just keep us comfortable moving into December and again allow us to run as much StarCraft 2 as possible. We do have big plans for December. We are going to be bringing back the $2,000 to $2,500 WardiTV Christmas Day games. So if you're looking for some StarCraft 2 on Christmas Day, watch 8 of the best players in the world playing against each other. Usually about 7-8 hours of content. That will be coming back once again. That will be making its return. So that's WardiTV Christmas Day games guaranteed this year. We're also going to be having WardiTV Mondays continuing throughout December. Apart from the one Monday after Home Story Cup. So that's 4 more WardiTV Mondays guaranteed as well. And then we're also going to be having the WardiTV Christmas Invitational making its return. That's going to be about a $2,000 tournament as well. So we're already looking at about $6,000 to $7,000 of tournaments guaranteed throughout December, plus $1,200 of team game tournaments actually. So we're at like 8 to 9K dollars in December of prize money. We can't do that without your support, so keep on subbing, keep on supporting. It really does go a long way. It helps us to run these things. It allows us to do so much more as MaxPax gets the gas steal on Hero, who does throw down the expansion. And thank you, Kaloff1, 41-month resub, and Snoop088 on the 1-year resub as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Simulator finishes, probe chasing another probe around. Stargate will drop in from MaxPax in the main base. As the probe continues to come about here, again, that is Simulator. Just going to be blocked, and like I said, it's a little awkward because, yeah, you're expanding quickly. I mean, we'll see what Hero can do with this fast expansion. This is Hero playing like MaxPax almost. Even greedier, though. Literally just a 1-gate expand, no Stargate in sight. And now MaxPax can build an Oracle straight away. You can start to harass with that. And any tech that Hero wants is going to be delayed because he can only have 1 gas. He would have had a 2nd gas by now. Instead, you're going to have to take the 2nd gas down here. That is much slower. So that is definitely a factor to consider as we continue our way through these early stages of game number 2. First Oracle does start up. Get that on the way. Certainly Adept going to take some of the Stalker attention. There is the Adept just going to shade toward the main, and it's actually going to get in as well, so was allowed in. There is a battery there, though, which is good enough against the Adept, but if you start to drain the battery energy, that's a factor when the Oracle shows up, right? There's definitely a factor. Pelicans are building up. Again, Nexus on the way through. Stalker and Warp Gate coming up as well. Oracle continues up to the top side, and again, we just have ourselves the Twilight Council finishing in just a few moments. Oracle flies into the main. And he's actually going to drop a Stasis Ward down. 2 Stalkers should be able to get that, but they actually hesitated. And that hesitation costs you the kill. So that Stasis Ward pops is going to grab a whole bunch of units. As Yo, Kalov, thank you so much. Going beyond your own sub and gifting out 5 to Karada, X Dandalf, T-Dubs04, in for Fox, and Unnamed Tory. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs, as MaxPax will finally play cleanup on his simulator. Even going to kick off the hype train here during our second series of the day. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the hype train. Choo-choo, get aboard. Guys, perfect time to drop your prime subs. Get yourself a hype chest, unlock an amazing emote that I'm sure you're going to use on repeat, basically. Hell yeah. Okay, I tried to sell out the hype train, guys. It's not easy to convince people to support just because there's a bar at the top of the screen, okay? I tried. I did my best. Blink on the way up on both sides. Did you have the Dark Shrine coming through on MaxPax side of things? That Dark Shrine is building. A couple of pylons and the assimilator come up as well. Probes in production. A couple more Stalkers will come out on the natural too. The Stalkers continuing by. The Nexus building up from Hero currently. Stalker's going to pull back to the upper right. The Oracle is going to settle down there as well. And another couple of units, an Adept, a Zealot, and Stalkers all producing and running towards the upper right-hand side. So, into the top right we go. The Stasis Ward will be positioned. If you walk down or blink into that as a hero, you're going to have a bad time. As maybe the hope of MaxPax, but he actually has enough to take this fight initially. Comes up. Yeah, the extra Stalkers coming from the natural, though, so he doesn't have enough. We blink forwards. Again, needs to be careful not to chase too far into the stasis. Blink available. Don't blink into it. Ah! Even worse, he blinked half the Stalkers, but not the rest. The rest are on cooldown, so I guess they're going to get out of that. The stasis one in the main base is going to go off again. Oh, my goodness. He keeps trying to target down the stasis, and it keeps going off at the end of its tether. Hero continue to take damage here as the Adept is moving through. The Stalkers just get into the natural because, again, this is a repercussion of the Stalkers getting held up over here. We're going to try and blink in the main and miss. I don't know if that was an attempt to blink in the main or just an attempt to blink towards these units, as 5 probes have gone down. A couple Stalkers as well. The Stasis Ward was massive. Even have a Stalker that's caught in a stasis here, apparently. Oh my god. And now DT show up and the Robo facility gets depowered and the Observer's not out. GG, oh my goodness. What a string of events from MaxPax. Talk about just disaster for Hero. That could not have gone more wrong for him over the last minute of this game. How to lose a PvP by Hero. Literally, how to lose a PvP by Hero. How to not win. You can say this is a Warp and Stalker? Yeah, you can. As MaxPax is going to tie this series up 1-1, so we do get tied up in the PvP. We'll head into our Game 3 on ley lines here in just a couple of moments. Again, thank you for all the subs and support on Twitch, guys. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Players are ready, and like I say, there's definitely no delays between these two. They are ready to just go, go, go. So we're going to get into this next one in just a couple moments. Pick this straight off. And get this underway. Do 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 do. GLHF gets called. Let's kick this off. Let's get this going. In the top right-hand side, our Red Protoss player evening up the series. It is MaxPax. Like I say, showing us how to have a disaster of a match right there. As we get this one going. Here on the bottom left-hand side, as we set on up. Simulars coming through, gateways are producing. We have ourselves the probe, still heading down to the bottom left-hand side as well. Probe's gonna nibble, and we do have, of course, maybe one of the more standard setups here. It's gonna be one gate each, though. With no ramp on the natural, Hero is going to match MaxPax in his game plan. Which is obviously just not really the norm, you know? It's just not really the norm at all. Hence the pylon probe going to take a nibble. Yo, Kurimasago, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs as well. Oh my goodness, that's like our 3rd set of 5 gifted subs today. In the last 20 minutes, even. Holy. Going out to Sticks on Fire 420, Zown9999, Calavoir, Zero Hakotel 77, and Mr. Munchy Tuna. Thank you so much, Kurimasago, for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. Really appreciate all the subs and the support. Like I say, would love to try and push toward 900 a little bit just before Home Story Cup to give us a bit of a buffer going into December and while we don't stream for a week because of Home Story Cup. So yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next is coming through from Hero. Stalker coming up. The Warp Gate is on the way in. Get this settled down. Adept going to come over, the Stalkers are going to be there, and they're going to be able to jump on the Adept, so Hero is going to actually lose the probe. I love that he recognizes the probe's going to die, so he turns it onto the Adept just to get some extra damage, just to guarantee. And also it stops the probe chasing the Adept chasing the probe, so it makes the Stalkers easy to stay in range too. Probably doesn't make a difference, but it's like one of those like little what-if moments, and it just takes some of the what-if about the Stalkers killing the Adept away, so yeah, I like that. Cute little move. Oracle of MaxPax heads across to the bottom left-hand side, so going to be coming over. Try to see what will happen. Stasis Ward comes in. It's MaxPax once again to be the Stasis Ward champ. That Stasis just pops again, man. Hero, okay. Crazy suggestion. What if we stop trying to kill the stasis wards and we just run away? Thoughts? Like what? What if we just accept that we're not getting rid of the stasis wards at all, and we just run away? You know? Could make a highlight reel out of this series for stasis wards, man. Bam! Again, another one. Just non-stop. Thing coming up, Stasis Ward is going to finish. Catches. I don't even know what to tell you guys. I mean, you don't see that many Stasis Wards ever connecting. I mean, that's so much income lost from Hero. Look at the income lead from MaxPax. That's purely off of Stasis Wards. Hero has more workers. Look, it's dropping back down. All of that was just Stasis Wards. Hero comes into the middle of the map. Guardian Shield up for him is actually a pretty nice advantage. He will trade a couple Stalkers to get the Void Ray. It's interesting because the Void Ray doesn't translate as well later into the game. So it's like you kind of win that fight still as MaxPax, especially because Hero doesn't have the economy to come across the map aggressively. You have a way faster blink as well. Hero's going to be without that blink for a significant amount of time. How many workers trapped in a stasis make it work the stasis instead of having the Oracle just kill the workers? I mean, it's basically just a case of it's always worth stasis warden if there's a battery and you only have one Oracle, right? Because if you only have one Oracle and there's a battery, it's just going to take you way too long. If there's no battery, you always kill workers. Killing workers is better than stasis warding. Like, maybe not if you get one worker versus a full stasis ward, but the thing is, if you get a full stasis, like a full mineral line stasis, you would have killed so many probes if you just activated the pulsar beam, you know? Because, like, the response is the same. Pull the probes the hell away and get an answer to the Oracle in position. So if you hit a massive stasis ward, it's because your opponent messed up. The stasis ward almost will always have done less. So it's really just stasis ward if there's a battery in place. As our Stalkers will continue to fight here. Sentry has the Guardian Shield up. Good micro from Hero. Don't walk into the stasis ward, Hero. I've seen too many. Please don't do it! Stop! It's walking into... Can someone just, like, make a quick edit of the, of, like, a stasis ward with, like, a cup or, like, a crown on it or something? Like, just take a screenshot of this right here and just put a crown and a trophy next to it. We'll just call it the WardiTV November Champion, because that's the way that this series is going at the very least. Stasis wards are about to advance to their very first semi-final of all time. Holy goodness. Stasis ward set off the winning game too. This entire game has just been stasis wards. Hero has an okay army right now. He just got to go. Because he's got the 3 Immortals, and the 3 Immortals is extremely good. The Prism on the way, but you don't really have time to wait around, so you just got to go. Problem with that is going to be the Force Fields buy a lot of time on the side of Hero. On the side of MaxPax, sorry, and like I say, Hero just doesn't have time. He's just got to send it. Oh my god, he killed a Stasis Ward! This is rough without a Prism. If the Prism was already here, I'd be such a believer. Obviously, you can pull probes as well. MaxPax can lose a lot of probes, and this is still worth it for him, right? Since Hero's army was, like I say, powerful because of the Immortals, but he kind of needs the Prism support, and the Prism's back at home helping deal with the Adepts. Probes around that Immortal, and MaxPax still has a 20 worker lead at the end of this because he's been killing a few probes himself. Hero didn't even kill that many probes on this attack. It looked like he might have killed a few, but didn't really go down. +1 attack coming up on the forge. Our Stalker's still gathering. Hero down in supply, down in a lot of workers, and that's the thing, because he's down so many workers, MaxPax doesn't need to do anything. He just sits there, plays defense, lets upgrades roll in, and he's good. You know, Hero is the one that has to make plays. Fortunately for Hero, this might be the strongest part of the game because there's no Oracles left, so there's no Stasis Wards anymore. Maybe this is where Hero goes Super Saiyan. No Stasis Wards, he's suddenly the best player in the world. A couple of Zealots running on the third base, just a little counter off the gateway from MaxPax. I don't even think that's necessary, but it's one of those, like, why not? 2 Zealots probably don't make the difference over here. Prism goes down. And the Zealots are definitely causing a bit of an issue from Hero, just kind of holding up the opponent's units, but yeah, now some Zealots got onto that Immortal. And MaxPax is just in a little bit of trouble army supply-wise. I really tend to just say that he should be fine with continued warp-ins, but he is struggling a little bit right here and now. Second Immortal shows up. Man, if there was a Prism here still, I mean, honestly, getting rid of that Prism is a game-saving move from MaxPax because that Prism really feels as though if that Prism had been here, this would have been a different situation. Observer goes down. I guess this was so good about MaxPax. He knows how he can lose the game still, and so he identifies the way, or the most likely ways to lose, such as really good Prism Micro, and he just removes it, right? You get rid of that Prism Micro potential, boom, you're good, right? Pulled back again. 3 Immortals are powerful, but now we're going to get force fielded in. And those Immortals cannot stand the test of the Zealots. GG's. MaxPax 2, Hero 1. In this best of 5, MaxPax going to take the lead of this series as the Stasis Wards were truly the game winners. I mean, honestly, like, this game was close with all the Stasis Wards. Imagine the Stasis Wards weren't so good. Hero would have won this, you know? Like, that's how much of a difference they made in the end. The game was surprisingly close for how many Stasis Wards went down. Madness. Game 4 coming up, guys. Alright, let's jump in game, guys. So just replying to someone quickly. Let's go, as we have in the bottom right. I read Protoss player. This is going to be up 2-1 MaxPax. Hero's trying to play MaxPax at his own game in terms of the way he's expanding and so on, but, well, that part's actually fine. Time to stop making the mistakes, alright? Time to get into a better position against those Stasis Wards. Time to stop letting the little things get to you. He played such a great game 1. And honestly, a good start of game 2, and it's just been disaster after disaster. I mean, honestly, that game 2 really was like a speedrun guide on how to lose a PvP. I should change my first name to Stasis, yeah? Stasis Ward. Ay. Yeah, the Stasis Ward, life's a good one. Never get the Stasis Wardies cast as Civil War champions. Okay, we're coming up. Assembler is building. 2 gates from Hero. He's done. He's just gonna go back to the plain old normal PvP. He's done trying to play MaxPax and MaxPax's games. Stasis Wardy emote when? Do we not have a Stasis Ward emote? I guess we probably don't. Stasis Wards are a very unexciting thing to have an emote for, I guess. You know, honestly, I'm just surprised people don't use this cute little drone emote more. Well, animated cute blinking drone like this to me is the cutest thing of all time. It never caught on. Like, I'm shocked, honestly. Clearly my chat is not into cute things. Lesson learned, I suppose. That makes sense. That's why they follow my stream. Oh, makes sense. Probe gonna chase a probe. I'm just gonna be having ourselves a couple stalkers coming up, the wolf gate coming through, a sentry building on the other side from MaxPax, who is just on that fast expansion. Hero puts the pylon on the low ground, and we wait to see if he is gonna fast expand or if he is gonna. I mean, I feel like he's gonna drop the Stargate at the very least. He will. He didn't even know it exists. Yeah, I know. I think my channel must be one of the least used, like, the channels that uses the least emotes versus the amount of viewership we have on Twitch. We got ourselves the couple of stories coming across. Hero's going to expand as well, but he's going to expand later. MaxPax adds on gateway number 2. As obviously Hero will have that Stargate to help him out. We'll see if he can, like an Oracle or so, up and start to deal some damage with that or so over the next little bit. The Sentry will be the defense, plus the Stalkers popping out is going to be enough to hold those 2 Stalkers off. Just a hallucination here from MaxPax as he continues to pick up information. An Oracle building, Stargate in the main base. Won't get coming through. There's a Twilight Council from Hero on the follow-up, so he's going to be quick to go Twilight. MaxPax will see it instantly with the hallucination. I wonder if that changes what MaxPax does off the Stargate. Probably just gets a Void Ray and then goes from there. Yeah, throws his own Twilight Council down too. Actually gonna get the Phoenix out just to help deal with the Oracle. There's definitely a couple of probes on this far side that can be hit by the Oracle, right? Yeah. Oh, he actually got 3 probes. I was gonna say, Hero's like, man, I saw the stasis ward ability in the last game against me. God, it was good. And he was gonna be like, what? You can just pull the probes away and only one of them gets caught? No way! It's like, this shit isn't OP. Oracle on the way. MaxPax is going to have detection available. Not the most reliable of detection, but detection at least in some, to some extent. Because that Dark Shrine comes up here from Hero, so we get that into play. A couple of Oracles coming around that right-hand side. We'll see what the Oracle actually does from MaxPax, because yeah, if it goes across the map, it's very possible you just still will not have detection at home. And of course, detection, like I say, Oracle can only revelate one place at a time. If the DTs do a good enough job of splitting up, then that's still a factor, right? Sentry is very important here too. It could force field out the DTs and buy you the time needed to get another Oracle up. Good job from Hero. The Oracles do 8 probes of damage. He's about to lose like 4 probes himself though, so... yeah, he just wasn't in position with those Stalkers, unfortunately. Phoenix chasing his Oracle. Do not lead that Phoenix into the Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine done, by the way. Hero. Gonna warp in 1 DT. Like, the Oracle's across the map still. And the UNs are moving out. MaxPax, does he see the shimmer? I don't think he'll be watching right there. Yeah, this is very bad for MaxPax. Like I said, you've got detection from the Oracle, but it's limited. As this DT runs in, gonna go up to the main. The other DT will hit the natural. Yeah, it's just gonna be so tough at this point to kind of consistently, recall home, but even then you can only drop 1 Revelation immediately, right? So the DT in the main is gonna be huge still. Should already have another DT warping in, I think, because then the next DT will arrive as the next Revelation goes down, because Revelation's on a cooldown. It's not just about energy, it's about the cooldown. So you could have another DT arriving in the natural now and getting even more damage done. I mean, this has already been good from Hero, don't get me wrong. 10 workers, a lot of workers had to move to the low ground, so that's mining time lost. It is interesting, actually, because obviously nowadays the Oracle energy is not as much of an issue, so it really is just the Revelation cooldown, which is less of a holdback, because you can energy overcharge if you need the energy. Oracle's going to go over there, hits that Revelation. DT will just run to the corner as the next DT gets in the natural, and that will be more probes going down. Hero continuing to get kills here. A couple of workers. DT dots away, but MaxPax with some sharp eyes is going to see it. We get another couple of probes still as the Stalkers play the chase down game. Takes a little while. We have 3 more workers after the Revelation went off. So that is nice to be able to get so much there. Hero's just going to come across the map. He does not have a fear of being kind of held back by DTs because the Revelation can detect. So he doesn't die to DTs while attacking. Hero does not have Blink. I mean, Hero has a way worse arm. Cannons are not going to be finished either as this Oracle's going to have to set up. Stalker's kind of getting a little bit of surround. Stasis Ward on the high ground. Then the probes do some work. You can obviously lose some workers right now and be okay. The Stasis Ward. It's just... it's just not even funny anymore. He puts his own Stasis Ward down. He's still in a fine position, but man, like, it gives MaxPax so much more of a chance to do damage and to actually get something done here. Hero is on his way to Blink. Without Blink, it's still a very difficult trade, actually. And he is still fighting over here as well. 17 army to the 33, losing the gateway and the Dark Shrine across the map. I mean, if MaxPax had all these Stalkers over on this side, I think Hero might have just died. Why was that funny? Yeah, you kind of had to watch the last 2 games already, and you would probably get it. TLDR, Hero has walked into Stasis Wards all day long. Like, Stasis Wards literally lost him the last game. They pretty much lost him the game before. There's not been a single Stasis Ward of MaxPax that's only caught, like, a Stalker or a Probe. Every Stasis Ward has been hugely influential. Oh my god! MaxPax's gonna rub it in his face. He's like, look, you can do this. You can just blink away from it, bro. Probes are going to pull for the defense, but Hero does not have a lot of stuff right now as he's going to try and chase these Stalkers back. MaxPax might actually win this right here because I just don't think Hero's actually going to stabilize with enough stuff. He's going to pull the probes. There's going to be a worker deficit for him coming out of this one. Battery is going to finish on this base, barely in time. Stalkers blink up. The Oracle nearby to help out as well. A couple Stalkers in the back aren't going to do much either. And Hero did so much, but he just did not have the army supply to fight. His blink was so late because of the Dark Shrine. As the Stalkers will continue to trade, MaxPax, I do think, just wins this game. Gonna blink down. You know what? I'll take that one as well. 2 stasis for 1 Stalker. It's just amazing the difference in this game as the Oracle will die for Hero, and we obviously have 2 stasis wards down here as well to help Hero just kind of back up into. No! Sorry, for MaxPax to back up into. Hero actually nearly walked into that stasis ward there. Which would have just been even more devastating. No, stop, Hero, please. Like at this point, he's almost got to be trolling, man. Like. Oh man, there's so many stasis wards going on for MaxPax. Extra Stalkers continuing through. The Stalkers come back over. We are going to once again have to pull probes. Hero is continuing to make a valiant effort of defending, but the numbers just are not there for him. The game is absolutely swinging in MaxPax's favor. He will get himself charged behind this. A couple more probes. Nexus coming through as well. The Stalkers will be there to push the other probes back and away. Stalkers gather, Observer overhead. Again, Nexus, Gateways, Forge, all continuing to produce. There's a few more Stalkers coming up also. The Oracle on the bottom side from MaxPax trying to see what it can do for a little bit. Stalkers going to continue to play the trading game as we actually blink forward for a sentry, so we're going to take that out. The Stalkers blink back across as well. Gonna don't do it, please. Oh, he had detection. Oh my goodness. He actually could see that stasis ward. He actually killed one. Guys, it happened. He gets rid of his stasis ward and nothing died to it. Oh. Alright, sorry guys. So, I mean, Hero, like I say, has honestly done a valiant effort of stabilizing, but again, you're against a 4th base. +1 on the way, charge done, Dark Shrine building, extra gateways coming online. So many reasons why MaxPax is ahead in this game now. This MaxPax will just come across with Stalkers only a game, but like I say, he has so many more options, so many more chances to continue through. Going to drop a little stasis down. Stalker's going to press up. Sentry's going to get caught on the way down to the bottom. Not sure where they're heading to, but MaxPax is continuing to look for good fights. Hero will blink forward to get a kill. Going to take some damage in return. So the Sentry goes down. The Stalker's still taking shots. Again, MaxPax can just blink away and use the stasis wards as a little bit of a defense here. Obviously stops his opponent from really chasing him down in the meantime. So now we're going to go and jump toward the natural. Obviously, we can poke up there if Hero just tried to blink a Stalker into the stasis ward and he missed. it's really taking my. It's really amusing me how much he's struggling versus the stasis wards. It's not even. That's not even funny anymore. I just can't stop giggling. Hey, 1 Stalker only as Hero is. Okay. Prism just goes down from here as well. Not even sure what that was up to. As we continue to just play the trading game. MaxPax, by the way, could also win this game without purely Blink Stalkers. He could warp in some Zealots. That would probably just be a very good move for him right now, but he seems to be making something of a point as our Stalkers continue to pull back, blink away. Observer still overhead as the Stalkers. I mean, oh, look, the Zealots! MaxPax is like, okay, I'm bored of just winning this with Stalkers. Look, I've got Zealots too. I've got an upgrade lead. GG. Stasis Wards advance to the semi-final of the WardiTV November. Unfortunately, they cannot represent themselves in the semi-final, so MaxPax will represent them. But they was, in fact, the Stasis Wards that have officially advanced in the bracket, guys. So the Stasis Wards go to the semi-final. That was a, I'm sure a very frustrating experience for Hero, but absolutely hilarious when, you know when just one thing after the other just keeps happening. Like, it just wasn't Hero's day, especially against those Stasis Wards. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Alrighty, guys, how are we doing? Hello and welcome to the stream if you just tuned in. A little bit of a silly ending to that cast because that's just the way it was going. MaxPax advances to play against ByuN in the semifinals, but first up, we're going to have Cure versus Shin. Let me find Cure. Look at that going. I guess I'm actually going to go to a break stream quickly here, guys. I'm just going to go nip to the bathroom and stuff, so do not go too far. More StarCraft 2's on the way. We've got Shin versus Cure, ByuN versus MaxPax, and the grand final still to come. 3 awesome best of 5s coming your way today on the WardiTV November final day. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting as well. And I will see you guys after this quick break for more StarCraft 2. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you so much for being here. Staying through the break as we ready ourselves into Shin Cure TVZ Best of 5 action coming up next. Get that ready to roll. Hi. Hello, go. Shin gonna pick the first map here. It's gonna be ley lines. This map's very popular. It's picked a lot from both races, I think, or from all races. I'll get this one started up. Shin will pick the first map. Cure will pick maps 2 and 3. Shin will pick maps 4 and 5. One map left at the end. Alright, second map Amygdala, third map El Dorado, fourth map will be Snowpiercer, and the fifth map Ultralove. The one not played in this series will be the one I've not named. What's the other one that I've not named, guys? What's the other map? Airlines, Amygdala, El Dorado, Snowpiercer, Ultralove. Whispers of Gold. I'm not going to see Whispers of Gold in this series. Alright, 6 casters, we're good to go. Shin Q starting up right now. Sorry guys, my voice is cracking a bit from having the giggles, apparently. Apologies. Do 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 do. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start off with our red Terran player as we get into our first of 2 semi-finals today. Naturally, there's only 2 semi-finals, but yeah, we got the finals coming up after that as well, of course. But to start us off in the first semi-final, it is going to be the red Terran player from Team Liquid Cure taking on the Zerg that is on fire as of late, and in this tournament as well is Shin. His results so far: 3-0 MaxPax in this tournament, 3-0 Showtime in this tournament. He did lose to Gumiho 2-0 in the group stage originally, and then got revenge in the tiebreaker, so maybe his EVT is his weakest, but I just don't think that's true. I think Shin's a big favorite coming into this one. He's going to proxy Hatchery for game number 1. He did this against Spirit a little while ago on Ultralove, and it was an absolutely hilarious game where the Queen microed and managed to snipe the final Marine, and that was a very fun game, actually. So Hatchery proxy and Cure. Cure is not going to see what's up as he does not SCV scout, so he does not see what's going on at all for a little bit. And yeah, this Hatchery is going to get to come online, and we're going to get to settle in with that for a little while. Obviously, the longer Cure doesn't see this, the less time he has to respond to it when we get to the important part of it, so that should become a factor. Extractor goes down. Again, a Hatchery on the natural as well. Now the pool. It's going to be a long time until Shin can do anything else, but it's going to be a massive amount of time before Kyo can clean this up. This natural is going to be blocked for a long time. The bunker starting already, because Kyo also currently doesn't know if this is a super aggressive Hatchery, like there's a pool built instead of a Hatchery back at home and a road drawing on the way. So because he didn't SCV scout, he's missing the information to make the read that this hatch is not super threatening. But yeah, in this case, it's definitely a big case of this SCV nibbling up at the hatch, and we go from there for a little bit. Having ourselves the command center coming through, the factory building up, a couple queens and lings coming over as well. That's where we're going to hop into the main base, and a couple of drones are going to get blasted around. Drone actually turns around to fight the Reaper. We're going to lose one drone, so hey, we have no units here just yet. Feel the first lings on the way. That drone will become a spore crawler. Lings will start a chase. Actually a nice place to build the spore because it acts as a bit of a wall for a few moments. Just the queen building over here. If you can get some creep tumors down for some scans, that would be incredible. Obviously, we do have the potential to build lings off that hatchery as well to help out Shin's proxy hatchery. We'll continue to develop while also still poking away over here. It will go down over in the corner. Speed coming up. A few drones and a couple overlords coming about. The lings moving at the front as well. Marines continuing after the queen. Queen pulls back. Hatchery will get jumped on. Yeah, those Marines kind of coming out at the front there. Hatchery continue to move around a little bit. Just going to see the ling speed halfway done. Extra lings and the OVs building up as well. The drone's coming about. Going to keep spreading the creep. If we can spread the creep back out to kind of leave this base, that would be incredible. Going to have 3 tumors here in a moment. Right now, that's all kind of hit by 1 scan, but we're getting to the point where a single scan will not get rid of all the tumors. The lings are going to go for the bunker while the broodlings are here. With the extra damage from the broodlings, can we actually get the bunker? Yes. Can we then kill the Marines? We're going to go for it. Yes, we will. All the Marines go down, and Shin is going to kill all of the units in the game for Cuter right there. What a play from Shin, as he is able to bust the bunker. He's able to break through. That just makes it a bit more expensive at the end for Kua, and like I say, also means that this creep gets even further on the map, and this develops into an even better situation for Shin right now. Banshee and cloaking on the way, the couple of Hellions build up as well. He's actually going to have that speed. They're going to get the wraparound initially. Kind of getting broken out. The Hellions are good. Can we finish the Cyclone? No. So close to getting the Cyclone and that Hellion. That would have been huge, but we do not quite make it. More crew team is going down. Like I said, there's still one in the top right-hand side there. So again, you're going to have to put multiple scans out to deal with this. So that's a repercussion from earlier. SCVs do some repairing, but now they're sat on this low ground just chilling. Almost going to land out of position. Actually, we just readjust that. I mean, the creep's going to recede unless... That creep in the corner is still there. Is that going to block the command center by like a hex? It might. That CC is not in position right now. There's the armory coming up, and Kura is going to, kind of Banshee Hellbat attack here and just try and hit it with the counter. And Shin's obviously committed a lot to doing damage and so on, so it may not be ridiculous to think he doesn't have a lot ready to go defensively. More from the Hellbats. I mean, more Lings on the way. This is going to be the real test for Shin. Can he survive this counterattack from Kua? That's why actually kind of giving up those extra Lings to not get the Cyclone, not get that Hellion really come into effect. 11 SCVs going down on the other side of the map as the counterattack goes very well there. The Zerglin's going to return back home from counterattacking and trying to wrap around here to play the cleanup. Cyclone going to go down. The Queens get rid of the first Banshee. Couple Queens left, kiting backwards. Those Hellbats are so low. Two of them in the front have very little health remaining. Can we keep that low HP Queen alive? It's got to go running. Drones are going to go down as they pull in to defend. 9 drones die, but Shin's still up by 14 workers. Utter chaos here in this game number 1. We finally scan to get rid of the creep on the other side. Like I say, those 12 SCV kills are massive. What a huge moment to get rid of some workers just before you can take damage yourself. Hellion's going to get rid of some of the Lings here. We've kept on building Hellions, and Shin is going to drop the Roach Roar now as he's like, okay, that's way more Hellions than I expected to ever play against. I wonder if Wave 2 of this from Kua could actually have an impact. You know, we have a low Queen count at the moment. The Roach Roar's not up. It's still just Lings. I mean, Shin could probably not build those 5 drones and build even more Lings. It is correct to go Roach Roar because we're going to go Factories and Hyperflight Rotors. So we're going to continue with Hellbat, Banshee, and Battle Mech in general. That step up. That Queen's going to have to retreat. Wow. Saves that Queen and actually gets a transfuse on it as well. The few Lings adding some tanking here, protecting the Queens for a little bit. The Hellbat count going down. This looks like a much more comfortable defense this time around. We're even going to get rid of one of the Banshees real quickly too. A couple drones dead. Some more will go down to the splash damage, but this really is a much more comfortable hold. And this time Shin is going to shut Kua down. And I actually think he's going to have enough to take a significant lead at this point in this game 1. That follow-up attack was scary. Isn't going to matter in the end. Cyclone's coming through. SCV's on the way up. We get going. So Banshee's going to find a couple of drones at least, or something on the way for Kua. He's definitely in a bit of a rough spot. Queens obviously don't have their bases fully connected by creeps, so a little bit slow going. drones going down here and there. Game settles for a little bit. Just going to see our Cyclones and Hellions gathering out the front. Obviously now Roach speed comes up. Roaches in general are going to make this a big difference. $11 meters coming through for the Spire. I just kind of like the meters in this scenario as well. Obviously going to be good at hunting down the Banshees, but also there's only 3 Cyclones out, so meters have a lot of potential here as the Banshees move into the main. We'll see these meters spawning right now. Meters start to jump on the Banshees, which will commit through for that Queen. The Banshee's about to run out of energy as well. Not a great time to be out of energy. One goes and hides in the corner. The meters will continue to play chase. That other Banshee is actually the one with the most energy on it, so it can stay cloaked for a little while and protect it. Well, the Meterless up the right-hand side. Missile turret not ready in that natural mineral line. They're going to hit the perfect place. Missile turret is going to get denied. Obviously, can put another SCV on it, and it should finish up. But multiple SCVs will go down. 5 workers killed, but we get a Mutalisk at least. The Cyclone reaching across and getting that kill. Good pick off. Man's lives. We're going to take the forward location here from Kira, so he's just going to expand into the middle of the map as we are nearly maxed out as Shin. Ling, Roach, Muta. Going to have the Bane speed on the way as well. Hive building. This isn't even like a full-on commitment to him. I think Shin's going to be in a pretty good place in this game. We'll see, though. Sometimes you try and bust through and it doesn't work out, so we will find out how this goes next couple of moments. As the Cyclones lock on, the Mutas get turned away. The Overseer getting pushed back as well. Plus 2 missiles and the Bane speed continue to build up for the moment. Shin maxed. Like I say, he's not slowing down because he's obviously just teching up a lot. And the fact he's doing all this with the Mutas out as well, pretty impressive, right? I mean, it kind of shows you maybe the advantage he had early on, because the meters usually slow you down a big chunk in time, kind of in terms of getting to this spot, but it feels like he's getting there in such a, nice, quick manner. Definitely feels very good for Shin as Baneling's morph in. Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager ready to jump on this forward base, which seems extremely under-defended. A single siege tank here. Planetary just finished. There's tanks on the high ground as well. Bane's getting caught up as that base just goes down. So the 4th base denied. Shin's not done. He's just going to keep on attacking up here. He's going to lose a lot of Ling Bane to the Hellions. Yeah, that was maybe a little overcommitted, but at the same time, we are going to still be maxed out. The meters go into the main base now as well. I think you could have just killed the 4th and backed away, but like I say, it's hard to really disagree with the Zerg, who is in such a strong position right now, so we'll sit back and wait it out a little. Cyclones move over. Plus 3 vehicle weapons on the way, plus 2 vehicle plating as well. Additional Cyclones and Hellions all coming out. The greatest Spire starting on the side of Shin. Make that a Spore Crawler as well, so we bring all of that through. A lot of Shin on the map right now as Roach, Ravager, Bane already marched up this direction. I mean, that's a lot of Hellbats. There's a few siege tanks as well. Bane's going to try and come from 2 sides. Kind of need the Banes to live long enough to hit the Hellbats. If you don't get rid of the Hellbats with the Banes, Roach, Ravager will struggle to get through there, and that is Shin going to get pushed back. A couple Vipers on the way. Might be time to start... It might actually be time to start kind of slowing this down a little bit and just kind of teching up a little further. We're actually going to see Vipers coming through, for example. Obviously, the one way you can lose games like this is attacking in again and again and again into bad fights. Give the Terran a road back into the game is something you want to try and stay clear of. The Cyclones chasing there for a little bit. Things continue to move around. See, the Cyclone's going to be there. The Rocks get knocked down. Again, +3 vehicle weapons coming through. Vikings and Thors continue to produce as well. Again, missiles and melee upgrades. Get the 4th base back to Skewer. If Q still steps up, just going to be seeing him actually starting to make a threat in the middle of the map. Could be a better opportunity for Shin to run in. Blinding Clouds go down, hits a lot of the siege tanks. This time the Banes will not go down as quickly. The Thors are in the Blinding Clouds as well. Still trying to roll those Banes through and find good connections with them, and they are going to hit a lot of the Cyclones. Corrosive Vials to finish off some of these final tanks. And that's the kind of fight that Shin is looking for. That's going to do a lot for you. GG is called, and Shin is going to get the first game of this best of 5. Took a little bit of effort in the end, but he got there, and Shin is off to the races in this semi-finals. Yeah, 1 or 2 fights he maybe should have stepped away from and maybe not taken as quickly as he did. But that's okay, as we get ready for game number 2. In a couple of moments, we're going to go to Amygdala for our second map. Trying to find Shin. He's not here yet. We've gained a caster. Love it. Someone's like, oh crap, I woke up late for the WardiTV November event. Sign in, get across here. Run to their PC, jump on and cast. Game number 2. As Go-Go is called. And we head into Amygdala for our second map of this series. Let's go into this. Alright guys, again, hope you're all doing wonderful today. Thank you so much for watching us and joining us and supporting as well. It's been a fun one so far. The start of the semi-finals definitely been a bit of fun too, as we head into the bottom left-hand corner of the map with the blue Zerg player. This is Shin, up 1-0 in our best of 5 semi-final. If Shin wins this, we're guaranteed a non-mirror matchup grand final. Isn't that exciting? I'd kind of love to see a Shin MaxPax final, especially after Shin 3-0'd MaxPax in the group stages. I'd love to see the alterations made from MaxPax to make a return in this series and, to look, better going into a rematch. That's kind of what I'm cheering. I mean, I'm a ByuN fan as well, but that's kind of what I'm cheering for a little bit right now. I think that'd be cool to see. Top right, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. We have ourselves Cure. Alright, well, Inu was the guy that joined, so I'm going to jump onto one of my favorite observer cans to steal. I'll sit back and watch the mini-map a little bit more. Watch the game a little bit more easily. Stretch, actually, I'm not going to sit back. I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit as we get into this game number 2. LCVs. Jumping in that refinery. My throat is not enjoying today. I think my throat's like, yo, you started way too strong. You're meant to do this level of energy like 3 hours in, not at the very start, and now we're 2.5 hours in and we're tired. Ay, ay, ay. Obviously, Battle Mech has been more of a thing on this PTR. I do wonder if that was always the intention from Cure, or just the game started off in a weird way, so he decided to play Battle Mech. An interesting question, right? Let's just see our drone going to pull across to the sides. We set up for a little bit. couple nibbles. The Ling's gonna get a bit of a chase on. The Reaper goes back and forth. To be honest, I just want to see a Stasis Ward win the tournament. Yeah, if the Stasis Wards win, then I can't be upset at that either. Moving about, Link's be coming up, the Overlord's producing, Hatchery coming through as well. Also gonna see our Hatch coming about again, the Starport and the Hellion coming through, a couple of SUVs are coming up. The drones producing from Shin, the Queen's on the way out, the Link speed building. As the Reaper and a couple of Hellions will join up on the natural. Like I said, we'll see if Q wants to play more Battle Mech, or maybe that was just a response to the first game. Obviously, it would not be surprising to see him mix it up across the course of the best of 5 series as well, right? So, say for now, we'll just see where this one heads to. Cloak obviously coming up for the Banshees. Of course, you can just play Hellion Banshee into Bio as well, so that's not really a major indicator. But with the Banshees, it does give you the option of the... yeah, it does give you some of the options. Just going to be seeing the barracks coming up. The Queen's on the way, the Overlords as well. Hellions diving through, and a couple of drones taking some shots. The Queens will be there to push the Reaper Hellion back out for the moment. 2 more Hellions, Banshee on the way, Marine producing, 2 more barracks coming up as well here. It's going to be 3 racks in total. Going to drop the double Evo into the front here from Shin, so got the 2 Evolution Chambers going. A couple of Marines going to be there, whacking away at this Overlord. Overlord takes quite a lot of damage, and oh my goodness, I was going to say he gets away, but no, he does not get away. The Marine gets him last shot. Very rare an Overlord kill becomes so intense, but pretty intense right there. Very nearly not going the way you wanted it to. 1-1 upgrades and stim pack building on the side of Cure. Melee upgrades coming up from Shin. The drones in production. Crypt Tumors, Hatchery, and Extractor coming up as well. Banshee's going to head back to the middle of the map. Still got those melee upgrades coming up here from Shin as well. So melee upgrades coming through. 20 Lings and a few Overlords are going to start out. The Queens make their way up the left-hand side. A few Creep Tumors will start to drop. As those rocks get cleaned up as well, it's going to be a little bit more creep getting put into place. One more hand stim also coming through. The melee upgrades coming online. As again, the Bane Nest is about to finish. The Lair's going to be done soon. Additional Lings in production. Banshee's going to get to work. A couple of those Creep Tumors going down. Melee upgrades still coming about. And drones and Overlords all coming by as we have our attack and armor upgrades building from Cure as well. A couple more depots just going to come across that edge. Shin already working on opening up the middle of the map. Obviously, you know, that does kind of create more space for you as a Zerg, right? More pathways to utilize. It's generally going to give you just more options to flank, surround, and have a good time here. It's around the right, the Medivac still in the center. A couple of Balin Speed still coming up. We got a few more Hydras coming through, a couple of Lings. Even got Groove Spine still coming in as the Marines do take a step toward the Queens. The Lings are quick to get there, and the Marines have to load back into the Medivacs, retreating on the way. for the moment. Bane speed's still coming up. Again, Hydras and drones are coming out. On the top side, it's the Lings that are going to get into action once again. 7 SCVs going down. The tank going to fire up a few times. Hellions are going to be there to shoot. Queens and the Overseer in the center gathering in as our Marine Medevac goes down to the bottom right corner. Going to take a Ling out as we go. Bane actually going to come jumping forwards here. Oh, I love what the Balins can do. Hitting a lot of the Hellbats, and the Marines get chased down. I think the siege tanks are all going to die. Can the Hydra step in against that final tank? No. Last tank lives. We still actually have a few Banes up on the top. Shin taking an explosive start of that fight, but needs another round of Banes up right now. And they're not morphing yet. They only just started. Tank will siege. We are on creep here. No combat shield on these Marines either is a little bit of a shame. They should have a bit more HP. This time with a little bit of a second wave, we will get rid of that tank and push this back for a moment or two at the very least. The Marines, the tank, continue to settle down on the bottom. 2 upgrades coming around, the combat shield coming up. The Great Wall of Depots over here is good. Does not want to deal counterattacks. He just wants to fully focus on this 8 racks push. So far, I mean, already getting rid of some tanks obviously does a lot for Shin because it makes it so much less scary to keep pushing in. If there's multiple tanks firing here, the Banelings end up doing so much less, so much more consistently as well. So yeah, we're obviously just going to get rid of another tank as well. Unfortunately, doesn't siege up in the best of positions. The chase off creep does enable the Marines to get some kills, and the Hydras don't have speed yet as well, so we're going to lose 1, 2, 3 maybe? 4? 5. Oh my goodness, that's quite a lot of Hydras that go down. Yeah, just being off creep without the speed upgrade is costly. Must go Augment's finishing soon as 2-2's about to finish from the Terran. 2-2 is way off from the Zerg, at least plus 2 carapaces nearby. Maybe the more important upgrade because you going to get that on all of your units rather than a melee upgrade that will only be on the Ling Bane. The Hydras will not be receiving an upgrade here. Shin is sending Lings around the map, but like I say, that's a full wall off. We could work our way through it. It's not going to be a quick affair. Or you could just run in toward the natural and shut down some reinforcements. That works as well. You're pressing in over here. Yeah, or just run over this side. Going to cancel the 4th base attempt, so puts Kua in a more committed position for a little bit longer. There's honestly quite a lot of Lings just to cancel the 4th, though. They've forced some lost mine time. They're not going to do too well otherwise. A few more Marines may die, but it's actually still taking some shots. Shin is on 6 bases actually with the gold as well. He does not even need to really hold this bottom side base. Like, if he wants to just give it up, that's okay. And he's going to kind of come to the same conclusion here as well as those drones pull back across to the far left now. Sport racking away. One medevac goes down. Ling's going to storm in over here as we actually knock down the depots with some Banelings, it seems. This time SCVs are going to start dying en masse. They do not pull away. The Marines will clean up some of the Lings there, but the SCVs were left to kind of meet their demise. And unfortunately, the SCVs do not come out of that looking healthy at all. Shin, 45 supply lead at the moment. Maxed out almost versus the 145 of Kua. And just consistently now coming back in with these run-bys. Going to keep Kua looking back at home. Kua had to cancel that 4th base. He's never built another one, so he is all in with this push. And more Banelings are just going to make it more and more difficult for Kua to succeed here. Only 2 siege tanks as well. We know that that's a problem. Let's just spread it out. We're going to see a few more Marines stepping up. I think Bane Hydra are going to start running through. Here we go. Banes are going to run in. The Marines are going to take a lot of damage. Siege tank's going to get jumped on. Bane's going to go in every which direction. And GG's going to get called. Shin dominating the map there. And is going to hold off the 8 racks of Kua for a 2-0 lead. Shin still yet to drop a map in these playoffs. And the only guy he lost to was Gumiho in the group stages as well. Damn. Alright, we are going to go into a game number 3 with Shin leading 2-0, guys. One more map, and he is going to go into the finals. El Dorado will be our battlefield. I mean, this map has the weirdness to definitely give Kua some chances. Kua is a very creative player as well. And, well, creative in maybe a very uncreative way, but he will find what he likes on a map like this and just do it again and again and again. So he's very good at kind of finding what he thinks is good, what he thinks is powerful, and enjoying that. So we'll see what he thinks is good on El Dorado. As Kua says, GG's and go. Shin gives us the same, and we head into game number 3. So yeah, Shin leading 2-0. Again, following this TVZ, guys, we're going to have MaxPax return, and he's going to take on ByuN, who bested Clem earlier today. And then we have the grand finals as well. TVZ, TVP, and maybe a non-mirror matchup for in finals if Kua doesn't turn this around. You know, the bracket was really painful to start out with, but today, it started to kind of turn out quite nicely. As we get to the bottom right-hand corner, our red Zerg player, this is Shin. Taking on in the bottom left, our blue Terran from Team Liquid, we have Kua. Thank you for joining us, everybody, here in the semi-finals of WardiTV November. Again, a couple more streams before Home Story Cup. We'll be live Monday with WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. Tuesday, the Alima League replay cast that we've been doing will be back as well. And then I'll be taking Wednesday off before traveling to Home Story Cup on Thursday. That is what's coming up here in the world of SC2 on the WardiTV streams. Excuse the silence for a moment or two. Just trying to let the voice rest up a little bit before we get into more exciting action again in the Terran vs. Zerg. And I'm just catching up on chat a little bit too. Always love to see what Twitch chat and YouTube chat have to say about the whole thing. As this Reaper pops out, then it's going to go straight out onto the map. Reaper going to fire a couple of shots. Just going to be seeing a couple of Lings getting chased around. Is this the last series? Nope. We have ourselves ByuN versus MaxPax after this, followed by the grand finals. Shin's Lings get across the map, and the SCV going to get denied here. The single Marine opener with the Reaper on the map is not going to be ideal. Marine goes down as well. This is a very good start for Shin. Major delay on the CC. Reaper has to pull all the way back home. Is actually going to stop and hit those Lings a little bit. Some Lings going to go into the reactor on the high ground even. If we could cancel that, that would be really an insane opening off of these 6 Lings. Reaper realizes that's the biggest threat. He gets the cancel off, but the Lings get in. SCV building a CC on the high ground is going to get nibbled out a little bit. Actually runs to the side and will block itself up. Man, what a disaster for Kua. Talk about all things going wrong, and this is definitely an example of that. Jeez. Absolute brutality here from Shin in the early moments, as obviously this CC didn't cancel or anything, but delayed heavily. Full scouting information from Shin as well. Sees the triple CC build. He's extremely well informed. Now building a roach run. We'll see how aggressive he gets from here based on that information he just gained. Drone's just going to keep on mining away for a little bit. And then Hellion is going to pop out now. Finally going to get to that reactor, which was cancelled up that first time over. That is such a big, significant delay. It's been a very fun series out of Shin, now getting the roaches up, help them stabilize through the next stage, maybe even go attack a little. Butchers will just go stepping forward. 6 Overlords coming about. Shin is going to have a lot of free supplies. He gets the lair on the way. I mean, he's not looking to really attack here. He is going to force a Banshee out of his opponent, though, which is not a bad thing. If your opponent makes roaches, building a Banshee defensively is always going to be helpful at some stage, most likely. If I can get some shots off that Overlord, I think he's going to force Secure at least get something off the Viking here as it gets chased away. And Shin's just about to have that lair, and we'll see his tech choices off the lair tech here over these next few moments. Expecting this to just, you know, probably be roach speed. He has no ling speed or anything, so... Taking a moment to have that roach speed starting. We're now going to see the double Evo as well, so we can move towards the upgrades for the next stage of this. That double Evo coming online. Link speed, roach speed, both coming up. Gonna see the Banshee getting some hits off. Marines are gonna be there as well. Take the Overseer down, or at least try to. Ness is on the way, which gives Shin obviously more options too, so maybe just 1-1 missiles and then focus up on the Ling Bane kind of stage after that. Could definitely be a route for him in this game. He's on that bottom side. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Crypt Teamers getting cleaned out. Just going to be seeing the Queen's going to come around. Hellions just going to come through. Attack and armor upgrade still building up. That combat shield's halfway done as the Viking comes into the center. Yeah, Q finishes his upgrades. Armory ready, so you can go to 2-2 quickly as well. Building a second factory, so not going to see that kind of 8 racks attempt that we've seen previously. Just move to the middle, going to take the watchtower. Artifacts up overhead. We'll chase around. A couple of Hellions will take some shots. Those Marines do get back across, and the Roaches do get chased back also. For the moment, is again the Carapace about to finish. Melee about to be coming up here as well. Extra Lings, Hive, all coming through. Ravager ready to deal with this Marine run-in, and gets a Crypt Teamer, gets a Overseer. Shin going to force that lift off on his way to the Vipers, on his way to the Ultra Cavern as well. Now those Roaches just going to come over and try and play denial on the gold base a little bit from the top side. Ravager's going to get there. Again, just playing clean up on the drop. I like that Q is dropping though, obviously a big thing to be seeing. Doing the lands, the +1 melee, +2 carapace, all on the way up. Again, Ultra Cavern is going to finish soon. The extra Lings producing on in. Melee upgrade coming by. And just playing starting as the few Marines and a couple of Hellbats get into the central watchtower. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Concussive Shells is on the way in. Tanks and Medivacs, Marines and Marauders all producing through. Queen, Medivacs load up again. Is we gonna get that Overlord gonna get picked up? He's going to continue to do a good job. I do like what Q has been doing with these little drops. He's definitely been able to see a good bit of success. Those Lings are wrapping around again. Those Marines continue to go down. Ghost Academy building. The Spine Crawl is all building up. The Lings and the Ultra coming through. Again, +2 melee, +2 Carabase, and Kindness playing. About to finish up, which gives Shin a big power spike, you know. It has been Q kind of moving around, but Shin's done a lot to progress his army during this time, so I don't know if I'm really kind of like sad about how this is going for Shin, because the only reason Q has had so much freedom is because Shin has been very happy to just tech up instead, right? The Ultra Ravager gathering Vipers as well. Whoa, 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 what's this fight? I was going to say, we're zooming in on the wrong part of things right there. So I'm getting a bit excited. Whoa, Viper's going to drop a Blinding Cloud. I'm not sure if that's good enough. Okay, we actually got Blinding Cloud on the back tanks as well. Did not have that initially. That's definitely going to help to keep this attack going in, as the Banes are just going to crash forward. The Ultras as well. Q does not have any tech to really deal with Ultras easily. The Orbital Command on the gold goes down. One Ultra still swiping away at the bio. We are going to have Q taking serious losses. 20 SCVs. Damn. They're going to push through. Vikings overhead. And then the hatchery continues to come up. Overlord going to get dropped. The Banelings continue to move through here for a little bit. It's going to be seeing the Queen's going to step forward. That Banshee is going to go down as well. So Q losing one more thing that he had. He does get to replace the gold pretty quickly, so he can get that back on track, but that really was a great first fight from Shin. Q getting the libs up, which is a faster kind of get to kind of deal with Ultras. A little bit faster to get there than Ghosts. Again, the Liberator is sieging up, the Bio in the middle. Female Bane's morphing in, the Lib's going to siege, the Bio going to sit on the Watchtower as a couple of shots go off. We are thinking about just diving through the center. Ling being Ultra coming through. Corrosive Vials are good for the Liberator as well. Ultra will step forward. Bio is going to be pushing straight through. It's going to be seeing the Blinding Cloud and Abduct or so. Man, there's a lot of Blinding Clouds hitting a lot of different stuff. I mean, the tank line is going to get wrecked. Is the Bio behind it going to be good enough? A few Ghosts have made their way out. The Banes crash into those Ghosts a moment too late to cancel those snipes. Ghosts kind of stopping. Ultras are going to be in range of the Ghosts, so they go down. And Q is going to get smashed here in this game, isn't he? I mean, he might just about hold on once again now, but he is struggling. Shin is mining a lot. I guess Shin's kind of out of the bank at the moment. Look at our 3-3 coming through. The Ultras, Infestors, going about. He's getting knocked away out as we try to take this bottom side base. I mean, that's a nice way for Q if you could get that to maybe stay in this, but Infestors and Vipers still continuing through. Little snipes coming in. Ultras go down. Just going to be seeing the rest of the army from Shin. On the left side is going to run into this natural, and well, that's a bunch of SCVs that are in trouble. Oh, he does not actually blow the Banes onto the mineral line, which I didn't hate because I thought the Lings would get there, but then the Banes blow up on a Marauder and they don't do anything anyway. Again, Bane's still building. Lings on the way through, +3 melee, and Carapace coming up. Bane Ultra just going to go running forward. Siege Tank is going to fire a few more shots off. The Banes keep rolling toward this. Banes, again, just going to hit this gold base. I mean, obviously losing gold base SCV is going to hurt a little further. 31 SCVs left in the game from Cure. The bottom gold has been lifted as well. Even this orbital is on fire. Shin has still got units to keep moving with. Hits another fungal on the bottom side of this fight. The Ultras are getting a chance to put in a lot of damage. We'll start to retreat away now. But again, a lot of damage done. Q just says, you know what, I'm not going to try and stick in this one. GG's. Shin takes it 3-0 over Cure. And is going to be able to take the victory into the finals. That guarantees us a non-mirror matchup grand final. But man, Shin just looking on fire. Who's going to have the better chance of stopping him? A MaxPax that got 3-0'd by Shin in the groups? Or ByuN that oftentimes does trade against Shin, but maybe Shin's just looking better today? That's a tough one to call. That is a tough one to call. All right, we're going to get ready for MaxPax ByuN TVP semifinal, guys. It's coming up in a little bit. So we're going to get into that. We're going to take a quick moment here, guys. We'll get that next semifinal coming up. MaxPax ByuN is up next. We'll be right back with that. Alrighty, guys. As you can hear, the game is getting started. Let's jump into a fresh best-of-5 semi-final. In the bottom left corner, is he going to be the one to get to the finals and try and exact revenge from the group stages? We have MaxPax here in the bottom left of Leylines for map 1. Leylines has been very popular when just being a map that anyone can pick for map 1. Fun to see. As in the top right, our blue Terran player, it is ByuN. Trying to stop MaxPax here today. The winner of this plays against Shin in the grand finals. That is already determined. Shin really looking strong as well. Whoever advances to face him is going to have to be in tip-top shape. Assimilator coming up. Gateway on the way. Rax on the SCV coming over as we get ourselves settled into game number 1. Probe gonna nibble at the SCV, so a little bit of damage being done. Probe moving around. It's gonna be seen our Reaper coming up. Next is in the Cyber Core coming through as well. Again, Reaper and the Orbital continue through the Cyber Core building. Next is on the way. A probe producing. Couple probes producing. Pylon popping as well. The probe of MaxPax will take a journey out down to the bottom left. And Reaper continues to come over, and Warp Gate is building through. Just going to have our probe continuing to get down to the bottom left for a few moments, just bringing that along for a little bit. Reaper will continue about also here for a little while. A little bit of motion to begin with. Reaper poking about, handling a couple of things. He's gonna continue to hit the depot for a couple of moments as well. So depot taking some damage. Reaper hops back down the low ground here. I'm just gonna drop another couple of grenades in. Start working their way through the probes and just trying to be annoying. Obviously, Reaper giving you some info. The engineering bay block initially forces MaxPax out of position on the initial nexus. We still have that blink on the way up. The warp gate coming through. An extra gateway going down here from MaxPax as well. And we do have a couple more probes coming out. Robo facility will build also. Depth will shade up to the top. The Marines are going to come over. The orbital command flying through. Again, Medevac Marines all coming about here. SCV coming in. Tech Lab on the way. Two Adepts are going to shade their way through the natural and toward the main base, where they're going to meet a wall off and not be able to do too much else for the moment. Medevac and a couple of mines going to get out into the center. Depth just going to come over as well. Just going to be seeing the barracks dropping into place. Maybe a couple of wooded mines going to lift off and move elsewhere. I'm going to make this wooded mine drop be as effective as possible. Just going to see how Reaper going to get through over toward the main mineral line. The probe will take a few more shots of damage. That probe goes down. Stalkers will clean out the Reaper there. Those Widow Mines do get burrowed, bang bang, and that's going to be actually 3 workers in total. Not bad that the Medevac goes down. That's going to be big for MaxPax. Now you don't have to deal with the Medevac still being there over an extended period of time. Widow Mine continues across. Just going to see the Nexus and the probe continuing through as well. A couple of additional Marines coming out. The racks in the engineering bay on the way up as well. Factory moves off the tech lab to make way for another barracks so we can get combat shield started ASAP. And obviously that trio of upgrades, Stim, Combat +1, that really does open up the mid-game for a Terran player in the world of TVP. So definitely expecting that to be a big factor here in the near future. Our Stalker's just going to gather, Observer moving about, Stim +1 and Combat Shield all coming through. By coming about, just going to see our charge now +1 coming up as well. Just going to continue to get that going here currently. The Raven gets behind the back, just going to be seeing our probes. Going to take a couple of nibbles, one probe going down. The Raven now gets into the back of the main base. Drop an order turret down as well. Going to target down a probe there too, so that's a couple of probes going down. and chilling on the bottom side. A few Stalkers gather in the center. Gonna get a depot building in the natural. Gonna see another command center coming into place. Medevac, Marine Marauder, Stim Combatant +1. All of that coming up right now. Continue to get that going. Focus playing defense, stopping the Medevac even getting out. Playing defense while being on the other side of the map. The drops just can't go anywhere. Then we'll fully rotate those to the top side of the map as MaxPax will ask for a quick little pause here. So we'll take a moment. Hopefully not too much of an issue. Hopefully something quickly solved. Looks as though it was pretty quickly solved. As we can get back onto this, ByuN says ready. I don't have referee powers, so it's not down to me. As our Robobay comes up. So yeah, ByuN actually just going to unload the Medevacs that we're trying to drop. And Raven actually comes in for a few more probes. That Raven is being successful. If nothing else, that's able to get some damage done. And keeping this game in the balance at the moment. ByuN is going to start moving forward. We got the Robobay finishing shortly. The Immortal and the +1 attack upgrade will continue through. Fabric coming in also as we just see a little bit of the Bio chasing the Stalkers away, pushing those back out that bottom side. Such a couple of Stalkers going down. So nice pickoffs for ByuN here as he can continue down to the south. So away we go. Zealots are going to drop straight in. The ByuNs will get rid of a few more of those Zealots. They have to lift up and back away again. Getting out of there for the moment. Going to stim up, and again, the Zealots and so trying to come through as well. A couple of Zealots trying to hit the front door, the bunker. That's going to be holding though, and yeah, ByuN with a decent defense, no damage really taken. +2 attack, extended thermal lance coming out. The Zealot and the Colossus continuing by. Just going to see the Widow Mine pulling back over. That Zealot does indeed fall. And a few probes go down for the moment. So the few probes are going to drop. The Orbital Command lifts off and moves over to the third base once again. It's a Ghost Academy in the back of the natural. 2 more Vikings in production. 3 Marauders and 2 Marines on the way too. Extended Thermal Lance, Colossus and +2. All of that continuing in right now. Fire drones up, the Medevac's going to be there, Scan gets rid of the obs. Obviously ByuN just taking 3 bases patiently. Look what MaxPax has done map control wise though. He's got red dots all over the map. It's going to be so tough for ByuN to catch MaxPax out of position and to move him around in a way that he wants to. Because MaxPax is going to be so aware of what ByuN is doing, and that's one of the things I usually say ByuN is very good at in this PvT matchup. Moving around, catching his opponent off guard, forcing his opponent to be out of position. MaxPax is ready with his own counterattacks as well as ByuN does chase the Zealots away to the top side. His natural expansion will be a bit open. The bunker holds for a moment or two, but no really anything in it. Try and poke at the front, but multiple Colossus are going to be there. ByuN will try and siege the tanks. I don't think MaxPax can chase down the ramp into those. He agrees. He backs away from it. ByuN still dealing with the attack. I mean, to be fair, honestly, very good play from both sides. MaxPax's defense is absolutely what it needs to be. ByuN's defense is absolutely stunning as well. He really doesn't take much damage. Finally, you actually do see MaxPax getting back onto the third base where he'll kill a few SCVs. And ByuN will drop a little bit there as he gets an Engineering Bay and Armory coming up. Actually, pretty late Armory, so 2-2 is going to be delayed. But he has kind of, to be fair, sometimes 2-2 being delayed is kind of a thing that you want to do because you want to focus right now on Viking Ghost production. But he has 700 gas banks. I'm going to say that the Armory probably is actually a little bit of a mistake being this late. You know, focus on Viking Ghost is one thing, but having the gas to kind of go 2-2 and Viking Ghost kind of suggests that maybe you should have been doing both. So that's going to get up into the main. Ooh, no deeper raise there. This is where ByuN is actually starting to take some damage. It was a great set of defenses initially. Now MaxPax with a few more Zealots starting to break in. Ghost going down is obviously a pretty serious kind of set of losses. Those are expensive units. They don't come easily. As we'll see this Ghost. Oh, it's going to go down. There's a couple ghosts dead in the main base, plus a bunch of SCVs. ByuN's army continues to build up, but yeah, taking some serious economic hits at the moment. Going to allow MaxPax to max more comfortably. Stalker step up. The Raven is going to be chased by a single Stalker. There is a Widow Mine there, but the Raven goes down, and the Stalker is going to be happy to take that kill. Raven obviously a really good unit. The longer this game goes, the lot you can get done with it. ByuN gets a 4th command center finished, so he'll be able to move that into position. Maybe with a 4th base coming up, that's where MaxPax can get a few more pushes going as well. Medevacs moving about, just going to Vikings join up together as well. We're going to try and take that forward base here on ley lines. This obviously does shorten the map in a big way, and it makes it very scary. If you're out of position for a moment, your opponent's army can get to that 4th base so quickly and so easily. He goes down. This is DT harass an option as well. As the units continue to come about again. MaxPax with the main army, like I say, he's going to try and find openings here. ByuN has got the angle to come in from 2 different sides. You got to be careful as MaxPax. The last thing you want is like a couple of your tech units to be caught just on the other end of this attack. Good EMPs. And honestly, first wave of damage from ByuN is pretty deadly. MaxPax loses a good chunk of supply, but he's also in a position to rebuild up very easily. You know, we're in a position right now where we are, you know, on 3-2 upgrades finishing. Dark Shrine, he's on his 6th base building as well. Shadow Stride is about to be done, is what I meant when I said Dark Shrine. So MaxPax has a lot of things for the long term here. Vikings, Medevacs continue to go. Pantry in the center, just going to be seeing a couple more disruptors coming up. Bio, potential to stim up here and take this fight. Vikings will do a lot. Disruptor doesn't do too much initially. Disruptor on the top side get a few kills, but actually I don't think enough kills, as ByuN is going to continue to charge forwards. The Colossus and Disruptors just have not done enough damage to the Bio. MaxPax going to need a round of Zealots here to start subduing this attack, and I think he is going to get the units he needs. Reinforcements show up from ByuN a few moments late. It's very hard to see what the Disruptors were actually able to connect on there. ByuN is going to have enough to knock down the 6th base. That's scary because you move up the ramp to the left and you have a 5th base sitting right there to be grabbed as well. And now MaxPax is going to be on what? Stalkers out, Disruptor, not a reliable army composition. You got to really rely heavily on the Disruptors, and if you ever kind of let this Terran army get close to you, you're going to have a very bad time. Stalkers will help to chase away. As ByuN sits about 180 supply to MaxPax is 155. The Prism on the right side is going to be intercepted, completely denied, as ByuN says, no, you do not get to drop into my natural. You do not get to control that position. I'm the one that is in control of this game, and so far that is true. Now getting 4 Liberators on the way up as well with Advanced Ballistics. ByuN making his very good tech up into the next stage of this game. That amount of libs is going to go a long way for him. A long way for him. So Stalkers, Disruptors come through. Bio going to fight. A few Vikings are going to be there. Disruptor shot does nothing. Next Disruptor shot does nothing. Next Disruptor shot does nothing. Finally, a Disruptor shot clips a few units in the middle of that. Took a little while. As ByuN comes down to the south, we do have 2 more Disruptors popping up on the side of MaxPax. Disruptors continuing through. The Robo Facility will come up as well. Additional Liberators and Ghost building from ByuN. Like I say, those Libs I think are a fantastic addition at this point. Once again, Disruptors are not finding their targets. The Libs are going to start sieging up, but maybe unnecessarily so. There are DTs on the other side of the map that we got to go and deal with, as the SCVs are just dropping. The Liberators get sieged. DTs start to run away. 15 workers going down. ByuN, 58 SCVs only in the game, so his economy not great. Loses the Engineering Bay. +3 attack denied. That's actually a pretty serious upgrade to lose out on, so he will get that going on his other Engineering Bay. Yeah, upgrade deficit for ByuN there as he loses the Engineering Bay. A couple libs left on the bottom side, cleaned out as well. MaxPax Utilizing those DTs very well right there. And definitely creating a distraction and a diversion that's going to take ByuN's attention and allow him to punish it a little bit. EMPs go down. Once again, the disruptors still failing to land, and that's why this is kind of a bit of a flimsy setup for MaxPax, because you still don't have, to me, that solid army that can just take a straight-up fight. You're still super reliant on the disruptors, you know? They're going to trade. He's going to see the disruptor coming over as well. Going to land on the Marauder. Prism gets into the main base. A single goes. Going to try and save the day. There's nothing there. The DT attempted warping gets denied immediately as the Prism does get shot at one final time. The next ghost that spawned got the job done. ByuN sees those DTs there. He dropped the EMP to reveal a couple, but they have the blink away. Gonna end up coming across here. MaxPax, his defense right now is Dark Templar base. We're going to get the scans. The DT should not be that scary. They're not dying very quickly, though. Obviously, the Vikings on the ground as well, just trying to add in what they can. Against the Zealots, they should not do that well. Surprised the Medivacs are not backing up, as we do have ByuN trying to attack the bottom side, but the Disruptors are in position to defend that part of it. The Stalkers intercept the retreating Medivacs. 2 of 3 go down, as ByuN is going to retreat back up with more army, more bio, continuing around as well. Another Stalker falls. A little bit of bio getting back down this ramp. We're going to scan out, see what's up, and see what's happening. 3-3 upgrades still coming through. Also here currently, just going to be having the Stalkers blinking to the top side. Zealots coming over. EMPs are going to land. Some of the Zealot Stalker getting hit by that. Shields disappearing. Disruptors continue to land as well. Obviously, ByuN finally going to get close towards 3-3. Yeah, just to clarify, guys, he lost the attack upgrade that was on the engineering bay, and he cancelled his armor upgrade to rebuild +3 attack immediately, even though the armor is very close to being done. He values that attack upgrade so much more than he values the armor upgrade, so tells you a little bit about just how much he values it to cancel the nearly done armor to go into the attack. Actually rebuilt the engineering bay and got the armor going on that one again, as we're going to see the DTs just going to blink in, and that planetary is going to die. It's kind of the stage of the game where you question, is it even worth having a planetary? A lot of the time at this point, Terrans just build orbitals, because then at least you can lift them up sometimes against the DTs. Stalker Disruptor in a very good position. What a Disruptor shot to the right side. For all the Disruptor shots we've missed, that one will land, and ByuN, in a flurry of events here, going to lose 14 SCVs, a planetary, and a ton of army supply. One thing MaxPax has done is continue to expand back up into good base numbers as well. And consistency is going to prevail as he finally gets some good Disruptor shots. He's finally able to get a massive connection. And for all the advantages ByuN gave himself in this game, he was not able to break through MaxPax. And MaxPax was able to stay in it with that flimsy composition and eventually find this position now, where he's maxed out and ByuN sits at 150 supply. MaxPax double expanding because he's just in that good of a spot. He can get away with it at the moment. Another Disruptor shot flies, does not land. +3 armor coming up, +3 shields. This CC just lifts up in time. That's exactly why you probably want to keep this as an orbital rather than a planetary, because in this case you can save it. At least you can get the CC back in position there. The Disruptors will go too far initially. Next Disruptor is going to hit the mineral line. Did you lose some Disruptors during this? ByuN's still trailing about 40 supply. That's been the case since that previous round of attacks. He's been unable to really kind of match MaxPax's max out, who's now, by the way, building 3 Colossus at once. MaxPax says, cool, I'm in full control. I can stop and slow down to build 3 Colossus, and then he's got no answer to that right now. I mean, ByuN's trying to build up the Liberators, but stuck on 5 base. Going to have to keep repositioning those Liberators around in different places, too. Now there's old Stalker Disruptor going to try and come around the right. It's another Disruptor shot that should not land, at least. ByuN with a big army spread. Army supply is playable for ByuN here, as we are going to see a couple tanks nearby. SCVs do not get there to repair, though. The planetary doing what it can. ByuN is busy diving in on this army. Disruptor shots flying through. ByuN actually has an army supply advantage here, but it's so rough because you're losing so much, and obviously you got to go and deal with the DTs before you can go and attack. I mean, now is the time for ByuN to just send it, but of course the 3 Colossus are going to have something to say about that when he gets across the other side, and that's why it was actually a big deal. Going to see a few of those mules going to escape away. Just going to see the Disruptors coming up, +1 shields and +3 armor coming up. Stalker's coming through as well as our Stalker's our Colossus coming over that right-hand side. We scan once again. So Stalker's going to start moving forwards. The Bio going to fight there. A couple of Zealots going down. Zealots taking damage. And again, just going to be seeing MaxPax making a push into this base. ByuN still has a massive army supply, but obviously I think he's on a worse army right now. He is going to dive in. He's going to get the Disruptors with this Arc of Doom. Look at him go. The Disruptors are going to die, and now he's going to chase down the Colossus. 3 Colossus. He shouldn't be that afraid of them. Well, I mean, they do a lot of damage because he wasn't stimmed, so he did not close the distance on those Colossus quickly at all. Those Colossus have done so much on the retreat. But ByuN is at double the army supply of MaxPax. I mean, DTs are still harassing on the other side. MaxPax has bases and warp-ins for days. That DT in the corner will go down. The defense may, but man, ByuN has to get across and kill some bases right now. He needs to do some damage immediately here. Otherwise, he's in trouble. He scans and sees the top left. There's a fresh base right here. I mean, take your pick, ByuN. You can't pick a bad direction to attack in at the moment. Maybe we drop the top left while we push into the front. Obviously, what you can do now as well is these Liberators can siege, and MaxPax never went into an anti-Liberator army. And so these Liberators can help ByuN to slowly push into positions. This does not have to just be one quick push. This can be a slow setup now from ByuN, who continues to dominate in army supply. And if MaxPax wants to go into more harassing units, that's going to slow down any proper answer to Liberators. First Stargate of the game is about to be in play, but that's not an answer to Libs on its own. You're going to need a Fleet Beacon, another Stargate, and Tempest, most likely. They're going to come back down the bottom. Nexus will fall. Ghost's going to be there as well. A couple of Libs still sieged up. The Disruptor shot will just clip a couple of those Marauders. Fire coming back across. Just going to be seeing the SCV is going to go moving through. Going to be seeing the Zealots going to continue to go. Just going to be seeing our Zealots continue to go whacking away. Nexus continue to come through. The Liberators will go sieging across the back of this mineral line, so a lot of those probes are going to take a lot of damage. A couple of EMPs going down. Disruptor shot fires. The Ghosts are going to take a turn back into this. Another Disruptor shot firing. Not quite landing just yet. Marauder coming through. Disruptors, Zealots, and a Nexus all coming about also right now. I mean, 24 minutes on ley lines. Talk about a banger of a start of this semi-final matchup. Love that Disruptor shot, by the way. ByuN is so tempted there to go diving into that army. But that Disruptor shot was fired so soon that if he went for it, it would have been horrendous to actually commit to that. The Liberator is going to relocate a little bit themselves. The Lib's going to come about. Bio Ghost going to come through. A few Zealots actually flanking onto the army from the top side, but those Zealots will not do too much. They get turned away. MaxPax is definitely struggling to fight the kind of strength of this Terran army at this point, and ByuN getting an additional base or two going as well, being able to mine from those bases like this one, is a huge deal. As the extra Disruptor shots fire in, actually hitting a bunch of Zealots there. This Disruptor shot doesn't do anything at all, and obviously Liberators are firing throughout that. ByuN dodges backwards, lets the Liberators do the work. He's going to get this base. Liberators keep on sieging. Nexus will be going down. 25 minutes on ley lines, but ByuN is starting to break through. He is going to get counterattacked, however, so he's going to have to deal with that, try and minimize losses, but he's got units in position already in the top left-hand side, so that goes absolutely nowhere. ByuN plays the shutdown defensively, and he's just got so much army supply, he knows what he can do with his army aggressively while still having a good amount of defense back at home. He does not need to worry so much about having everything in one place. He's able to succeed right now with the split army. Going to get the base on the bottom as well. Another location lost for MaxPax. Base on the top. In trouble as well. We hit the EMP on the Nexus, so no recall available. This base is probably going to go down. MaxPax will lose economy. MaxPax has no money in the bank. Probes going down is a danger for him. We're going to try and dive in over here. The Liberators getting siege. One goes down. The other building. Disruptor gets a Ghost. Disruptor going to get multiple Ghosts. Bottom side Disruptor was absolutely huge, as ByuN will take a hit right there, but he finishes the base in the top left. Liberators showing up, but they're not needed. There is a little bit of army in that top left-hand side, actually, as the Zealots are going to show up onto that. Now the Libs will have to siege. The EMP goes down, and ByuN retreats away as we take a moment to resettle ourselves. 4 more Vikings, a few Marauders, and a Ghost, all in production currently as ByuN continues to rally up his forces. Income advantage is ByuN's, by the way, in terms of minerals. MaxPax has a gas income lead, but I mean, ByuN hasn't even taken his rich Vespene, which I think would probably make the difference if he needed it. That's the difference, right? He doesn't really need that gas income like the Protoss does. And so ByuN mining more than the Protoss for probably the first time in a long time. Oh, that's a disgusting disruptor shot, though. Just when MaxPax needs it most, he will land one, and he is going to still get charged into. So even though that disruptor was great, that's how much he needed it, because ByuN is still going to have enough to run up this ramp and come into this army. The cannon goes down. A couple Colossus will hold strong. Zealots going to try and play the flanking game. ByuN kites into those Zealots. Doesn't have much of a choice. He's going to have to try and keep on backing away from this. Kiting as we go. 139 supply to 109. It's going to be good enough for ByuN to capitalize and take game 1 of this best-of-5 semi-final. ByuN closes it out after 27 minutes on ley lines. And this semi-final may be a great one if it's going to base on that. What a way to open up with, as ByuN just about gets it done. Whew. All right. All right. Whispers of Gold going to be our next map. Get that set up. All right, let's get this going, guys. Let's get into game number 2 of this best-of-5 as we kick this off. Let me get this going. Oh, alright guys, ByuN is up a game. Give me 1 second, so I just sorting something out quickly while we get game number 2 up and rolling here and get this all sorted out. SCV is going to come across probe and get chased around. Well, SCV's just going to chase probe, getting pushed around for a little bit. Orbital command coming up, cyber core coming through as well. Axis coming in, probe in production, pylon coming by. Just going to see another assimilator coming down in the main. What a great game number 1, man. Obviously, just reset a little bit after that absolutely crazy situation playing out. As our command center drops into play in the main. Refinery in the factory coming on through. It's going to be seeing our warp gate coming in, the Nexus coming up as well. So we have that reactor still building forward for the moment. Just take a couple moments to see there's a depth moving about. Again, let's just chill out for a little bit after all that chaos. I'm going to get my breath back. That really was a an exciting game as well. Like, you know, sometimes you get these long games and, you know, it goes back and forth for a little bit and all of this and that and whatever else, but yeah. You know, sometimes it's like, this was just crazy. Madness, non-stop, you go, go, go. This is no camping out. This is no waiting around in the 27 minutes. This was just 27 minutes of non-stop action. Marine's going to get there. The Adept is going to get grabbed. So an Adept will go down. The Orbital move into the low ground here as well, so we can get this natural mining. As the Marine count definitely looking good now from ByuN. Back on the Marines, continue to get those numbers going as MaxPax builds into a Blink upgrade. So that Blink coming up, the Gateway coming through, the Robotics Facility building from MaxPax as well. Couple Stalkers continue about, and the Medevac with a couple of Widow Mines just going to go across down to the bottom right-hand side. So they're going to go for a little bit of damage over the next little bit. The Blink is going to Chrono Boost. The Medevac is going to drop Widow Mine 1 and 2. Those probes going to have to pull. I think it's a good situation for ByuN. Oh no, the first Widow... Okay, well, the first Widow Mine shot went into the assimilator, so didn't get a kill. The second one actually hits a Stalker, which we kind of like. So it was pretty good, because obviously both those Widow Mines still alive. Again, Blink finishing shortly. The Prism is coming up. The Siege Tank and Marines all continuing over. The SCV drops down at Bunker as well. Couple Marines gather in. Depot gonna lower. Blink will finish. Nexus continues through for the moment as well. That's going to be our third base from MaxPax being established during all of this, so gonna have Blink, but only off the 3 gateways and currently not able to get across the map to apply pressure. Gonna be on his way now, but it's not gonna be a lot of Stalkers because 2 of them have to remain home, defend on the Medevac. Moving back over, auto turret firing up. Stalker going to be taking some shots. Stalker very nearly goes down, but not quite. That auto turret is going to be the only success of that Raven. Doesn't really do much. Let's see, Prism getting in. Stimpack coming through. Tank, Marine, Marauder all coming up. Engineering Bay coming over as well. It's going to be seen at Depot dropping down. The Nexus will build on the 3rd base. That'll finish very soon. Again, our Forge is coming up from MaxPax as well. A couple of probes still building. The pylon coming in. Our Stalker producing. Our Barracks is going to lift off and move over to the reactor. So Barracks is going to jump over there. Again, our Marine Marauder will gather in. Stalker's just jumping onto the bunker at the moment. Stalker's going to shoot a few Marines. Marauder's going to go back. Just going to see the Prism pulling back over that right side. Extra Stalkers will continue to warp in. The charge coming up. Tanks and the ByuNs gathering together. I mean, this is MaxPax. 3 bases set up. ByuN playing the defense in the natural. I'm scared for that tank. It's very on its own with the Bio in the main. We're going to jump in it. Just about gets the 1 shot off. Oh! The second tank shot from the high ground is good, though, as we do scan. We did kill the Observer there, right? Yes. So we do grab that. 4 Stalkers on the right side. We'll just unload. The Stalkers jump back into the Prism. As again, +1 attack and combat shield coming up. The Marine Marauder Medevac all producing. Widow Mines on the way in. Oh, that's a nice cancel on the CC. 3rd base being delayed is obviously a big plus to MaxPax. Major boon to him. Man, it's kind of crazy having to play MaxPax in a best of 5 because you just got to go through 5 games, most likely, of surviving this stage of the game. And if you get through this stage, it's like, cool, now you can play MaxPax's awesome late game. He's so good with the Stalkers. And, yeah, that is going to be a defense for now from ByuN, but I think MaxPax has done enough. 3 bases of his own, slows down the 3rd of ByuN a little bit. Yo, Fireball, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Jason He 1210, Belisaria, Yalis Main, Basic Adam, and Red Lancer. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs over on the Twitch. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate it every time I see your name, mate. Thank you so much. Medevac drops into the main base as the Bio comes through. couple of pros will go down. The Zealots will warp in. The medevac loads up as well. Just going to see a few Marines dropping back down as we do have a couple of Marines are going to come through. Extended Thermal Lance still coming over. Marauder gets shot at. Another Stalker going down. I see the Bio going to try and run in here. We would have to get rid of the battery to do anything of real use. It's going to load up, let the Widow Mines get some Zealots. You're not going to be able to find a chance to get through there at all. Extended Thermal Lance and +2 still on the way up. There's a couple of Vikings going to go into that top corner and hunt down the Prism, so we'll get rid of that. Not bad to have a couple of Vikings early, by the way, because obviously we are going into Colossus here. So we're going to have Vikings against the Colossus as well by building them to deal with that Prism, so that does work out nicely. So yeah. Again, Extended Thermal Lance coming through, +2 attack is coming up. Concussive Shells, armor upgrade, Vikings coming through, the additional Zealots are on the way. Bio Medevac Viking hanging around on the front of the third base currently. Stalker step forward, Marine Marauder taking shots, couple of Vikings step back once again. Extra units are going to warp in. A couple of Zealots and a Sentry come through. Extended Thermal Lance and the +2 attack coming in. Stalkers get there. One Viking goes down already. Lambo with the Prime Sub. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks so much for the 15. As our units actually going to get chasing forwards and MaxPax. A little slow to get the blink off there. He's going to get chased down for one more Stalker. At least Concussive Shells helping to trap that one. Trying to get away. Again, a couple of Vikings coming up, the Ghost coming through, the armor upgrade building. Vikings still chilling out overhead as our CC sets up on that right-hand side. +2 attack, Colossus producing. Stalker's trying to get there once more. Again, good scan on the right side. Army moving up to the top here from MaxPax as we are going to loop around. He has a good amount of army supply right now. ByuN is trailing and trailing heavily at that as well. Do you see the Zealots coming back over the left? The Command Center in the front going to take a few shots of damage. EMP's going down. I think they're going to deal with the bottom side attack pretty nicely. Those Zealots don't do too much as the top side army, that's obviously the scary part. A couple of force fields going to trap the Bio units in, but that will stop the Zealots from doing too much else. That CC should probably just end up being cancelled here. We still have Zealots leaking in from the bottom portion of this. CC lives, and ByuN will survive this little portion of the attack so far. I do not think that CC is going to live any longer, though. It's going to get cancelled. So MaxPax slows down ByuN on the 4th. Colossus from afar. Man, I love this siege tank. It's done a lot of work. And ByuN starting to chase a little bit. I always love to say that a Protoss that's running is one of the weakest Protoss players you can be. A retreating Protoss oftentimes takes so much damage in the process of trying to get away. Madness. Few Zealots going to get around over the left-hand side. Bio still gathering up in the center. Not sure my frames are dropping, guys. I feel like I've got low FPS at the moment, and I'm not sure why that really is. It says it's okay, but it feels not quite great, but maybe it's just a thing with the map or something. Anyways, we continue through. Thank you so much, Dream of Soul, sorry, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. As our Bio going to fight, Zealot going to take some damage. We finally get rid of that cheeky tank that's been so annoying. Some of those Stalkers are low, man. As the Prism makes its way into the natural, a couple of Zealots will unload. The Prism will keep one Zealot and head toward the back of the main base. MaxPax just being as annoying as he can be. The 4th base potentially going to get cancelled for a second time here. Stalker stepping forward to protect against the Vikings. The Prism will get chased, will not get any more warp-ins at least, so that's a big part of the defense from ByuN. Deflecting that while currently keeping the CC alive, he could really do with keeping the 4th base alive this time. EMPs on the Stalkers, more damage to push that back. CC will complete. Shadow Strike coming through, +3 attack on the Forge coming up as well. The army of MaxPax on the right side will gather. The Zealot up to the top, moving around as well. Bio Ghost coming over, a couple of Zealots going to get shot at. The Stalker's trying to move forward too. The Viking's going to stick around there as well, as this was a very torturous way to get to 4 bases, but ByuN's going to get there. As he actually stims forward here, feels as though he has a way to fight. There's the EMP on the Colossus helping as the Vikings start to chip through the Colossus as well. Can we finish off any of those? They're all getting kind of low. ByuN says GG as he's chasing that army down. Wow, let's just take a quick rewind and look at the game at the moment he GG's. It felt as though he was like on his way to killing some of those Colossus, but what else was going on? There was Zealots on the left side. No, I think he just dove forwards. I think he wants to kill the Colossus here, and he just feels like he probably loses too much. Zealot's hitting the 4th base. Zealot's on the top. The Vikings are pressing through. He still has like 5 Vikings. The Stalkers are running away. Yeah. 2-2 not done yet. And I don't think it's looking super pretty for ByuN. I would have loved to see what happens like in just another like 10 seconds of this fight, because I feel like a lot of this might die, no? I feel like he's about to kill this entire army. And then, yes, he's got Zealots counterattacking, but MaxPax has no defense. That was actually kind of a wild GG. I think that's a very wild GG. Alright, game number 3 coming up here in just a second as we get into this one. In a way, I can kind of imagine ByuN's position where he's like, oh my god, like, the entire game I've been getting beaten up and I'm losing, and the Colossus didn't instantly die here, so I feel like I'm done, but yeah, I feel like that was one of those scenarios where it's just like, you are so kind of caught up maybe in how the game has felt that you don't stop to look at where the game is currently at, if that makes sense. You feel like the GG was right? Even if he loses the 4th, though, if he kills that entire army in the center, there's almost always a chance he can do something on the other side. And I think from there, you can at least see where the game goes. I think this is one of those scenarios where if you play like an extra 15 seconds, we get a much better idea of whether this was a good or bad GG, right? Because if he kills everything, and he gets across the map and kills a base or so, he can lift up his CC, he doesn't lose the 4th necessarily. And I think there's a lot of potential still. I think there's a lot of potential. We get frame drops for the game when I tab out. Yeah, no, I know that. I feel like my frame rate is just lower than usual anyways right now. I think it might have just been the map. That wasn't what I was talking about. I know that the game loses frames when I tab. I actually felt like during that game it was a little bit worse than usual, so... Game 3, we go to Ultra Love. This series continues to be very fun because I do feel like ByuN fought his way out of a very difficult spot there originally. Did not feel like that was a super easy position to be in. Thank you for all the love and the support, by the way, and the subs and stuff, guys. Amazing to see so many of you. We are actually almost at 3,000 viewers across YouTube and Twitch. We're only about 2.6. No, I can't math. 2.7. So thank you so much for tuning in and watching today. We appreciate you all. As we head into Game 3 of this best of 5 semi-final. MaxPax versus ByuN. Shin waits in the grand final for the winner of this. I know I just straight up said, like, shit! Honestly, I don't know what I was going for. I just went shit, and I had to stop myself. I was like, what am I saying? I was like, no, I'm saying that guy's name. I just, yeah, I just had to catch myself there. Funny moment for myself. Didn't really have to share it with you guys, but some of you guys probably heard me like hesitate and was wondering what the heck was going on. Game 3 of this best of 5 series, 1-1 tied up between MaxPax and ByuN. Yo, Ian! Gonna drop the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. As always, let's shout these out at the start of the game. The Devs to 88, Bradley C91, Pudding Dog, Don Quichotti, or Don Quichotti, or Don Quick. Hottie? One of those. Osax Nimlov. Ramalesh, the Tokdo, Yoho12345, Estrella, and Lightside 1125. Thank you so much, Ian, for the 10 gifted subs. 888 subs. Amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, they've ruined it. 889. Thank you so much, Alex's Deck for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so very much. Generosity, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Zealot and Adept here to get this aggression going, as we are going to be seeing the commands and are going to take a few shots of damage. Going to be seeing the Marines, the Hellions going to be fighting the Zealot, and the Adept going to go as well. Adept going to come back through. The SCV is going to get jumped on, will go down. The other Adept comes over as well. For the moment, we are going to be obviously seeing a delay here, but this costs you a few units as MaxPax. Hellion will die. We're going to need another unit from ByuN. I guess another Hellion's about to spawn, so this Adept will not be able to stick around forever. Can we get this next SCV? Yes, we will. That's a couple of SCVs killed then. I like this for MaxPax. One coming through, extra gates in the robo facility coming about, medevac and marines coming over. Stalker will get back onto the SCV. Marines and Hellion gonna load and just go across the map. Let that Stalker be there. Try and punish that MaxPax to send everything across the map so far. That's ByuN's current idea. A very quick final shout out for the moment. Ian on another gifted sub to the Swiss Nick. Thank you so much for the generosity. That's not good for ByuN at all, as that medevac takes a lot of shots. It will get through. I mean, to be fair, that still means that the Stalkers are going to be out of position, right? Damage done, but units will get to unload in the main base, and there are going to be some probes in some trouble. 2 more Stalkers getting warped in, though. What can this one Hellion do? The probes pull. 2 probes dead. That wasn't really quite the damage we were looking for. I feel like if that Hellion had gotten away from the probe surround, maybe the Hellion gets a couple more shots off. That makes such a difference. The splash of the Hellion can do so much as those Stalkers hit the orbital command on the natural. And obviously this orbital is taking a beating as well. There's the Banshee going to show up. Good damage output from him. So we'll be able to do a lot as the Stalkers have Blink though. So they're able to get away, keeping themselves alive. This is a messy scenario for ByuN. At least about to have a siege tank, but MaxPax says, cool, I'm going to take all of this and drop down my 3rd base. It does feel like MaxPax starts to control this in the early stages right now. The Stalker's just going to come up, kill the Banshee. Siege tank's on the high ground, but that does not protect your mineral line. I think this one might be the fastest game of our series because this is not looking pretty at all. MaxPax is going to get the Prism here, so additional Stalkers can just warp in. Does he one more tank shot? Some of these Stalkers are very low. Another tank shot, gonna blink forward. The tank goes down. We have to lift the Stalkers back into the Prism. I mean, during all of this, MaxPax is obviously putting ByuN in a position where SCVs are pulling away, not able to stay mining. Banshee gonna get repaired. Again, utilizing every tool in your disposal. As ByuN right now repairs and all sorts just to keep units alive and to keep this going. ByuN only down 7 workers. That seems kind of okay. It's just the game is not really going anywhere for him. He doesn't have any upgrades on the way out. He doesn't have additional barracks set up. No sign of a 3rd CC. All right, these are all the issues that are really going to kill ByuN a couple minutes down the line. The numbers and so on might look okay for now. Okay, he's going to lose the Banshee, and that might be a quick road towards GGing because I feel like losing actual tech units at the moment is going to take away any options he has. I wonder if ByuN even thinks about the longevity of this game, or he's just like, hey, let's get Marine Tank Banshee and just try and make a push, but I don't see how you ever get to the other side when MaxPax is sat out your front door with Blink Stalkers. I mean, he's building a bunker. That doesn't really suggest a push, but like I said, I don't really see... Yeah, I guess I just don't see any way for ByuN in this game. I don't see him play a long game. I don't see him playing a short game. The tank is going to have to siege up, but that's going to get volleyed down. I think GG is probably the best solution here, as ByuN has to tap out and give MaxPax the 2-1 lead in this best of 5. And MaxPax is a map away from the revenge match against Shin in the finals. If he can just win one more map, we'll be figuring out if that's possible going into that game number 4 here in just a few moments. So waiting for game number 4, ByuN. Can he reset on Snowpiercer? Well, you know what? Again, one hell of a set of playoffs today, guys. ByuN Clem was absolutely epic. The Hero MaxPax was pretty good, if not slightly hilarious. ByuN MaxPax has been pretty darn epic. Come on, ByuN. Give us a game 5. Let's see it. Let's get it. Give us a game 5. Let's see if we can hit 3K viewers across the streams. Like I said, we're actually just about peaking over 2.8K viewers right now. Hello, everybody. Thank you for watching WardiTV November. Thank you, everyone that's been supporting as well. This is a WardiTV event, and as always, these events only happen because of your support. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, you want to see more of these tournaments continuing through December and January, consider supporting the stream. Subscribe, donate, cheer, follow, like. You can do the free things as well. Watch the ads. That also helps massively. Let's get into game number 4, though. As in the bottom left, our red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. Takes on the blue Terran in the top right corner of the map. We have ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. Yo, we also had a £10 donation I just didn't mention on stream. I saw it come in, got distracted with the other stuff going on. Usolex, thank you so much. Or EU Solex, thank you so much for the £10 donation. Sorry, I did not read that out. I just got caught up with all the other happenings of the world. And we stop and we breathe. As we do have our couple of refineries in the barrack continue to come up. So double gas to start off with here. With a different approach. Get some aggression going maybe. Get some aggro setting up. See what we want to do. Yeah, guys, £10 because Stream Elements forced me to use my local currency, even though I use dollars for donations for years upon years because I feel like it's more universal. It's like, 4% of my viewership is British, or from the UK. I think it's actually like 8%. But yeah, let's force me to use pounds and give me no other option. Silly Stream Element. It's not even like they pay the transaction fee or anything. I don't get it. It's so silly. As our factory goes down, Orbital Command coming up, Cybercore and the Nexus coming through. Gonna get that Cybercore finished, Assimilator coming about, Adept coming in. Is going to find the probe on the side, which is always a nice little get rid of. Don't have to worry about that for the next little bit at the very least. Our CC will continue up here. And Hellion going to start producing in off the factory as well. Get this ball back over. Just going to have our CC building up. Again, Twilight Council is on its way as the Adept continues over to that far upper right-hand side. So Adept coming through, again Starport coming about, CC is building, Widowmine. Twilight Council will finish from MaxPax. Just gonna see the two Adepts will go stepping forward, the Blink on the way, the Warp Gate coming up as well. And yeah, that Blink will also continue through as our Starport completes in the main base. Gateway producing, Marines and the Widowmine SCV as well, all coming online. Two Adepts going to get forwards, and that is going to be a Hellion going down. Just coming on in. And we've seen a couple probes going to get chased. So a few workers going down, obviously with Blink building. That's going to be where we know that MaxPax is going to be kind of hitting his power point. See how well ByuN can do to deal with that. Oh my goodness, you guys are just going crazy today. Thank you so much, Kettler's God, on the 10 gifted subs. Brings us up to 900 total. Going out to Cheesy Puffs, 012349, Punch Mick, Judo Chop, Juno93 Styled, Breakfast TV, Finish the Journey, Widow Mines to kill the Adepts, Sports 77777, SC2 Noobling, The Nut is got, or The Nutsy got, and Aria Ling. Thank you so much, Kettler's God, for the 10 gifted subs and the generosity. And Pixel Zerg on the Prime sub, thank you so much. The Adept shade to their death, and now ByuN comes across the map with the two Widow Mines, looking for a possibility of dealing some damage. Okay, guys, I'll catch up on the subs after the game, because this game's getting serious. We're in the semifinals. Thank you so much for all the support. Captain here on the 10 gift. I'll read those out properly, like I say, after this game, because this is, like I say, getting serious. Blink about to be done here. Medevac, don't get greedy, because you're going to get blinked. Oh, no, we mess up the blink. Very un-MaxPax like to mess up the blink on those first couple of Stalkers, and ByuN gets away with the Medevac and Widow Mines through the bottom side here. They will get out of there. Just seeing our Siege Tank and Marines continuing through. The Prism coming in, and the Nexus building. As MaxPax is... Oh, he's going to intercept the Medevac. Why is he heading home? I guess because he has nowhere good to hide it? Gets caught though, so ByuN does lose those Widow Mines in the end. Doesn't get much more done with them. As the Prism does move out onto the map. The Stalkers going to sit out the front. 6 of them going to join together. As MaxPax takes a third base behind this. ByuN with the Marine Marauder Stim on the way up. Siege Tank production continuing for him. Definitely an important part of this as MaxPax is about to have the Prism across the map. So the Prism Stalker combo can start to look for some damage here in the next few moments. Bunker full of Marines. Stalker's just going to sit nearby. Raven actually going to get an auto turret off, but it goes down. Not the best map for trying to hide harassing units on after they fire the first time, and This was one of those other, just another scenario here where things kind of get shut down. Still got the Marine Marauder on its way up. The Combat Shield and the Stim Pack continuing through. Stalker's going to start a fire on the bunker, but the bunker does its job, which is to survive for a little while. SCVs get there a little late to play the repairing game. So he's trying to get a few shots up. A few Stalkers try and get around the back. That's a beautiful little move. 4 Stalkers peel off. They shoot at an SCV. They blink away. Super comfortable. They get in the prison, whatever they did. Super comfortable defense. Observer goes down up in the main. It's a good catch there. Removes some of the high ground vision, but of course you still need the... you still have the prism to jump into the high ground if you need it. Prism will go to the main base. The rest of the Stalkers decide if they want to join in the main or what the plan is. Stim and Combat Shield continue through, looking well protected. Don't think we're going to see a cancel on any of those upgrades this time around. Bio continues to move about. Again, Concussive Shells +1 all coming up. We'll see the Combat Shield not far from finishing either, as MaxPax goes charge and +1 on the next step of this. So no splash damage for the moment. Going to focus and prioritize moving into the kind of fully gateway army at the, right now. But CC over halfway done as well, and yeah, ByuN really, gets through this without taking much damage. Should be able to kind of turn into this Bioforce. Go after those Stalkers if needed. Robo Bay coming up, the extra gateways coming around. Again, +1 attack and Concussive Shells come through. Stalkers is going to shoot the Medivacs down. That's lazy movement from ByuN. Maybe unexpected Stalkers in the middle of the map, but yeah, you lose both those Medivacs just because they're not really where they should be compared to the Bio if they do meet Stalkers. Like I say, maybe not expecting to meet the Stalkers there. Kind of makes a little bit of an excuse for you as the Bio army's still moving. +1 attack on the way on the engineering base. So ByuN gets that attack up where it started. Command center lifting, relocating. Still, this Prism has been constantly trying to come back in and do something, but it's just been denied on repeat. We'll end the CC in a moment. A single Zealot just looking for info, but that will fall. He does see the CC floating over, so maybe that's what you're looking for there as MaxPax. I'm not sure if you really needed that confirmation. But that Zealot was maybe meant to be like a step down the ramp or something to watch for a move out more so than a third base coming into position. Dark Shrine is going to be building, so that is MaxPax getting into a very comfortable mid-game. DT harassment is obviously one of the major things he utilized in that game number 1 that turned into a long game on ley lines. Definitely expecting that to be a major factor here as well, as the Zealots gather on that right side, and again that typical move of just setting up that harass, setting up those counterattacks. We obviously do have ByuN able to kind of deal with those attacks, as we saw in game number 1. He was very capable of holding those off, so we'll see how well he does it throughout this game. He starts his 4th command center as well. I mean, this game has a similar setup to game number 1. We have potential for this to, really spiral out into a nice long game again. I mean, I've got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping for it. That game 1 was freaking awesome. Bio going to stim down this ramp. The Stalker's just about blinking away. We do have Concussive Shells if the Bio, if the Marauders especially can get any shots off. We do net ourselves 2 Stalkers there. Blink available, so we turn back around. MaxPax on his way in with the Colossus and extended thermal lens, and he actually recalls that Prism, realizing that that's in trouble. He did lose that in some earlier games as well, where ByuN got the Vikings out, and the first Vikings play the cleanup on the Prism. So nice to be able to force that back and push that away. Again, Colossus Corona boosting at the moment as our Bio continues down this ramp. The Stalkers take a few more shots. Bio units in general continue to move over. So Colossus still gathering. Bio sitting there with the tanks nearby. A couple of Vikings overhead. The Ghost Academy coming in. The Starport producing. 2 more gateways, +2 and +1 armor. Building also. Stalkers will shoot at a little bit of the Bio. The Medivac's still right there, healing up where possible. On the right-hand side is the Prism that drops off just a couple of DTs. There is actually a missile turret there, so it's more so about dealing with this Prism more than anything else. A scan here would be probably necessary. We'll have the Vikings to chase the Prism out. I don't believe recall's back, so that should be a guaranteed kill. Prism goes down. ByuN loses out. MaxPax loses out on the Prism, but he did get some damage. 11 SCVs die is obviously a pretty significant number. It was not a couple of DTs in the Prism for nothing, but it is nice for ByuN to play cleanup because it just frees him up for the rest of this game. A tank shot firing, a couple Stalkers taking hits. Bio is going to have this Protoss army approaching in the near future, so ByuN is going to have to figure out a defense against the army of MaxPax, which is obviously setting up and looking for a chance to get up this ramp, looking for a way to push on in. Here we go. Zealot's going to start moving forwards. The Bio going to stim. Zealot's going to take a lot of shots. So a lot of Zealots starting to go down. The Stalker's going to step up. We shoot. The Viking just about survives. Going to pop the Guardian Shield in there. We are going to have the defense on the left looking good. Where are the Vikings at? We just don't have many here to help deal with these Colossus. As ByuN is losing a lot of units as the Colossus just fire at will. ByuN staying spread. Again, he's got a lot of units just elsewhere playing defense currently. They are going to intercept the Zealots. That is coming at the price of not dealing with the rest of this army very easily at all. MaxPax is going to focus on keeping ByuN distracted up toward the top. Try and do the best he can up over there as ByuN continues to play defense on his planetary fortress. These Zealots get turned around one more time. Zealots on the right side will make some progress though, and MaxPax just keeps on poking in 3 different positions. Honestly, I'm going to say pretty good defense from ByuN. Scans and gets rid of that DT. The Prism is going to get pushed back by a turret. ByuN continue to play a very solid hold. What a good defense. When MaxPax is hitting you in 3 different ways, that is not an easy defense to make in the slightest. That is such a difficult defense altogether as the Prism dies going into the main. And ByuN has successfully made his way through to another stage of this game. That locked down defense. ByuN just say, no. You know, he knows what MaxPax likes to do, which is make the game too quick for the Terran. Protoss really benefit from the game being too quick when they're able to have DTs and Zealot run-bys that take a lot of units to clean up. And when the Terrans kind of pin back at home, they can mass expand. So ByuN just says, you know what, fine. I'm going to play this super slow. I'm just going to focus on really denying your multi-prong. And if I can do that, this game gets so much better for me given a bit of time, because I'm going to get Deliberators. You might get overcommitted on, you know, that idea of this kind of gateway-focused army, not teching into the Stargates. That's what happened in Game 1. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening here in Game number 4 once again, is the Vikings are going to go chasing Colossus. They lose a few. Obviously, Stalker's getting to the front there, playing the defense. Once more, the Zealots just cannot find anything. ByuN is still refusing to move that army away from that defensive spot. Here's the new challenge, right? The map, Snowpiercer. It's not a good map for going, honestly, even to 4 bases. Going to 5 is going to be a major challenge for ByuN, especially with the way that he's playing, which is to play hyper defensively, because this map spreads you out quickly. Now, that's true of MaxPax's bases, but he's in full control of the game on the map, so it doesn't really matter right now unless ByuN starts dropping about or doing something there, but that's very against what ByuN has been otherwise doing in this matchup so far. You can see this big push from MaxPax up to the top side, because we do have a couple of Zealots taking damage. Let the Colossus do their thing from afar. If there's no Vikings nearby, that can be an issue. Somehow, Zealots wander into the natural expansion throughout that entire Terran army. And Zealots actually do just turn around into the Bio, which is not going to be great. The few ByuNs on the low ground going to come in as we do get the charge. Stalkers are unprotected on the top. The Colossus too. A few Zealots trying to get in front now, as we are going to see the Zealots winning the fight on the bottom side. I'd say ByuN wins the fight on the top. The Colossus dies. There's no splash damage in this army. A couple of lame disruptors in the back maybe can do something. They're not really being utilized at all just yet, as both players drop supply. This disruptor shot fires through. Tank is going to take some shots. Bio's still trying to come up. Disruptor shot is not going to do much yet. We kill an Immortal. Zealots charge in from the bottom. ByuN's army supply finally starting to drop, especially as the reinforcing Zealots get here. So much of ByuN's supply is in the sky, but they're medevacs that don't have a lot of energy left to heal, so he's missing a lot of what he maybe needs. Disruptor continues to play the zoning game, as ByuN will pull SCVs for a moment at least. Disruptor zone again. MaxPax's reinforcements have been huge, and MaxPax has the bank as well. He just has the money. This was not a good enough fight from ByuN. A lot of the time what we saw in Game 1, just to bring the comparison back, is that ByuN overwhelmed in the fights. This was not an overwhelming fight, and so he doesn't do enough to be able to knock MaxPax back, and it looks as though MaxPax might just about have the edge necessary to close out this Game 4 and to win this semi-final. It's been an awesome series. It looks like MaxPax will set up the revenge game against Shin in the grand finals today, because ByuN is getting bullied back by disruptor shot after disruptor shot. You can see our Stalker's getting underneath that CC that's trying to fly over. Disruptors keep on landing as well. The splits just cannot be found. Like I say, a lot of ByuN's supply is up in the skies in the form of medevacs that are just not providing much use at all right now. And so that is unfortunately going to be ByuN knocked down. It's going to be a PVZ grand final. MaxPax versus Shin, the rematch from the group stages where Shin 3-0'd MaxPax. Can MaxPax exact revenge? GG's. All right, guys, we are going to the grand finals. It's MaxPax. It's Shin. Shin does have the server preference. Perfect. We'll get that ready to go, guys. I'm just going to throw us over to a quick break screen because I need a BRB moment before we get into this finals. Thank you so much for watching. We have officially passed 3,000 viewers on the stream right there. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much. Where has that final set of 10 gifted subs gone to? I want to try and just quickly read those out before we go to the break screen. Captain Hare gifted the 10 subs out to Intuition Wow, Battle Nogare, Alpha RD, Black Sky 82, NH2OH, Varde Vanna, Probe Hub, Minty Fizz, Imone BG1, and Ibogaste. Thank you so much for the generosity of the gifted subs. Guys, we will be heading into the grand finals very soon. What decides who has the server preference? Their seeds. Shin has a higher seed than MaxPax out at the group stage. He finished first in the group. He gets server preference. We pretty much always do that. In the group stage, it's usually just coin flips, or it's balanced out so you play, if there's like 2 matches for Koreans where they play Europeans, they'll play one West, Central, West, the other Central, West, Central. But yes, when it comes to playoffs, we always give server preference to the player that came out of the group with the highest seed, including tiebreakers such as map score and stuff like that. Alright guys, Shin versus MaxPax coming up. I'll be right back. We'll see you in a moment for an epic grand finals, I'm sure, coming up next. Shin's on a 6-map win streak versus MaxPax. Yeah, Shin's been sick against MaxPax lately. Welcome back, everybody. Leyline's going to be our opening map, as it always has been today, apparently. Leylines. Has there been a series where Leylines didn't start today? Yeah, Hero MaxPax. PvP doesn't count. Holy goodness. Leylines was the first map in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the 11 best of 5 playoff matches. You guys think people are enjoying Leylines? Oh, yeah. Alright, we are just getting everybody into our lobby, guys. Getting everyone set to go into PvZ. MaxPax versus Shin Grand Finals. If you're enjoying the stream, thank you first of all so much for joining us. We have had a lot of subs already today, so thank you so much for all the generosity, guys. We really appreciate it. I said it'd be nice to get to 900 subs before Home Story Cup. It just tied us over into the start of December. We are now on the road to 1,000 again. 912. Crazy. If you've got a Prime sub available, consider using it. It helps us to run more of these tournaments. That's pretty much all I've got to say, because we're heading in game. It's time for our grand final. Sit back, relax, enjoy. Hit the follow and like and subscribe button before you do so you don't have to do it when I remind you at a later point. And let's go into ley lines for our grand final best of 5. Is there already a certain date for the new patch to be published? Do you think we would get that kind of information? Yeah, we wish. Honestly, it should have been done by now. They're not going to change the PTR anymore. Just put the changes live already. But they have not. They have not. Alright, let's do it, guys. Let's head into the grand finals of WardiTV November. In the bottom left-hand side, our Red Protoss player got 3-0'd by his opponent in this grand finals during the group stage, so this becomes a very serious revenge matchup for him. Can he turn it around when it's all on the line? It's MaxPax in the bottom left of ley lines. For map number 1, and in the top right-hand corner, the blue Zerg, who has been our PTR hero of Zerg. He is the one representing Zerg in all of our events right now, and he keeps playing so well that it means that Zerg gets to be seen all the way through the tournament. It's Shin in the top right, and what an event he is having. He lost to Gumiho in the group stage, but otherwise he then beat Gumiho in the tiebreakers. 3-0 MaxPax in the group stage as well. Didn't lose another map, and then went through Showtime 3-0. Pure 3-0 in the playoffs to get to this grand final right now. He is the hottest Zerg in StarCraft 2 at the moment. He is Shin, and he is looking to see if he can take down a WardiTV tournament today. Love Shin. I've always enjoyed having Shin in our events, but he's been something special to watch lately. He's leveled up. He's playing some of the best StarCraft he's played in a long time. And like I say, he's one of the very few Zergs participating in events very frequently. Makes it even more fun to keep a track of this guy. As of late, been a lot of fun, as we do have the hatch gas and pool. Coming in for us to start off with the Nexus and the gateway coming up is Nexus before core. At home for MaxPax if you like the details. As we get ourselves set up. Yo, homeboy PK, thank you so much for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Incredible day, guys. Like I say, we just peaked over 3,000 viewers across YouTube and Twitch during that semi-final. That is incredible. That does not happen very regularly at all. So the viewership is nuts today. Obviously, thank you to the players because they are giving us some great matches, which definitely helps with that. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in and watching. Just before we, get into the nitty-gritty of this PvZ, I will just remind you guys, tomorrow we are back with a WardiTV Monday, $400 open cup. Anyone can participate. And then on Tuesday, we'll be covering the Alima League. That will be happening earlier in the day, but we can't cast it live because of rules. But we will cast the replays as a live English cast for you guys on Twitch. We will be the exclusive Twitch broadcast for that tournament. If you want to catch that on Twitch and YouTube, you can do so on Tuesday evening. And then Wednesday, I'm taking the day off before we head to Home Story Cup on Thursday for the weekend. That's what the next few days and week of StarCraft 2 looks like. So thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you're all feeling great as our Stargate starts. Stalker and a Warp Gate coming up. Ling Speed is producing. Trying to boost up some probes. The Stargate building out. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up as well. It's going to be seeing our a few moments of getting ready. Obviously, there's a lot of question marks right now in terms of what kind of builds do we expect out of a PvZ. How many times are we going to see double Oracle, triple Oracle? Showtime did a great job of mixing up his builds yesterday, but he tried an 8-gate all-in on this map against Shin. Didn't work. Shin shut that down. Caught wind of it just about in time to get spines up and to pull out the defense. You see that Adept is going to go shading about. The Queen going to be there to hit the Adept back a little bit. It's going to shade down toward the bottom left. I don't know why our screen is looking so laggy, guys. Jumping about a little bit there. That's a little bit better now as you have our Adept heading down to the bottom side. Oracle will head on the map. That's Oracle number 1. Got an energy overcharge before it went, so it is going to be pretty healthy energy-wise. Has a lot of potential to deal some damage, and obviously on the follow-up, potentially set up stasis wards, and so too. As this Oracle will head straight in toward the main base. A couple Queens are going to be there. Turn that Oracle around. It's going to sit out on the third. The few Lings and Queens are going to be there as well. Nexus starting on the third base as the Oracle continues to move about. Oracle activates for a creep tumor. A couple drones pop out of the natural. They're going to move over to the third base as well. Look at that Roadtron dropping in from Shin also. Nothing too crazy though. Try on the Forge build from MaxPax. Shin as a player in this PvZ matchup has definitely shown up with a lot of aggressive builds, but has got very solid transitions to the later stages of the game too. Part of the reason why he saw so much good success against MaxPax during the group stages, hitting some good timings. But those timings are scary because you can't just be all out defending them in a way. Like, you know this guy will kind of follow up in such a dangerous manner if you let him. And so you got to have that kind of in the back of your mind, and you can't just cut corners to kind of make the defense even stronger all the time as well, because he can be dangerous deeper in the game too. Helps a lot when you have that kind of dual threat ability as a Zerg in the ZVP. Players building, again, +1 attack and the blink both building through as we actually have our depth in the Oracle there. Will continue to deflect the Zerglings. So far, MaxPax's defense has been on point, but it has mostly been defense. You know, we're not talking about a single drone killed here. We've not really seen a single attempt on a drone. So the economy of Shin staying very solid as MaxPax adds 4 additional gateways. Let's see how committed he gets with all of those. Going to attempt the stasis ward in the back here. And Shin is going to show us how to... Oh, well, a little bit messy. That drone took a long time to activate, so a couple drones were caught coming back. Still much better than we saw a certain Protoss dealing with stasis wards earlier today. Gonna have me giggling for a little while, honestly, as the adapts do shade into the back of this third base. Well, one queen goes down immediately. That's honestly a good defense as well. We've still not lost a single drone here from Shin. Talk about keeping your economy intact. The most damage done here has been, honestly, him building lings, which he maybe didn't need all of. Obviously, he lost a bunch of lings trying to kind of attack here and there. MaxPax throws down a 6-minute fourth base. So that gets put in place immediately. The Zergling's going to go back through the center. And the hatchery building on the 12 o'clock as well. Let's go to the bottom again. A few lings up top. We'll see our +1 missiles and roach speed coming through. Additional roaches in production. Spire on the way out. Robo facility building on the natural. Stalkers gather up. Our ling's going to run into this third base here. Well, that's not going to be able to do too much. The Stalkers and the Oracle come back around into the middle. And as our blink is coming up, our +1 about to be done. So far, Shin can't really find any opportunity with the lings, but, I mean, lings alone should not really be able to find too much anyway. But you have a Spire from Shin, plus the Hydra den, so Muta's into the Hydras. Let's see how well the Mutalisk can do, and how much can he actually build Mutalisk-wise, because he's getting +1 missiles, he's getting roach speed. He doesn't have, like, a ton of gas banked up because of those factors. So, yeah, he's going to be able to make a few mutas, but not a lot, and I'm almost wondering if we even want to make mutas right now with these Stalkers on the front line. He's got some roaches. He is going to build the 6 mutas still. Just a scary moment, especially, I mean, you also right now could maybe do some lings to kind of protect the roaches too. Soak up some of those stalk shots can go a long way for you, as these things are going to pop out of their stasis, will not go anywhere too meaningful. Shin runs in with some roaches. That's a lot of Stalkers. I really feel like he's underprepared to deal with this, because like I said, the mutas ain't going to do anything against this. And the mutas just going to have to back away, and they've been seen now as well, so MaxPax can prepare some defense for that. Things are going to come running back. 7 Hydras on the way out. I mean, get enough Hydras up here, and their damage output can be huge in these moments. Shin's done a pretty good job so far of dealing with the stasis wards, but a bigger one now launches on the top side. Prism going to head to the right during this. Apparently, a stasis ward caught some lings coming back. You can just get so many stasis wards right now because of the fact those oracles can have additional energy with the energy overcharge. And again, this is looking so close because Shin has, built mutas that are currently heading across the map, and they still have to show that they can do something, but they turn around from an empty main base. What do we do? We're going to go kill the Prism? Oh, the main base is completely undefended. My issue is that by pulling away from the main, you're not going to force any warp-ins to the main base, right? So not only is it a missed opportunity, I think it's going to be essential because you need to stop warp-ins over here. I guess it is going to be a free defense on the Prism and the Zealots, which maybe you need just as badly because of the fact you're already struggling on the top left. And those units will end up not doing anything at all, so... I mean, hard to really be against it, but... Man, the main was completely barren. There was nothing there at all. Yeah, I think, like I said, I guess if you hit the main base, you're going to take damage yourself from the Prism, and maybe that becomes more problematic to deal with. And to be fair, I guess look at it now. He's got the Hydra count up. He's got himself in a position where he's defended on the top. So yeah, maybe my frustrations really are in vain as we deny the 5th attempt. Hydra is definitely going to be a huge factor. Now, this is a game where there's no splash damage at all for MaxPax, right? So there's a Robo Bay up. There's no Colossus in production or anything. No Disruptors either. There we go. 1 Colossus starts now. That's the first bit of splash damage that's going to be on the way from MaxPax. So, yeah. I mean, Shin is going to be okay here to be on Roach Hydra. Now, Shin, 71 drones. probably needs to go and attack. While there is still kind of just very limited amount of splash, he is just going to be annoying, pull a few units back, 6 meters. I'd still say I yet to really find their true value in this game, as we're going to get caught mid-map here. The Stalkers will be forced to blink quickly, though, and Shin will barrel his way into position on this location. This is bad, because MaxPax can't really get across this base easily, because he's going to come through the choke point of his own. Stasis Ward does commit onto a few Lings and Roaches, but those Hydras just being able to fire through this is massive. Look at those Stasis Wards still coming into play right here, as MaxPax realizes he needs something additional to come in for the defense. I'm a little bit afraid of Shin just running out of units. The Colossus pops in. We lost a few drones. We killed a few probes. We're going to re-engage here as Shin. Infestation pick coming up so he can move his way towards a hive eventually and get some Vipers out. That's going to be a dead Colossus, so we're back to 0 splash damage. The Mutas coming in around the back. I'm not sure how much they're really going to do. The Stalkers blink to go deal with them. We're going to get in position where, like I said, I think this is difficult for MaxPax because a lot of these Stalkers get choked up on the structures. And so that gives the Hydra Ravager a better chance to deal damage. 14 probes going down. Shin going to pull it back around. He should get chased, though. This is always going to be the terrifying part, because now you're going to lose a lot of these units on the retreat. Do you have something to punish MaxPax for chasing down this group of units? On the bottom side, there's a few Roaches moving about. The Muta overhead is going to go down. No, there's not really anything to punish MaxPax for chasing these units down, and that's going to be Shin's new issue. He did not even get rid of this base. He killed a lot of probes. Didn't get rid of the Nexus, though. MaxPax on 2-2 upgrades. Another Colossus now starting up. May not be in a rush to attack, just because, again, if there's enough Hydras up, that would be scary, but there's honestly not that many Hydras up at all. 1 Hydra out, I believe, 6, 7 in production, but not there yet. Roaches will step forward. A couple Stalkers get chased away, so MaxPax will step it away. Maybe wait for some more tech to come online, but Shin's getting more tech, too, in the form of the Hive and the Lurker Den. MaxPax isn't going to wait that long, though. He's just going to keep coming through. The Hydra's going to get caught, and MaxPax is going to take the first game. Shin nearly made this happen. It just wasn't quite enough. And MaxPax is going to break a losing map streak against Shin. That's a very good sign for our finals, because obviously if Shin was the guy winning all the time previously, the other guy winning the map to start off with potentially gives us the best setup for the final as we get ready for game number 2. Second map will be Snowpiercer, as everyone is going to join us here. And we are good to go into our second game of this series. Did Clem lose to Shin? No, Clem lost to ByuN. He then lost to MaxPax just in the semis. Been great games today, guys. If you missed the matches, I'd definitely go watch ByuN versus Clem. Great series. I'd watch Hero versus MaxPax if you're up for a good laugh. Shin Q if you want to see some true dominance. ByuN MaxPax because it was awesome. And this grand final because you're already here watching it. There you go. A reason to watch every series from today if you missed any of them. They are available on Twitch and YouTube VODs immediately, so check those out if you're looking for more at the end and you didn't catch us all the way through. Bottom left, our red Protoss player is MaxPax, and he's got a probe on the map looking for the hatch block here on Snowpiercer. Shin is in the upper right. This is a far away third base as well from the natural, so getting the hatch block off is massive because you force the hatchery onto the third location. Those drones transferring are just going to be massive targets for adept harass throughout the early stages. Yeah, Shin cannot get there in time. We'll build up a couple more drones instead as he moves over to the bottom side third base location. Or look at him pull his drone back. He is waiting for that probe to move into the main base, but it's not going. Oh, MaxPax. Oh, he finally goes. Shin delays this hatchery quite significantly to get the hatch down over here. I mean, this was a very late hatchery compared to expectations. It's like a 19 hatch. I'm pretty sure that's because he really doesn't want to deal with the problems of having the hatch this far away on this position, and he knows that. MaxPax stuck around on the natural for a bit longer than usual as well, because you can see Shin, he was expecting the probe to pull up to the high ground, and MaxPax stayed on the low ground for just a bit longer. Obviously, Shin sees it because he had overlords nearby, and yeah, he just did a bit longer, which ends up delaying the hatchery a little bit. Gas comes in, pool comes up. As we do have our drones continue to mine away. Cybercore coming through. Obviously, that was a very early probe from MaxPax. That probe went out at like the start of the game to get across the map ASAP. And this one you do get across fairly quickly on. So it makes it difficult to get that hatchery down. Shin, like I said, taking some eco losses to get it in position there in the end. Well, Cybercore will finish. Lings and Queens on the way. As we get settled here on Snowpiercer. Probe is going to run out away from the middle of the map. Pros can't hatch block anymore. It's a little bit more difficult because the hatchery is 25 minerals cheaper, but not impossible. I mean, like I say, MaxPax sent a super early probe out to try and block this one. It's always going to come down a little bit to how soon you send the probe out, the map size as well. The Adept heads toward the upper right. As our link speed comes through, we get ourselves a hatchery coming up as well. Target about finished. Queen going to be firing. A couple lings get into the natural. Just going to force the probes to pull away, and that's a massive probe pull. They've run hella far. And out of reach of those couple of lings, trying to stay safe as the probe is going to pull back through. The Adept will commit in. Circling number 1 goes down. Adept going to try for a shade for a moment as well. I'm trying to get the probe once more. Probe taking a few more hits. I'm going to see the gateway going down on the front of that natural. Zerglings will continue along down the bottom. And again, the warp gate coming up, the gateway and probes coming through. Again, Oracle starting in the warp gate building. Going to see our Oracle at the front. And our Adept just going to be there to kind of block the probe from moving by. Nexus will go up on the left side. Again, Oracle moving about, coming back over the right. Nexus coming over. Oracle moves about. Couple Queens gonna get hit. Twilight Council and Forge coming up. Oracle's around the right, just gonna see the Queen's gonna get there. Oracle can take a few more shots of damage. Oracle's gonna be there, a couple drones going down. Again, melee upgrade and drones still continue to produce. The Twilight Council and the next coming up as well. It's gonna wrap, Stalking the Adept taking damage. Oracle's gonna activate, chase those lings away. Look at that +1 and blink coming through, extra gates coming about. I see the Oracles coming around. And our gates coming through. Melee upgrade building. Lings in the lair coming about as well. Hatchery in production. As our Cryptiums and our Extractors continue to build into place. This is going to be running down, just going to be running through. A couple of Oracles going to be there. Stalker's going to start shooting. A few Lings taking some damage. Lings going to gather. Stalker's going to fight. Overlord taking some damage as well. Oracle's coming back over. Things continue to come back around again. +1 and blink coming through. The armor upgrade coming by. Nexus building. Cannon on the way. Stalker does get an Overlord pickoff as the Oracle activates and a few Lings. Things just keep moving back around again. The Stalkers coming back over. Hydra's in production, +1 missiles. And Groove Spines coming through as well. Stalker's just going to get pushed back. Hydra's going to be there. Just going to get over that bottom right side. Again, Ling's going to try and come about. Just going to try and push their way straight through. Stalker taking some damage. Probe just about escapes through. The Lings are going to get into this natural. While Shin is up against a big attack in the bottom right as he has lost a lot of his units to the stasis wards. But he's on the natural. He's killed 10 probes already, so that's going to help him. He needs to survive over here. He really needs those units out of the stasis. Lings to tank, Hydras for DPS. I mean, both of these units are just essential. The Lings really do so much. The Hydras really add the damage that's necessary. Another stasis lands on the Lings. Massive. There's a few more Zalds come through as well. Send back around. Just going to see the Zealot warping in to be a blockade. The rest of the Stalkers coming through too. And a little chrono boost on the probes. Lings gather. Zealots come about. Again, Lurk is coming through. Seismic Spine's coming in. Going to get caught on that stasis ward. The Lurkers, the Hydras, the Lings continue to move around. Up on the top side, MaxPax moving across as well. Hydra's going to step through. Stasis ward is going to come in right there. The Ling Hydra's still pushing up. The Lings are going to get caught. Oracle taking a little bit more healing. We do see 8 drones going down from Shin, but if he can deal with this, he's just gotten rid of that bottom side Nexus. Stalkers continue to move on through. And Lurker's coming about, just going to be using the Hydra Lurker coming over. Again, Hydra's build, +2 missiles coming up. We've got ourselves the adaptive talons on the way, so Lurk is going to be even better very soon. Colossus. Just going to come inbound. Just going to see how Overlord's taking some shots at Ling Hydra. He's going to start running into this. I mean, MaxPax's army, Colossus can do well here. The Stasis Wards are not super devastating. They are those Vipers. They are going to be huge as we play the abducting game. Colossus 1, Colossus 2, yoink yoink. And those Colossus will die. You have the Hydra Dash coming up as well. As this really does look as though Shin is in complete control of this game number 2 at the moment. Man, that run by was so devastating into MaxPax's base. Stalkers and the Colossus coming back through. Ling Hydra Lurker coming across. The Ling's just going to get shot at as the Stalkers get jump onto those Lings again. Lurkers will burrow. The Zealots will go down. MaxPax's supply looks even worse here now as we continue to look good. Again, Stalker Colossus is going to continue through. Do you have our +3 attack, +3 armor building? 6 more Lurkers morphing from MaxPax's. Can't imagine it's going to take him too long to really find a finishing blow here, Shin, because he's got the Vipers coming through again. Unless the Storks can get those Vipers, which we get one. Shin chasing a little bit too hard right there. Does get punished for it. Counterattack isn't going to do much either. Shin's going to back away. He's a little bit afraid to really attack MaxPax at the moment, it seems. Pushing in is apparently scary. I mean, he's Max. I don't know what you really gain from, like, running away here. I really feel like I guess he's setting up a big attack towards the top left. Ling Hydra Lurkers in good numbers there, so that's going to force MaxPax to make an army split, which he may not be capable of making just with the number of units he has available to him at the moment. Still dancing in the middle of the map as well. We are going to dive a bit more aggressively towards it this time. And still a couple of full energy Vipers available too. Ling Hydra Lurker will continue into that top left base. MaxPax must defend that. That's a fourth base. It's a pretty serious base to keep alive. He has got a Zealot run by going to the bottom right. Oh, this top left base is going to die. It's not boding well. Yeah, I mean, I guess these Zealots are going to have some potential. Those spines will help as we do recall probes over to this base to try and save some of them. A little yoink there. Another Colossus dies. This time we hit a Stalk on the Duck, which is maybe not quite the initial aim. And there's a Colossus again, dragged in again. So one Colossus left. Quite a few Hydras go down, but not sure the rest of that really matters. The Zealots come through. The Spine Solar will fall. Drones are going to get jumped on. A few more probes dropping. 16 Hydras still on the way up. The Lurkers burrow. The Zealots are getting absolutely smashed by those Lurkers. The Stalk is taking big hits. We have got ourselves Shin just looking extremely confident in this game at the moment. These Zealots have been an issue. I mean, they've gone for 13 drones, but they started to clean up with reinforcements, and obviously we still have the position set up over here as well. Colossus is going to get a little abduct. The Hydra's coming back over. Still having the couple shots coming through from afar. I mean, MaxPax is also over here with Zealots actually going to catch a bunch of morphing Lurkers, so those Zealots are going to win that fight. I mean, that is a big win, to be fair. Lurkers is going to burrow, move forward a step. More units coming through. Let's get across, and we see that Ling Hydra Lurker moving about again. A couple more Lurkers moving through too. Lurker's just going to burrow. I'm just going to see those Zealots running forward. We're now going to be having the... Again, I mean, a messy one because these units maybe don't have all the support in the world. A couple of Lurkers trying to run back. A couple of Lings going to get there. We're going to eat through some of these tech units. The Hydras are going to show up, but of course Hydras don't love the Colossus, but they go diving in. I love those Hydras, man. They're like, you know what? We hate Colossus. They kill us all the time. Let's dive in towards them. I mean, Shin was obviously in a comfortable, confident position. I love that that's the final move of the game. Just Hydras dashing to a Colossus, or a couple of Colossus, as GG is called. We're going to go 1-1 in this best-of-5 final. We have got a grand final battle on our hands, heading to game 3 in just a couple of moments, guys. I'll just run the ads just in case we get a long game. I do think it's possible between these two, so just play it on the safe side. Into Whispers of Gold. As we get going into map number 4 here, we're missing someone. Don't start. Oh, we're missing Shin. Okay. All good. If it's Shin that's missing, they're not going to start without him. I think we know that much already. Alright, we get tied up 1-1. to jump in to the bottom right-hand side. In the bottom right side, our Red Protoss player here is MaxPax. In the top left, we have our blue Zerg, it is Shin. Going to be seeing our probe coming across, just going to be seeing our drones and our hatch coming through. As we move into the main, see what our setup will look like here for Whispers of Gold. Game number 3. Hell of a day, hell of a set of finals so far. Great matches all the way throughout. And we're guaranteed 2 more maps, with it being 1-1. Only thing we can ask for more than that is a game 5. Probe comes across, Nexus and the Cyber Core coming through, another probe in production, Queens and Lings building up as well. Again, Queens, Lings, Overlord in production, a couple of drones coming through. Orchid is building from MaxPax, the Adept and the Nexus coming over. Well, Queen sits at the front, the link speed coming through. Stargate is building on the side of MaxPax as well, so we get that all set up for the moment. Just going to see this Adept going to get to the center. And we just take, again, a few moments of calm before the storm, especially as we have our Oracle on the way up. See how well MaxPax can do harassment-wise, see if we can find some damage here over the next little bit. And link speed will build on Queen coming up. So I see our Oracle going to come out, just going to join up with the Adept as well. Nexus drops in, again the Lings and the Queen coming up as well. Just going to be seeing the Catcher coming through, the Nexus coming about, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming in. Nexus, Oracle, Warp Gate coming about. The Queen's just going to be there to deflect the Oracle away. Full Assimilator is coming up. Take 4 gases. MaxPax obviously just 3 bases nice and quickly here. What will Shin do himself? Obviously yet to see where his game goes as the Twilight and the Forge both coming up. This is going to get a little wrap around. Adept will take some shots. We will see. Actually, a couple of those Adept will die if we want to commit. The Oracle makes that a different question. Obviously, don't want to lose too many Lings. So we step away. 1 Adept goes down. The Roach Roaring starts from Shin. We have yet to see him build a lair. And I wonder if this starts to step in towards aggressive territory. Apparently not. Lair starts now. I was just starting to ask those questions, you know. I was just starting to, figure out what the plan was. A couple of Queens get there, the Oracle pushes back around. And Prism Charge +1, all continuing up. Temple Archives and Gateways coming through as well. And you have the Lair about to finish, the Overlord Speed coming through. Well, Oracle Revelation going to drop down on the Queens also. Just for now, the Zergling's going to come running down the bottom. But the depths are going to be there. The Oracle activating, chasing those Zerglings away. Queens gather. Squawk about to finish up. Queen's going to get straight onto that Oracle, so that just gets shot down. 10 Roaches producing as well. He has cancelled the drones or the Lings or something there, so he cancelled those units. That still costs you the lava if you cancel the unit, so you get the money back. Interesting. 16 Lings now on the way. The Drop Lords are morphing. They might have been spotted by the by the Oracles. So the Dropper Lords are seen, but they are empty moving forwards. The real Dropper Lord at home is going to move over. What are we doing, Shin? This is mind games at its finest. What is going on? I can see the game and I don't quite know it. And I guess just the fact these were found by the Oracles makes it a little bit less exciting in terms of what we're trying to do. The Prism with a couple of Archons is obviously going to be a tough one to really stop. As can we get enough done here with these units? Shin shows up on this base. Going to actually get a good wraparound with the Lings. Throws the Valves to knock down a building battery. That dies. Archons will chase the Lings down. The Lings should just run. Yeah, just run the hell away, right? Get out of there. One of the Queens gets caught. A couple of Queens getting caught in the force fields, actually. The Oracles are going to be able to show up because all the Queens go down. It's a beautiful defense from MaxPax, isn't it? Absolutely solid. Archons will keep going. Like I say, because the Queens have been dealt with so easily, the Oracles just get a ton of time to hit Ravagers. They're full of energy. There's the Lings going up into the main base. So that was clearly the idea. Just trying to, multi-prong this aggression. But yeah, MaxPax is getting a little bit of a sign, or a little bit of vision on that and so on is a great sign, and able to do a lot with that because of it. That's going to be GG. MaxPax is going to take the 2-1 lead. This attack does not work for Shin. Whispers of Gold. That smaller map always introduces these kind of possibilities of builds. Doesn't work out for Shin, and now MaxPax is up 2-1 and a map away from winning the WardiTV November event. Alright guys, we will take a moment. We'll head into game number 4. Kick this off as soon as our players get us hosted up and invited in. Hats off for creativity. Yeah, no, it was a good... I liked the effort from Shin. It was definitely different. I think it just went a bit wrong. I think the scouting of MaxPax kind of made him second guess and double guess a couple of things he did. I guess second guessing and double guessing is the same thing, but... yeah. Kind of looked a bit weird. I think that was just the way that MaxPax was scouting and finding information. As Shin joins us in the lobby, we will go into Amygdala. This could be the last game of the day, everybody. So, let's see if we will have MaxPax being the champion or if Shin will take us to a game 5. In the bottom left corner of Amygdala, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player, MaxPax. On the top right, our blue Zerg, we have Shin. We take a moment here on Amygdala, game number 4 of this best of 5 grand final here, WardiTV November. Has really been some great games today. It's been a really, really fun stream. As our probe comes about, just going to be nibbling around. Hatchery gas and pool coming in. The Nexus building up. We're going to get around the back and nibble up onto the mineral line a little bit. And again, the Cybercore and the Nexus continue on in. All of that coming through right now. Will come around the top right hand side. Again, Nexus and the Cybercore coming up as well. Link speed coming through, Stargate and the Nexus coming up as well. Continue to get that going at the moment. Depth's moving about. We do have our link speed coming through. Again, the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to come around here. See that setup continuing. We'll see with the Star Oracle coming out. We'll start to see MaxPax being on the map. I really do feel like Shin's done a pretty good job defending the very early game kind of harassment. It's definitely one thing to note because that's usually such a big talking point in the matchup. And link speed finishing, our Nexus builds, the Warp Gate and the Gateway coming up and online as well. Oracle just comes back over the side and we'll have the energy overcharge on it so it can go straight across. Ability to go and use a lot of its energy, so I'm going to go put some action onto that. Oracle fighting, just going to be seeing the double Stargate from MaxPax on the follow-up. Holy! So he's going to go triple Stargate? MaxPax, what a time to mix it up and just go for a completely alternate expectation. Holy goodness. 2 more Stargates on the way then. Phoenix production begins, and we are going to go mass Phoenix at this point, you would imagine. We'll get rid of the Overlord as it tries to get through for the Scouts. That will go down. Depths is warp in. The Phoenix producing on mass. Very important you do not get this revealed, right? Because if you see this coming as Shin, the preparations you can make can minimize so much of what the Stargates will get done. And with triple Stargate, you really need this game to snowball. You need these Phoenix to get so much damage dealt, really start to snowball it. Get that going early. Basically, the earlier you get that going, the better off you're going to end up being. Oracle gets a revelation down. Creep team are getting cleaned up. We'll have the lair, the drones, a couple of overlords all still building. And the adepts are going to step up into the natural. Going to show for a little bit of a shade through. A couple of creep teamers going down as well. The Zerglings going to play the defense. The lair building up. Drones and overlords all on the way. Shin currently still doesn't really know what he's playing against as the lag gets going. He's actually going to get a good catch on those adepts. Is it in time? And they are going to end up shading across into the natural. Yeah, the fact it was a surround means they were low HP and the Queens finished off a couple of them real quickly. It's only going to be 2 drone kills. It's really not that impressive for MaxPax. Hey, Spire just went down. Yo, did I miss Shin spotting what this was? No, I did not, but I actually think he's just going to build a Spire and accidentally have an answer to what's going on. Oh my goodness. I think he's going to run in here right now as well. MaxPax again on the Phoenix. They are across the map, I believe, and now starting to lift up Queens. Spire on the way is going to help, but right now, no spores ready. Queens going to have to transfuse each other. Actually doing a decent job to start with. The damage output's not quite there. Finally, some Queens will start to drop. Good transfusion. Buy yourself some time. Get the Queens back on the ground. Get them, force into the lift off. You're buying time for that Spire to finish. Last Queen will go down here as the Phoenix continue to dish out some hurt. I mean, let's look at resources lost right now. Pretty even. We actually lost 3 Phoenix during this. That really wasn't the amazing first wave that you're kind of expecting this to be. MaxPax starts the Twilight Council as the Phoenix will actually, oh my goodness, find a bunch of Overlords though. Spire isn't going to matter if you're supply blocked, and we're going to get supply blocked just before the Spire finishes, maybe? Yes, we are. Oh no, roaches across the map will force some damage, maybe a recall on the Phoenix. And as those roaches start to go down, I guess you'll get unsupply blocked a little bit. New Overlords on the way out. Shin has so much money. I mean, obviously he's going to use that on Spire production as we do kill 10 workers here. Like I say, the Phoenix will do all the lifting. 8 Corruptors star. We get the Carapace upgrade for those Corruptors as well. Oracle activating. Roach getting chased. Taking the Phoenix back to the upper right. Corruptors and +1 missiles coming through as well. Corruptors will start going down, so both those get picked off. I mean, actually kind of nice that we're killing Corruptors right away here. This maybe means that we just have too many Phoenix for Shin to really handle. If the Corruptors keep dying and the Phoenix never get properly answered, I mean, I don't even know what's going on right now. That's tough. Phoenix get back down the bottom left. 4 new Corruptors build, and Shin can just build drones. The thing is, I feel like a lot of the time you're like, okay, well, there's no further threat because the Phoenix are the threat, so if I'm dealing with those, I'm doing okay. But, you know, like, that's all well and good until you realize that, you know, there is a follow-up. There's charge lots about to be available. High Templars are morphing in. Like, MaxPax has the setup to continue this game. And I don't think Shin has the setup to continue to fight a ground army at the moment is the problem. Things gonna get there. A couple of drones going down. Azal's coming about. Just gonna see our blink and Azal's continuing to come through. Just gonna go across. Just gonna see the Queen coming over. I'm just gonna be seeing our Archons firing. Corrupt's gonna be there. I mean, this feels rough. I mean, you do not have a ground army right now. You're trying to build some roaches up. Phoenix is going to step back, let the Archons deal some damage to those Corruptors as well, soften them up. More Zealots coming through. I think the Zealots just swarm in this game, and MaxPax looks to become your champion, getting revenge for that group stage where Shin looked so good. I mean, MaxPax basically didn't get to play in the groups against Shin. In this case, it is all about MaxPax. 3-1 victory, and MaxPax takes this series 3-1. He's the champion of WardiTV November. GG's. How about that? My friends, that was WardiTV November. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you another WardiTV event. We will have, like I say, I think we currently have about $8,000 to $9,000 of tournaments planned for December. So we currently have that set up with the continuation of WardiTV Mondays. We're going to have the WardiTV Christmas Day Games, the WardiTV Christmas Invitational as well. That's going to be alongside coverage of Masters Coliseum and other events as well. So we have loads coming up in December. We'll continue the love into January. So if you guys enjoy the stream, you want to keep these events going, want us to keep on being able to fund these events and so on, do consider supporting, such as Giuseppe5 coming in with a 5 gifted subs, going out to D6524, Lack888, Lancel5891, DJM Morales, and Rich Tomato. Yeah, please do consider supporting, subscribing, use your primes, like the stream, follow the channel, subscribe to the channel. You know, it all helps so much. It allows us to run so much more StarCraft 2, and that's our goal, to keep on running as much StarCraft 2 as possible. We want to keep on running as many of these events as we can. That is our continued goal in this scene. So do consider supporting if you can. Thank you so much over on the YouTube. Edgar coming in with the $1.99. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know why the $1.99 from YouTube doesn't show up. I think I must have a lower limit set on my donations and the super chats for the stream pop-up. But I'll look into that. Thank you so much for the $2, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yes, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Like I say, do consider supporting if you can. We just want to keep on running more StarCraft. I'm going to repeat myself actually in like about a minute and a bit because I actually ran ads just as the games ended. So we'll repeat ourselves in a moment. But yeah, we have loads of StarCraft continuing through. It's going to be awesome. If you don't usually watch on YouTube, but you want to watch more games, the YouTube has so many games. YouTube is a great place to follow right now because if you enjoy the Twitch streams, but you don't always get to catch them live, the YouTube has full VODs. We stream everything on YouTube, so you can watch full VODs, chronologically ordered, way better system than Twitch. So definitely check out the YouTube channel. I should really wait till the ads are done to say all this. I guess I'll stop talking for a moment. I'll shut up for a second or two. I'll shut up, and then we'll round this out and wrap this up, and find someone to host. We'll give it 30 seconds for ads, guys. Then we'll just do a little outro speech properly, I guess, with everyone actually being able to hear. And yeah. MaxPax, man. He looked freaking good, didn't he? He looked really freaking good, to be honest. MaxPax just looking like an absolute beast. And MaxPax playing well, he's playing so well. These players were really fun, actually, you know? I was scared at the start because of the TVTs and PvPs, but it really worked out pretty amazingly. Today's games were awesome. Fantastic. Alright. I'm just going to go from the top again as people come out of the ads in the next few seconds. So, TLDR, first of all, I guess the first thing to mention if you're just coming out the ads is definitely check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com/WardiTV. I'll put the link in the chat. We have full VODs available on YouTube nowadays of all of our streams, as well as the ability to obviously watch the highlights. We have shorts and stuff as well, so if you want to watch cool moments, or if you just want to... So much available on the YouTube. We're continuing to work on growing that, so do check that out. Subscribe on the YouTube. Helps us out a bunch, as we have Mitch over on the YouTube going to come in as a new member, which you can do on YouTube as well. You can get some YouTube emotes and stuff, and support us on YouTube as well, if you wish so. Thank you so much, Mitch, for the YouTube membership. It's very rare we see a YouTube membership live on streams. That's cool. So thank you so much for that. And again, just another mention, just again, do consider supporting these tournaments. These tournaments do not happen without you guys supporting. Whether that is just sitting through the ads as well, though. I mean, you know, sitting through the ads make up a massive portion of our income on the stream. They're a big reason why we can push the prize pools a little bit further than what the subs let us do as well. So, yeah, if you do enjoy the stream, continue to follow, subscribe, like, all the usual, donate and cheer. It helps so much and allows us to run more tournaments. I was saying that we have about $8,000 of tournaments planned for December already. And we're going to obviously work on getting January sorted out as well. Hopefully a bit of a bigger event in January for us too. So we'll be working on that as well. So yeah, we really are committed to just bring you guys as much constant StarCraft 2 as possible. So yeah, do consider supporting. That is my little speech at the end of the day. It's been an incredible day anyways, and a lot of people already did their support. But you just got to say it when there's a lot of viewers on the stream, right? You know, you gotta do your sellout when you got your, when you sell out. It makes sense to do your sellout. All right, let me look who we're gonna host on Twitch to raid. Who are we gonna raid? Holy, Rotty's streaming StarCraft? No way. Who let this Deadlock streamer up in here? All right, I'll send you guys over to Roddy then. Yeah. Never get to host Roddy anymore. Alright, I'll send you guys over there in the next couple of moments. Thank you so much once again, guys. Appreciate you all. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And, yeah. Appreciate you. You guys have a great one. Thank you so much for watching. And I see you guys tomorrow, by the way. WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. And that's in about 19 hours from now. And then about this time on Tuesday, we'll be going live with the Limo League, the replay cast. The Limo League plays early in the day on Tuesday, but we're not allowed to stream that live on Twitch or YouTube. Will be the exclusive Twitch and YouTube cast for Limo League on Tuesday evening. So that's what's coming up the next couple of days. I'm off on Wednesday. I'm at Home Story Cup Thursday through Monday. And then we'll be back to streaming as regularly as possible. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you guys next time. Peace out. Take care of yourself. Say hi to Roddy for me. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bye. Thanks for the viewership, by the way. We had like 3K viewers today, which is obviously nuts as well, so thank you so much.